Yours to Keep, a sweet African-American romance novel written by Imani Price, narrated by Shatrice Williams and Michael Evans. Chapter 1. The road into Sweetgum Meadows curved like a sentence Nyla wasn't ready to finish. She saw the sign first, hand-painted, set back from the road on a wooden post, with sweetgum leaves swirling around the letters in careful green and gold. Welcome to Sweetgum Meadows. Founded 1866. You're welcome here. The artistry of it stopped her. Someone had taken real time with those painted leaves, each one distinct, each one catching the afternoon light like a small, deliberate invitation. She took her foot off the gas and let the rental coast, windows down, her carefully curated driving playlist still playing from her phone, though she'd stopped hearing it 3 miles back. The warm Georgia air rushing through the car and lifting the ends of her twists off her shoulders. The GPS had told her she was 12 minutes out, but the GPS didn't know what it was talking about, because Nyla had been slowing down since the sign, leaning toward the windshield, trying to take in everything at once. Past the sign, the road slipped into a tunnel of trees. Pine and oak arched overhead, their canopy so dense that the light changed, going from bright afternoon to something dappled and green and almost underwater. The air shifted too, cooler under the trees, carrying the scent of pine resin and warm earth, and something sweet she couldn't name. She was doing 20 miles an hour now, and she didn't care. Nyla Simmons was not a person who typically drove slowly. She drove the way she did most things, with purpose and a curated playlist and a timeline in her head. She had left Savannah at 6 that morning, stopped once for gas and a breakfast sandwich she ate with one hand on the wheel, and had fully intended to arrive at the bed and breakfast by 2 o'clock, shower, and have her preliminary sight notes started by 4. She had a binder on the passenger seat with color-coded tabs. She had a spreadsheet on her laptop with every festival, trail, and community asset she'd been able to identify from public records. She had 3 different outfits packed for 3 different kinds of first impressions, because you never got a second chance to make a small town trust an outsider. But the trees, the light, the way the canopy thinned gradually, opening up to reveal white clapboard houses with colorful shutters set along tree-shaded streets, children's bicycles propped against porch railings, flower gardens in full, unapologetic bloom. An older man watering his lawn who lifted his hand as she drove past, as if waving to strangers in cars was just something you did here. She hadn't even reached Main Street yet, and the town was already reaching for her. She pulled over, just for a minute. She sat in the parked car with the engine ticking and the breeze coming through the windows and let herself look. From her research, she knew the lake and the meadow were out there, beyond the houses and the trails, waiting. She knew about the hiking paths and the sweet gum trees and the wildflowers and the water. She'd seen photographs. But sitting here, in the dappled shade of a town that had greeted her with a hand-painted sign and a stranger's wave, the photographs felt like rumors of something she needed to see for herself. This was her 3rd contract since going independent 18 months ago. She'd spent 5 years before that coordinating outdoor recreation programs for a resort and hospitality company, designing kayak excursions and guided hikes for wealthy tourists who treated nature like a backdrop for their social media accounts. Good money, hollow work. She'd left to do this instead, help small towns share what they already had on their own terms. The first contract had been a coastal town in the Carolinas, nice enough but too aware of its own charm. The second had been a mountain community in North Georgia, beautiful but suspicious of outsiders, and the contract had ended early by mutual agreement. Both times, Nyla had done good work, left the community better than she found it, and driven away with a hollow ache in her chest that she told herself was just the transition between projects. This one felt different already. She could feel it in the quality of the light, in the houses with their bright shutters and their welcoming porches, in the wave from a man she'd never met who treated her arrival like a perfectly normal thing. Don't do that, she told herself, pulling back onto the road. Don't fall in love on the drive-in. She did it anyway, quietly, the way she always did. The Sweetgum Meadows bed and breakfast was a 2-story house set back from the road, painted warm cream with dark green shutters, surrounded by azalea bushes in aggressive bloom. A wraparound porch held rocking chairs and hanging ferns, and the front door was propped open with a cast-iron doorstop shaped like a rooster. Nyla parked next to a pickup truck with a Sweetgum Meadows B&B magnet on the driver's door and climbed out, stretching the long drive from her legs and rolling her neck. The air was different here than in the car, thicker, warmer, sweet with azalea and something green and clean underneath, like water and moss and growing things. A wind chime on the porch moved lazily in the breeze, sending out a scatter of silver notes. She'd barely gotten her bag out of the trunk before the front door produced a woman. "You must be Nyla." The woman came down the porch steps with the kind of momentum that suggested she'd been waiting and had opinions about the wait. She was maybe 60, with silver-threaded braids swept up off her neck, and a smile that was wide and immediate and had the structural integrity of a woman who smiled often and meant it every time. Her eyes seemed to be conducting a thorough assessment of Nyla's character, wardrobe, and relationship status all at once. "I'm Rochelle. We spoke on the phone." "We did. It's so nice to meet you in person." Nyla extended her hand. Rochelle looked at the hand, looked at Nyla, and pulled her into a hug. "We don't do handshakes here, baby," Rochelle said into Nyla's shoulder. "Welcome to Sweetgum." Nyla laughed, surprised and warmed in equal measure. Over Rochelle's shoulder, she saw a man appear on the porch, tall, quiet, with kind eyes and the unhurried posture of someone who had learned long ago that his wife would handle the introductions. He lifted a hand in greeting. "That's Benjamin," Rochelle said, releasing Nyla, but keeping one hand on her arm, as if she'd claimed her and wasn't letting go just yet. "My husband. He'll grab your bags. Benjamin, get her bags." "I was already going to get her bags," Benjamin said mildly. He came down the steps and reached for Nyla's suitcase with a nod and a quiet, "Welcome." His handshake, when he offered it, was warm and firm. "Rochelle's been talking about your visit all week?" "All month," Rochelle corrected without shame. "The council told us about the recreation program, and I said to Benjamin, finally, someone is going to help this town show off what it's got. Come inside. I made sweet tea. You drink sweet tea? Of course you do. You're from Savannah." Nyla followed Rochelle up the porch steps and into the bed and breakfast, and the inside was everything the outside promised. Hardwood floors worn to a honey glow, walls in soft, warm colors, a living room with a stone fireplace and deep sofas. Framed photographs of Sweetgum Meadows through the decades lined the hallway. Black and white images of families standing in front of farmhouses, a hand-colored print of Main Street in what looked like the 1940s. A more recent shot of the lake at sunset that made Nyla stop walking. "Beautiful, isn't it?" Rochelle said, following her gaze. "That's the view from the East Trail. You're going to love the trails out here. The council's got one of our local boys lined up to show you around, knows every inch of those woods and that lake." She gave Nyla a look that carried about 3 layers of meaning. "You'll like him. I'm sure he'll be a great resource," Nyla said, still looking at the photograph. The light in it was extraordinary, all gold and rose over the dark mirror of the water. Rochelle made a sound that suggested resource was not quite the word she would have chosen. She led Nyla through the living room and into the dining area, and Nyla stopped again. The dining table was extraordinary. It was large enough to seat 8, built from a dark, richly grained wood that seemed to hold light inside it like amber. The surface was smooth and warm to the eye, and the joinery at the corners was precise and beautiful, dovetailed with the kind of craftsmanship that turned a functional object into an art piece. Nyla reached out without thinking and laid her palm flat against the surface. The wood was silk smooth and faintly warm, as if it had been breathing in the afternoon sun from the nearby window. "This is incredible," she said. "Who made this?" Rochelle ran her hand along the table's edge with proprietary pride. "One of our local woodworkers. There's a few talented craftsmen in this town, but the man who made this table," she shook her head slowly, the way you did when words weren't enough, "he can make wood sing." Nyla believed it. She'd grown up around beautiful things. Her mother's community center in Savannah had been full of donated art, and her father had built bookshelves in their living room that Nyla had always loved. But those were honest, functional builds. This table was something else. This was the work of someone who understood his material the way a musician understood an instrument. Intimately, patiently, with a reverence that showed in every joint. She lifted her hand from the table and noticed the faint warmth lingering on her palm. Benjamin appeared in the doorway with Nyla's bags, shaking his head with the quiet, fond resignation of a man who had witnessed this pattern many times. "Your room is upstairs, second door on the left. Best view in the house." "He's not wrong," Rochelle conceded. "Come on, I'll show you." The room was small and perfect. A queen bed with a quilt that looked handmade, a window seat with cushions, and a view that stopped Nyla's breath. The window looked out over the B&B's back garden, where a small willow pond sat still and silver in the afternoon light, edged with careful landscaping and a white pergola draped in early wisteria. Beyond the garden, the tree line rose dark and green. "Bathrooms across the hall. Breakfast is at 7:30, and dinner tonight is at 6 if you want to join us," Rochelle said from the doorway. "It's just us tonight. I'm making my chicken and dumplings." "That sounds wonderful. Thank you, Rochelle. Truly." Rochelle studied her for a moment, and the matchmaking energy softened into something warmer and more genuine. "You're going to love it here," she said simply. "I can already tell." She left Nyla alone with her suitcase and the view. Nyla sat on the edge of the bed and looked out the window. The light was changing, deepening, and the willow pond caught it, the surface shifting from silver to gold. She could hear birds she couldn't name and the lazy percussion of the wind chime on the porch below. The quilt under her hands was soft and worn in the way that meant it had been loved by many guests before her. She let herself feel it, the pull, the warm, insistent tug that a place could exert on her when it was right. She'd felt it in the Carolinas, gentler. She'd felt it in the mountains, briefly, before the contract soured. She'd been feeling it since the road curved under the pine canopy and the old man on his lawn waved like she belonged here. 3 months, she whispered to the window. "You're here for 3 months. Do the work. Don't get attached." The pond glinted, non-committal. The wind chime answered in silver. Nyla opened her binder and got to work. She lasted 45 minutes before the town pulled her outside. Main Street was a 10-minute walk from the bed and breakfast, and Nyla took it slowly, letting her professional eye catalog everything, while the rest of her simply enjoyed the walk. The road from the B&B wound through residential streets, past houses with deep front porches and flower gardens rioting with early May color, before the first storefronts appeared ahead. She reached the town square first, at the south end of Main Street. A wide, grassy space centered on a stone fountain, with wrought iron benches and old oaks casting shade over brick pathways. To the east stood a white wooden gazebo that looked recently maintained, with flower boxes at its base and a small plaque she couldn't read from the sidewalk. The gazebo had the quiet, well-loved quality of a place the community gathered around, and Nyla made a mental note to come back and read that plaque. From the square, Main Street stretched north, lined with storefronts on both sides. No chain stores, no franchise signs. Every business hand-lettered, hand-kept, individual. Nyla started walking. On her right, a bakery with a striped awning sent the smell of fresh bread into the street. A flower shop with buckets of cut stems spilling onto the sidewalk. Across the street on the left, she passed a grocery store, a tax office, and then lights, camera, dance, where music thumped faintly through the door. She crossed to Roasted Beans coffee spot, because coffee was a responsible first stop, and because a good coffee shop was usually the fastest way to take a town's temperature. The woman behind the counter was brisk and focused, with the economy of movement that came from years of practice. She had Nyla's order, a medium latte with oat milk, ready in under 2 minutes. And when Nyla complimented the speed, the woman gave a short, pleased nod. "Joanne Richards," she said. "You're the tourism consultant?" "Word travels fast. Small town, it'd be a problem if it didn't." Joanne slid the latte across the counter with something that wasn't quite a smile but was in the neighborhood. "Welcome to Sweetgum." Nyla took her coffee and continued north up Main Street. Scoop. There it is, ice cream and candy shop had a line of kids on the sidewalk out front, and the smell of waffle cones mixed with her latte steam. Nerd Central Comics and Video Game Store had a cheerful hand-painted sign and a window full of vintage comics. A man inside, whom she guessed was the owner, was setting up a tabletop game and looked up to wave as she passed. She paused at the sweet and spicy Chinese palace and studied the menu posted in the window, already planning a dinner visit. Everywhere she went, people noticed her. Not with suspicion, but with the frank, friendly curiosity of a community that kept track of its members and was interested in new ones. An older man on a bench outside Carter and Son's barbershop lifted his hat. A woman sweeping the sidewalk in front of the flower shop called out, "You must be the consultant." And then, without waiting for confirmation, "Come by any time. I've got opinions about what tourists need." Nyla laughed and promised she would. She ended up at Rochelle's old-fashioned diner for an early dinner near the north end of Main Street. The sign still bore the original name, though Nyla had read in her research notes that the founder had moved on to other ventures. The place was cozy, with booths along the windows and a counter with spinning stools. The smells coming from the kitchen were the kind that made your body decide to sit down before your mind caught up. Nyla slid into a booth and picked up the laminated menu. "Hey there." The man who appeared at her table was tall and broad-shouldered, with an easy grin and a dish towel slung over one shoulder. "I'm Malachi. You eating or just looking?" "Definitely eating." "Smart woman. The fried snapper is the move today. My wife Amy's been in the kitchen since noon working on a new batter recipe, and when she's testing something, everything comes out twice as good." He leaned in conspiratorially. "She's a perfectionist about it. Don't tell her I said that." Nyla ordered the snapper and a side of cabbage with smoked turkey, and while she waited, she opened her notebook and began sketching impressions. The town's walkability, the density of small businesses on Main Street, each one clearly locally owned, no chain stores in sight. The pride residents showed in their community, visible in the maintained storefronts, the historical plaques, the flower boxes. The natural assets she knew were out there beyond the town. The lake, the meadow, the trails she hadn't explored yet but could feel pulling at her like a promise. A woman appeared from the kitchen to deliver her plate personally, wiping her hands on her apron, her expression carrying the focused satisfaction of someone who had just produced exactly what she intended. "You're the recreation consultant," she said, setting the snapper down with care. "I'm Amy. If you put diner with exceptional snapper on the tourist map, I won't object." "I'll make a note." "She already ordered, babe," Malachi said, appearing beside her. "Stop hovering." Amy gave him a look that could have curdled milk, and also clearly meant she adored him. She retreated to the kitchen. Malachi shook his head with open affection. The snapper was extraordinary. So was the cabbage with smoked turkey. Nyla ate slowly, listening to the murmur of conversation around her. An older couple debating which azalea variety to plant this year. A group of teenagers arguing about a video game. Two women at the counter discussing the upcoming Founders' Day preparations with the seriousness of generals planning a campaign. This is real, Nyla thought, dragging a piece of snapper through the pepper sauce. This isn't a curated experience or a resort package. These people live here. They know each other. They argue about azaleas. She wanted to stay. The thought arrived with a specificity that startled her. Not stay for dinner, not stay for the summer, but stay. The word in its fullest, most permanent sense, the one that meant putting roots into soil and trusting it to hold. She set her fork down and took a breath. 3 months, contract work, professional boundaries. She knew the drill. She'd been through this before. The initial falling in love with a community, the deepening attachment over weeks, and then the drive out of town with her heart sitting heavy in her chest like a stone. She knew better than to let the first evening in a beautiful place rewrite her plans, but the snapper was really, really good, and the town felt like it was holding out its hand. Nyla paid her bill, left a generous tip, and walked back to the bed and breakfast as the sky turned from blue to violet and the streetlights along Main Street flickered on one by one, casting warm pools of gold on the sidewalk. The B&B porch was even better at night. Nyla sat in one of the rocking chairs with her phone in her hand and the sound of crickets rising from the garden below. The air had cooled just enough to feel like a kindness after the warm day, and the stars were coming out in a way that didn't happen in Savannah, where the city lights washed the sky to a pale amber. Here, the stars were sharp and numerous and very close. She called Keisha. Her oldest sister picked up on the second ring. "You got there safe?" "Hours ago. I've been exploring." "Of course you have. What's the verdict?" Nyla pulled her feet up into the chair and wrapped her free arm around her knees. "Keisha, this place is something special. Main Street is alive, like actually alive. Every business is locally owned and people know each other by name. I had snapper at the diner tonight that made me want to cry. And the bed and breakfast where I'm staying, the woman who runs it, Rochelle, she hugged me when I got out of the car. Like a real hug. I've been here 5 hours, and she's already trying to set me up with the local trail guide." Keisha's laugh came through the phone, warm and familiar. "So, it's like that." "It's like that. Okay, well, it sounds beautiful. I'm happy for you. But Nye?" "Yeah?" A pause. The kind her sister used when she was choosing between what she wanted to say and what she thought Nyla needed to hear. "Just don't fall in love with another town you have to leave." The words landed soft but precise, like a fingertip pressed against a bruise. Nyla knew Keisha meant well. Keisha had watched the pattern. She'd been there for the aftermath, both times. The hollow drive home from the Carolinas, the late-night phone call after the mountain contract fell apart. She'd watched her little sister pour herself into places that were never hers to keep. "I know," Nyla said quietly. "I know how I get." "You get wonderful. That's the problem. You give everything you have to these places, and then there's nothing left for you when you drive away." Keisha's voice was gentle, the kind of gentle that only older sisters could manage, the kind that held love and worry in the same breath. "I just want you to protect yourself a little. You can do great work without losing yourself in it." "I hear you." "Do you, though?" "I do. I promise. This is a professional engagement. 3 months, build the program, hand it off, move on. Standard consulting contract." I mean it. They talked for another 15 minutes about easier things. Keisha's kids, their mother's latest project at the community center, the ongoing family debate about where to hold their father's retirement party. By the time they hung up, the stars had thickened overhead, and the last light had drained from the sky above the tree line. Nyla stayed on the porch. She rocked slowly, the chair creaking a soft rhythm against the floorboards, and looked out at the darkness beyond the garden. Somewhere past the tree line, she knew the lake was out there, the one from the photograph in the hallway, the one she hadn't seen yet. She could almost feel it, though, a presence, large and still and patient, the way water always felt patient, as if it had been waiting for her and would keep waiting whether she came back or not. Keisha was right. She knew Keisha was right. The pattern was clear, and recognizing a pattern was supposed to be the first step toward breaking it. You don't fall in love with places you have to leave. You don't give a town your whole heart when the contract has an end date. You stay professional. You stay boundaried. You do the work, and you drive away clean. But sitting on the porch of a bed and breakfast run by a woman who hugged strangers in a town that smelled like wildflowers and fried snapper, with a dining table downstairs that someone had built with the kind of love you could feel through your palm, Nyla wondered if the pattern was really the problem, or if the problem was that she kept leaving. She rocked for a while longer, until the crickets were the only sound and the air had gone cool enough to raise goosebumps on her arms. Then she went inside, climbed the stairs, and fell asleep in a room with a handmade quilt and a window that faced the willow pond, and dreamed of nothing she would remember in the morning.
Chapter 2. The bookcase was going to be beautiful, and Ellis was the only one who needed to know that. He stood at his workbench in the early morning quiet, hand plane in his right hand, a length of walnut clamped in front of him. The wood was good stock, dense and straight-grained, the kind that cooperated if you read it right and punished you if you didn't. He set the blade and drew it forward in a long, even stroke, and a curl of wood peeled up and fell to the floor with the others, thin as paper, fragrant as earth after rain. The workshop smelled the way it always smelled, fresh-cut wood and linseed oil, and the particular dusty warmth of a building that had been soaking up Georgia sunlight for 40 years. The space was large, barn-built, with high ceilings and wide windows that let the morning in from the east. Sawdust covered the floor in a soft layer that muffled footsteps. Tools hung on pegboard along the far wall, arranged by type and size. Chisels, handsaws, marking gauges, spoke shaves. Many of them had been Arthur's. Some of them had been Arthur's father's. The handles were dark with generations of palm oil, worn to the shape of hands that no longer held them. Ellis's hands were large and calloused, the knuckles darker than his palms, the fingertips rough from years of work that no amount of sanding could smooth away. He kept his nails short and clean. He wore a plain gray t-shirt with sawdust across the front and work pants with a pencil in the side pocket. His boots were old and comfortable and left tracks in the sawdust that he never bothered sweeping until the end of the day. He drew the plane again. Another curl fell. The walnut was revealing itself beneath his hands, the grain tightening as he moved toward the edge, the color deepening from honey to chocolate where the heartwood began. He checked his work with his fingertips, reading the surface the way someone else might read a page, feeling for the ridge or roughness that meant the grain had changed direction. Smooth. He moved on. The bookcase was a commission for a family in Peachwood. 3 shelves, adjustable, built into an alcove in their living room. They'd wanted something modern and minimal, and he'd talked them into something that would actually last. Traditional joinery, no screws, a design simple enough that it wouldn't fight the room, but solid enough that their grandchildren would still be using it. The wife had looked at his portfolio on her phone and then looked at him and said, "How long?" And he'd said, 6 weeks. And she'd said, "We'll wait." He liked clients who would wait. He didn't trust the ones who wanted it fast. On the corner of the workbench, next to a jar of wood screws and a tin of beeswax, sat a framed photograph. It was small, slightly faded, and had been sitting in that exact spot for as long as Ellis could remember. In it, a boy of about 8 stood next to a tall, lean man in overalls, both of them grinning, the boy's hand resting on the arm of a rocking chair they'd just finished together. The rocking chair had taken 3 weekends. The boy had done the sanding. The man had let him believe he'd done more than that. Ellis glanced at the photograph the way he did every morning, not with sadness exactly, but with the quiet, ongoing awareness of a conversation that hadn't ended just because one person had stopped talking. "Morning," he said to it, and went back to work. He worked for 3 hours without stopping, moving between the plane and the marking gauge and the chisel with the unhurried precision of a man who had learned long ago that rushing was just a way of making mistakes you'd have to fix later. The morning light shifted across the workshop floor as the sun climbed, the angle changing the color of the sawdust from pale gold to warm amber. A mockingbird sang from the sweet gum tree outside the window, cycling through its repertoire with the tireless energy of something that had never once questioned whether it had enough to offer. By 11, the 4 panels for the bookcase sides were planed and squared, and his shoulders told him it was time to stop. The lake was a 5-minute walk from the workshop, down a path through the trees that Ellis had been walking since he was old enough to walk it alone. He carried his lunch in a paper bag. A sandwich he'd made that morning, turkey and mustard on wheat, an apple, a bottle of water. He ate the same lunch most days. He saw no reason to complicate it. The dock was small, wooden, extending maybe 20 feet over the water. Mr. Zhang was already there. He was always already there. Ellis had stopped trying to arrive first years ago. Mr. Zhang appeared at the dock the way the sun appeared in the sky, inevitably, without explanation, and slightly before you expected it. He sat in a folding chair with his fishing rod extended over the water and a small cooler beside him that contained, as far as Ellis had ever been able to determine, exactly 1 bottle of water and 1 tangerine. Ellis sat down on the dock beside the folding chair, his legs hanging over the edge, his boots nearly touching the water. He unwrapped his sandwich. "Morning," he said. Mr. Zhang nodded. They sat in silence. The lake was calm, the surface holding a perfect reflection of the tree line and the sky, so still it looked like you could step through it into an upside-down world. A dragonfly landed on the dock railing and stayed there, wings catching the light. Ellis ate his sandwich and watched the water and felt the particular kind of peace that came from sitting next to someone who didn't need you to talk. He'd been fishing with Mr. Zhang since he was 16, back when Arthur was alive and the three of them would come down here on Saturday mornings. Arthur and Mr. Zhang had been friends for decades, the kind of friendship that was built on shared labor and seasonal rhythms, and the mutual understanding that most things worth knowing didn't require discussion. After Arthur died, Ellis had kept coming. So had Mr. Zhang. Neither of them had ever suggested they stop, the same way neither of them had ever suggested they start. It was just what they did. Mr. Zhang's line went taut. He reeled in with practiced ease, a smallmouth bass, maybe a pound, dark-backed and fighting. He lifted it from the water, studied it with calm appraisal, and unhooked it gently. The fish hung in his hand for a moment, glistening, before he lowered it back into the lake and let it go. "Good one," Ellis said. Mr. Zhang nodded. He cast again, the line arcing over the water in a clean, practiced curve. Ellis finished his sandwich, ate his apple, and sat for a while longer, watching the light move across the lake. From here he could see the meadow in the distance, the sweetgum trees standing in their scattered formation, the wildflowers just beginning their spring show. He'd walked every trail that wound through those woods and along that water. He knew where the herons nested, where the deer came to drink at dusk, where the trout gathered in the deep pool beneath the old footbridge. He knew which spots caught the sunrise and which ones held the last of the evening light. He knew this land the way he knew the grain of a piece of walnut, by feel, by instinct, by years of patient attention. It was enough. It had always been enough. He thanked Mr. Zhang for the company, though Mr. Zhang would have said there was nothing to thank, and walked back to the workshop to spend the afternoon on the bookcase joinery. The knock came around 4 o'clock, just as Ellis was test-fitting a dovetail joint. He knew who it was before he opened the workshop door, because there were exactly 3 kinds of people who came to Townsend Woodworks unannounced. Clients picking up finished work, Rochelle delivering food he hadn't asked for, and town council members who needed something built, fixed, or carried. Nate stood on the gravel with his hands in his pockets and a grin that said he already knew he was about to ask a favor and fully expected to get what he wanted. He was the mayor's son and a council member himself, the kind of person who knew everyone in town by name and assumed they were happy to see him, mostly because they usually were. "Ellis? Nate." "You busy?" Ellis looked down at the dovetail joint in his hand, then back at Nate. He didn't answer, because the answer was obvious. Right. Nate waved a hand, unbothered. "I'll make it quick. The council hired a tourism consultant, outdoor recreation specialist, works with small towns to develop sustainable programming. She's here for the summer, building out a recreation plan for the lake and the trails. Guided hikes, kayak rentals, that kind of thing." Ellis set the joint on the workbench. "Okay, we need someone to show her around. The trails, the lake, the good spots. Someone who knows the land and can help her understand what we've got and what we need to protect." Nate paused. "We were hoping that would be you." Ellis wiped his hands on his work pants, slowly, giving himself time to choose words. "You want me to walk some outsider through the woods and tell her where to put the trail markers?" "That's one way to look at it. What's another way?" "We'd rather have you shaping this than someone who doesn't know the land. You know those trails better than anyone, Ellis. Better than the council, better than Parks and Rec, better than anyone alive, probably. If this recreation program is going to happen, and it is going to happen, wouldn't you rather be the one making sure it's done right?" Ellis was quiet for a long time. He looked past Nate toward the trees, where the afternoon light was slanting golden through the branches. Beyond those trees was the lake. Beyond the lake were the trails. His trails. The ones his grandfather had shown him, the ones he'd walked 1,000 times, the ones he knew in his body the way he knew the weight of a good hammer. The idea of organized groups tramping through those woods with a schedule and a brochure made something tighten in his chest. But Nate was right about one thing. The program was happening whether Ellis was involved or not. And if some consultant from somewhere else was going to draw lines on a map of his home, he'd rather be standing next to her when she did it. "When does she start?" he asked. Nate's relief was visible. She's already here. Checked into the B&B a couple days ago. Rochelle says she's nice. Rochelle thinks everyone's nice. Rochelle thinks everyone is a potential couple. There's a difference. Nate grinned. She's probably already planning your wedding. Ellis gave him a look that could have stripped paint. I'll pass along your contact information, Nate said, wisely retreating. Her name's Nyla Simmons. She'll probably reach out this week. Ellis nodded once. Nate left. The workshop was quiet again. Ellis picked up the dovetail joint and went back to work, but his hands weren't as steady as they'd been 5 minutes ago. Not because of the consultant. Because of what the consultant represented. Something new entering a space he'd spent years making small enough to feel safe. He set the joint down, picked it back up, set it down again. Then he went to the doorway and stood there, looking out toward the lake, arms crossed over his chest. The light was deepening. The mockingbird had moved on to someone else's tree. She's already here, Nate had said. Checked into the B&B a couple days ago. A couple days. She'd been in his town for a couple of days and he hadn't even noticed. Which meant either she was very quiet, which seemed unlikely for a tourism consultant, or he'd been exactly as buried in his workshop as everyone always told him he was. He went back inside. The dovetail joint was waiting. The wood, at least, never surprised him. Ellis made dinner at 6. Grilled chicken, rice, steamed broccoli. He cooked the way he built things, with efficiency and without embellishment. The kitchen in his small house was clean and spare, the counters uncluttered, the dishes washed as he went. The house sat on the same property as the workshop, set back from the road in a stand of pines, close enough to the lake that he could hear the water on quiet nights if he left the windows open. It had been Arthur's house, Arthur's property. Arthur's life, really. And Ellis had stepped into it the way you step into a pair of boots someone has already broken in. Grateful, careful, aware that the shape of it would always belong to someone else. He ate at the kitchen table, which he'd built himself the year Arthur died. It was smaller than the dining table he'd made for the B&B, simpler, built for one person who occasionally had two. He'd thought about building it larger once. When Corinne was still around, and the future had seemed like something that might include another chair, Corinne. He let the name surface and then let it pass, the way he always did, like weather. She'd been gone 5 years. She was in Charlotte now, doing well as far as he knew. They didn't keep in touch. There was nothing cruel in the silence. She'd simply looked at his life, at this town, at this quiet man in his quiet workshop, and decided it wasn't enough. She hadn't been wrong. She'd been honest. He was a man who lived in a small town and made furniture and went fishing with a man who spoke in single syllables. That was his life. That was the whole of it. She'd wanted more. He didn't blame her for that. He just wished she hadn't said it the way she had. Not enough. As if what he was, all the way down to the center of him, had been weighed and found wanting. He washed his plate, dried it, put it away. He sat on the porch with a book, a thriller he'd picked up at the Sweetgum bookstore, and read until the light was gone and the stars were out. The lake was invisible in the dark, but he could hear it, the faint, rhythmic lapping of water against the dock pilings, steady and indifferent and permanent. It sounded like breathing. It sounded like the world going on, whether you asked it to or not. An outdoor recreation consultant, here for the summer, wanted to bring tourists to his trails. He tried to picture it. Groups of strangers with hiking poles and water bottles and phones, photographing the places he went to be alone. Guided hikes on trails that had never needed a guide because the whole point was getting a little lost. Kayak rentals on a lake that had always been free. He didn't like it. He didn't like any of it. But he'd said yes, because Nate was right, and because Arthur would have said yes too. Arthur, who had never met a person he couldn't find space for. Arthur, who had built a table for Rochelle's diner and a bookshelf for the library and a display case for a comic book store, because the town asked, and you didn't say no when the town asked. Ellis closed his book, went inside, brushed his teeth, and got into bed. The sheets were cool, and the house was quiet, and the window was open to the sound of the lake. He fell asleep thinking about dovetail joints and trail markers and the particular irritation of someone disrupting a perfectly good silence. He did not think about what the consultant looked like, or whether she'd be easy to work with, or whether Rochelle had already started planning anything. He didn't think about any of that. He slept soundly, which he would later decide was the last good night's sleep he got all summer.
Chapter 3. Breakfast at the Sweetgum Meadows bed and breakfast was not a casual affair. Rochelle had laid out a spread that could have fed a small army. Scrambled eggs, turkey sausage, buttermilk biscuits with honey butter, grits with cheddar and chives, a bowl of fresh fruit, and a pitcher of orange juice that Nyla suspected had been squeezed by hand that morning because Rochelle seemed like the kind of woman who had feelings about store-bought juice. Nyla sat at the dining table with her binder open and her laptop beside her plate, trying to eat and work simultaneously. She had her trail map spread out, her preliminary notes from yesterday's walk, and a list of questions for the local guide the council was sending her to. She'd emailed him last night, a professional, friendly introduction explaining who she was and what the project involved, and asking if she could stop by his workshop this morning. He'd replied in 4 words, "Come by at 9." She'd stared at that email for longer than 4 words warranted, trying to extract tone from punctuation. Professional? Annoyed? Indifferent? It was impossible to tell. She'd written back, "Sounds great, see you then," and immediately regretted the exclamation point. "You're doing it again," Rochelle said from the kitchen doorway, drying a mixing bowl with a towel. "Doing what?" "Working through my breakfast. That's a crime in this house." "I'm eating," Nyla protested, lifting a forkful of eggs as evidence. "I'm multitasking." Multitasking is just a fancy word for not paying attention to anything properly. Rochelle set the bowl down and came to the table, peering at Nyla's maps with undisguised interest. "What are you looking at?" "Trail maps. Topographical surveys. I'm trying to get a sense of the terrain before I meet the guide today." "Ellis," Rochelle said, with the particular weight of a woman placing a card she'd been holding. "Ellis Townsend. He's who the council set up for you." The name landed in a familiar place. Nyla looked up from her maps. "Ellis Townsend, the woodworker?" Rochelle's face did something triumphant. "So you remember. You mentioned him yesterday, one of your local craftsmen." Nyla glanced down at the table beneath her binder. The same table that had stopped her in her tracks yesterday. The dark, richly grained wood, the impossible joinery, the warmth of it under her palm. "Wait, is this the same person who made this table that you're sitting at, that you put your hand on yesterday like you were touching something holy?" Rochelle pulled out a chair and sat down, settling in with the posture of a woman who had arrived at her favorite part of the story. "Yes, ma'am. Ellis Townsend. He made that table, and the bookshelves at the library, and the display case at Nerd Central. And he repaired the gazebo down at the square after the storm a few years back. He's the most talented craftsman in this town, and possibly in the state of Georgia. And he's single. And he's handsome. And you're about to spend the whole summer walking through the woods with him." Nyla closed her laptop. "Rochelle, I'm just stating facts. You're matchmaking. I'm providing context." Rochelle folded her hands on the table and fixed Nyla with a look of elaborate innocence. "You should know who you're working with. That's just professionalism." Benjamin appeared in the doorway behind his wife, caught Nyla's eye, and shook his head with the slow, affectionate resignation of a man who had given up fighting this particular battle decades ago. "He's also quiet," Rochelle continued, undeterred. "Very quiet. Don't let that throw you off. He's not being rude. That's just how he is. Takes a while to warm up, but once he does," she raised her eyebrows, "worth the wait." "I appreciate the briefing," Nyla said, aiming for diplomatic, "but I'm really just here to work with him on the recreation program." "Of course you are," Rochelle said, "and I'm just here to make breakfast." She stood, patted Nyla's shoulder, and went back to the kitchen humming something that sounded suspiciously like a love song. Nyla looked down at the table. She spread her hand flat against the wood, the way she had yesterday, and felt the same warmth, the same silk-smooth grain under her fingertips. But now the table had a name attached to it. Ellis Townsend. The man who could make wood sing had built this surface she'd been eating breakfast on, working on, resting her arms against. She'd been touching his work for 2 days without knowing it was his. She pulled her hand back and reached for her binder instead. The workshop is at the north end of Main Street, Benjamin said quietly from the doorway. Past the diner, past the last of the shops. Follow the road toward the lake. You'll see the barn. Thank you, Benjamin. He nodded. Then, with the timing of a man who chose his words carefully, he's a good man, Ellis. Don't mind the quiet. The walk to Townsend Woodworks took Nyla through the full length of Sweetgum Meadows. She'd left the B&B at 8:30, giving herself time to take it slow. The morning was warm and bright, the kind of early May day that felt like the whole state of Georgia was leaning into summer. She walked through the residential streets near the B&B, past the town square where the fountain caught the morning light, and onto Main Street. The town was waking up around her. Joanne was setting out the sandwich board at Roasted Beans. The bakery had its door propped open, sending the smell of fresh bread into the street. A woman was arranging buckets of flowers on the sidewalk in front of the flower shop, and she waved at Nyla as she passed. At Scoop, there it is. Someone was hosing down the sidewalk, and the water ran in bright streams along the curb. Nyla walked north, past the shops and the library and the bookstore, past Rochelle's old-fashioned diner, where she could see Malachi through the window, setting chairs off the tables. The storefronts thinned as she reached the north end of Main Street. The road narrowed, trees pressing in closer, and the quality of the light changed as she moved away from the commercial center and toward the lake. She could hear birds. She could smell water. Then she saw the barn. It was set back from the road on a gravel lot, large and well-maintained, with high windows and a wide sliding door that stood open to the morning. A sign hung above the entrance, hand-carved, the letters cut deep into what looked like the same rich wood as the B&B dining table. Townsend Woodworks. Beneath it, older and more weathered, a smaller sign she almost missed. A. Townsend. The original. He'd hung his sign without taking his grandfather's down. Something about that made her chest tighten, and she hadn't even met him yet. She stepped onto the gravel, adjusted her binder under her arm, and walked toward the open door. The workshop was flooded with morning light. Sawdust drifted in the air like pollen. The smell hit her first. Fresh-cut wood, linseed oil, the warm dust of a space that had been absorbing sunlight and labor for decades. Tools hung along the far wall on pegboard, organized with the kind of precision that spoke of habit rather than fussiness. Workbenches lined both sides of the room, covered in clamps and measuring tools and pieces of wood in various stages of becoming something. He was standing at the far workbench, his back to her, running a hand plane along a piece of walnut. She saw him in pieces, the way you see someone when you don't know yet that they're going to matter. The shoulders first, broad and solid, the kind of build that came from work, not a gym. A worn t-shirt, dark gray, pulled slightly across the back as his arms moved with the plane. Then the arms themselves, the dark brown skin dusted with sawdust, the muscles in his forearms shifting beneath the surface with each controlled stroke. His hands on the plane, large and sure, guiding the blade with the steady rhythm of someone who could do this in his sleep but chose not to. A curl of wood peeled up from the surface and fell to the floor, and the whole motion, the draw, the release, the quiet fall, had a grace to it that made her forget she was standing in a doorway holding a binder. He hadn't heard her come in, or he had, and he was finishing what he was doing, which amounted to the same thing. She stood in the doorway and watched him work for a few seconds longer than was strictly professional. Something about the patience in his hands, the deliberate way he let the blade do the work instead of forcing it, made her pulse do something strange and unhelpful. She filed the way his forearms moved under the category of craftsmanship observation, relevant to the project, and moved on to the fact that her mouth had gone slightly dry, which she filed under the walk was longer than expected. Drink more water. Good morning, she said. He turned. The face matched the rest of him, angular, strong, serious. A broad forehead, a jaw that could have been cut from the wood he worked with, a short, neatly trimmed beard that followed its line. His brow was prominent, giving his neutral expression the weight of deep concentration, and beneath it his eyes were dark and direct and immediately, completely focused on her. The full force of his attention was a physical thing. She felt it land on her like sunlight through a magnifying glass, a single bright point of focus that made the air between them feel suddenly specific. She was used to being the one who gave attention. She was not used to being on the receiving end of attention, this thorough, this undivided, from a man covered in sawdust who hadn't said a word. "Nyla Simmons," she said, and was privately annoyed that her voice came out slightly different than she'd intended. Softer. "We emailed. I know who you are." He set the handplane down on the workbench. His voice was low and unhurried, the kind of voice that moved through a room the way his hands moved over wood, with weight, with intention, with no interest in rushing. She felt it somewhere behind her ribs. "You're early." She glanced at her phone. It was 8:52. "I'm actually early," he repeated, not unkindly, just as a fact, delivered in that voice that she was going to have to find a way to stop noticing. He wiped his hands on a rag and came toward her, and she recalibrated her assessment of his height. He was taller than she'd estimated from across the workshop, not towering, but substantial. The kind of tall that made her aware of her own height, her own body in space, in a way she wasn't used to. He stopped about 3 feet away, and even from there, she could smell sawdust and linseed oil and something warm underneath that was just him. "Ellis Townsend," he said, and did not extend his hand. She extended hers anyway, because she was Nyla Simmons and she didn't know how to enter a room without offering a handshake, and after a beat, he took it. His palm was rough with calluses, warm from the work, and his grip was firm without being performative. His hand engulfed hers, and the contact, 2 seconds, maybe 3, sent a line of heat from her palm straight up her arm to a place she was not going to think about. She felt the press of each finger, the roughness of his palm, the careful way he held her hand like something that required the same precision he gave his woodwork. "It's great to meet you," she said, releasing his hand. Her palm was still warm. She resisted the urge to close her fingers around the ghost of the contact. "I really appreciate you agreeing to help with this project. The council speaks very highly of your knowledge of the area." He nodded once. That appeared to be his response. She opened her binder. "So I've done some preliminary research on the lake and the trail system, and I have some initial ideas for the recreation program that I'd love to walk through with you. I'm envisioning a combination of guided hikes, potentially kayak rentals, a trail map system with difficulty ratings, and activity calendars tied to the summer festivals. The goal is sustainable tourism that brings visitors in without overwhelming the community's character." She looked up from her notes. He was watching her with an expression she couldn't read. Not hostile, not interested, not bored. Just watching, the way you'd watch a storm approach from a distance, assessing whether it required action. "What do you think?" she asked. "I think you've been here 3 days." She blinked. "Yes, and you already know what the town needs." The words were flat, but they had edges. She straightened. "I know what the council hired me to do. And I know that a town with assets like yours has an opportunity to build something sustainable that supports the local economy without compromising what makes this place special." She delivered this with the calm authority she'd developed over years of presenting to resort boards and skeptical town councils. It usually worked. He seemed unmoved. He leaned against the workbench, arms crossed over his chest, and looked at her with that level, unreadable gaze. "The trails aren't assets," he said. "They're trails." She opened her mouth to respond and then closed it, because there was something underneath the words that wasn't dismissiveness. It was protectiveness. He wasn't being difficult. He was being a man who loved a place and didn't trust the woman who'd arrived with a binder full of plans to change it. She'd seen this before. In the mountains, it had made her defensive. Here, looking at the set of his jaw and the way his hand had come to rest on the workbench behind him, fingers touching the wood the way you'd touch something you were afraid of losing, it made her want to slow down. "You're right," she said. "I'm sorry. I came in too hot." Something shifted in his expression. Not much, a fraction of a degree, like a door moving from locked to merely closed. He'd expected her to argue. She hadn't. "Can we start over?" she asked. "I'm Nyla. I'm here for the summer. I want to learn about this place before I make any plans, and the council says you're the person who knows it best. Would you be willing to show me? He studied her. It went on long enough that she had to resist the urge to fill the silence with more words, more explanations, more professional patter. She held still and let him look, and the effort of not talking was almost physical. Tomorrow, he said, 7 a.m. main trailhead, north side of the lake. His gaze dropped briefly to her feet. She was wearing canvas sneakers, fine for a walk through town, not fine for a trail. The gaze was quick, assessing, and completely impersonal, and it still managed to make her aware of every inch of space between her shoes and her face. Wear real boots. I have real boots. We'll see. That might have been humor. The corner of his mouth did something that wasn't quite a lift, but was in the neighborhood of one, and the almost smile changed his face so completely that she lost her train of thought for a full second. The seriousness cracked, just barely, and underneath it was warmth, and then the crack sealed shut and his face was unreadable again. She made a note on her pad, more to give her hands something to do than because she needed to write down the time. And as she shifted the binder, it slipped and knocked against a jar of wood screws on the nearest workbench. Before she could reach for it, his hand was there, steadying the jar, catching a screw that had bounced out and dropping it back in with a quiet clink. His hand had moved fast and sure, the kind of reflex that came from years of keeping things from falling in a workshop full of sharp edges, and he did it without comment, without looking at her, as if it were no more remarkable than breathing. She picked up her binder. His hand was still near the jar, inches from where hers had been. As she straightened, her gaze traveled past him to the back of the workshop. The table. It was behind his primary workbench, standing on its own, clearly not finished, but already breathtaking. A large dining table, the wood lighter than the one at the B&B, with a warm honey tone that caught the window light and seemed to glow from inside. The legs were turned, elegant, and the surface, though unfinished, was already smooth enough that she could see the grain pattern from 10 feet away, a long, flowing figure that looked like water frozen in wood. She walked toward it before she could stop herself. "Did you make this?" "Yes." She set her binder down on the nearest workbench and went to the table. Up close, it was even more extraordinary. The joinery at the corners was tight and precise, the kind of work that required not just skill, but patience, the willingness to shave a fraction of a millimeter at a time until the fit was perfect. She could see where the grain had been carefully matched across the joint, so the pattern flowed unbroken from one piece to the next. She laid her hand on the surface, the way she had with the B&B table 2 days ago. The wood was cool this time, unwarmed by sun, but the smoothness was the same, alive under her fingers. She could feel the fine grain, the subtle variations in texture, the places where the wood was denser, and the places where it gave. "The grain matching on this joint," she said, tracing the line where 2 boards met. "You matched the figure across the seam. That's cathedral grain, isn't it? You'd have to cut these from the same log to get this kind of continuity." He was beside her before she registered him moving, not touching her, not crowding her, just there, close enough that she could feel the warmth coming off his body in the cool workshop air. He reached past her and ran his fingertips along the joint she'd been tracing, and for a moment both their hands were on the same surface, inches apart, and the table might as well have been electrified. "Same tree," he said quietly, and his voice was different now, not guarded, not clipped, soft, the way you speak about something you love. "A sweet gum that came down in a storm 2 miles from here. I milled it myself, waited 8 months for it to season." He traced the grain with his index finger, and she watched his hand the way she hadn't been able to stop watching his hands since she walked in. "You let the wood tell you where it wants to be joined. You don't force it. You just pay attention until it shows you." She looked up. He was closer than she'd realized, close enough that she could see the fine grain of his beard along his jaw, the individual lashes framing those dark, focused eyes. He wasn't looking at the table anymore. He was looking at her, and the startled openness on his face was like watching a locked room briefly flood with light. His eyes moved from hers to her hand on the wood and back, and in that half-second, she saw something she had no name for and no defense against. Then he stepped back, picked up the hand plane again, though he didn't use it. The distance returned to his face like a door swinging shut. "Same log," he said, and his voice was careful again, controlled. "Sweetgum, sourced about 2 miles from here." He'd already said that. He didn't seem to realize it. She decided not to point it out. "It's extraordinary." She meant it. She lifted her hand from the table and noticed, the same way she'd noticed at the B&B, the warmth lingering on her palm. But this time the warmth was different, because this time she'd felt his warmth beside her, close enough to lean into, and the table's memory and his memory were tangled together on her skin. She picked up her binder. The workshop felt smaller than it had 5 minutes ago. "So," she said, with a brightness she manufactured on the spot. "Tomorrow, 7 a.m. Real boots." "Real boots," he confirmed. He had turned back to the workbench and was looking at the hand plane in his hands as if he'd forgotten what it was for. "I'll be there." She headed for the door, then stopped and turned. "And Ellis, thank you for agreeing to this. I know the council asked, but you didn't have to say yes." He glanced up. Their eyes met across the length of the workshop, and the morning light was between them, full of sawdust and silence. And his face did the thing again, the door opening one bare fraction before swinging shut. "The town asked," he said. "You don't say no when the town asks." She nodded. She turned. She walked out of the barn and onto the gravel and back toward the road, and she did not look back, because if she looked back, she'd be admitting that she wanted to, and she wasn't ready to admit that yet. She made it halfway down Main Street before she pulled out her phone. "The guide they assigned me barely speaks," she texted Keisha. 4 words in his longest sentence. "This is going to be a long summer." Keisha replied in seconds. "Is he cute?" Nyla typed, "That's not relevant," and then deleted it. She typed, "He's a woodworker. He makes incredible furniture," and then deleted that too, because it wasn't an answer to the question, and they both knew it. She typed, "I'll keep you posted," and put her phone away. She walked back to the B&B in the late morning warmth, past the shops she was starting to recognize, past the fountain in the town square, past the flower shop where the same woman waved again. She was thinking about the recreation program and the trail walk tomorrow and the appropriate professional footwear and the topographical surveys she still needed to review. She was not thinking about the way his voice had dropped when he talked about the sweetgum tree, soft and private, as if he were telling her a secret. She was not thinking about the roughness of his palm when he'd shaken her hand, or the heat that had traveled up her arm from the contact, or the fact that she could still feel the shape of his grip if she closed her fingers. She was not thinking about the warmth of him standing beside her at the table, close enough to lean into, or the way he'd steadied the jar of screws before she even knew it was falling, fast and sure and without a word. She was definitely not thinking about the almost smile, the crack in the seriousness, the glimpse of warmth underneath that had lasted 1 second, maybe less, and had rearranged something fundamental in her understanding of his face. She was not thinking about his hands. She was not thinking about his hands. She was thinking about boots. That was all.
Chapter 4. She was on time. He'd give her that. Ellis arrived at the main trailhead at 6:50 because he'd been awake since 5, and the alternative was standing in his kitchen drinking coffee and thinking about the fact that he was about to spend the morning walking through the woods with a woman whose handshake he could still feel 2 days later. He'd chosen the trailhead. Better to wait in the open air where there was enough space to breathe. He leaned against the wooden trail marker, arms crossed, watching the road that came up from Main Street. The morning was cool and pale, the sun not yet high enough to clear the tree line. Mist hung over the lake in thin silver layers. He could hear a woodpecker somewhere in the pines and the lazy lap of water against the dock. It was his favorite hour, the one that belonged to the birds and the water and whoever was patient enough to be awake for it. At 6:58, he saw her coming up the road. She walked the way she talked, with her whole body, arms swinging, stride long and purposeful, a day pack on her shoulders and a water bottle in one hand. She'd pulled her twists up and back off her face and neck, and the change in hairstyle did something to the line of her jaw that he noticed and then deliberately stopped noticing. She was wearing hiking pants, a fitted long-sleeve shirt, and boots. Real boots. Broken in, properly laced, with the kind of sole tread that said they'd seen actual dirt. Not fashion boots. Not brand new. Trail boots that belonged to someone who used them. Something in his chest loosened, very slightly. He tightened it back up. "Good morning," she said, arriving at the trailhead with a brightness that should have been illegal before 7 a.m. She had a notebook tucked under her arm and a camera hanging from her neck and about 10 times more energy than any human being had a right to at this hour. Beautiful morning for it. "It's always a good morning on the trail," he said, which was the most words he'd strung together in her presence and about 4 more than he'd intended. "That's almost poetic." She smiled at him, wide and genuine, and her face, which was already the kind of face that pulled your attention whether you wanted to give it or not, became something he had to look away from. He turned toward the trail. "This way," he said. They started north along the lake trail, the main path that looped through the forest above the water. The trail was wide enough for 2 at the start, packed earth with roots crossing it like veins. He set a moderate pace, expecting her to flag or fall behind. She didn't. She walked beside him, matching his stride, and she talked. Lord, did she talk. "What kind of trees are these? Are those all loblolly pines or are some of them shortleaf? They look different at the crown. How old would you say this growth is? Is there any old growth left closer to the lake? Oh, look at that fungus. Is that turkey tail? What's the elevation change on this trail? Does it flood here after heavy rain? I noticed some erosion on the approach. Is that recent?" He answered each question in as few words as possible. Loblolly mostly. 50, 60 years. Some, yes. About 200 feet. Sometimes. She wrote down every answer in her notebook, which she managed to do while walking, which he found both impressive and slightly alarming. She asked about the soil. She asked about the drainage patterns. She asked about the bird species. She asked about the seasonal changes. She asked about the history of the trail, who'd built it, when, whether it was maintained by the town or by volunteers. She asked about the lake's water source, the fish population, the algae levels in summer. Every question was smart. Every question showed she'd done her research. And every question came with the kind of rapid, energetic delivery that made his head feel like it was being pelted with bright, well-intentioned tennis balls. He answered. He walked. He did not look at the way the early light fell across her skin when they passed through a gap in the canopy. He did not notice how her twists, pulled back from her face, exposed the full line of her neck, or how that neck turned when she heard a bird call, tilting with a curiosity that seemed to live in her body as much as her mind. He did not notice the way her fingers moved when she wrote, long and quick and graceful, or the way she held her pen between her teeth when she needed both hands to navigate a rocky section of trail, or the way she said, "oh," when she saw something that surprised her, a soft, involuntary sound that he felt in a place he was trying very hard to keep closed. He noticed all of it. He pretended he didn't. "You don't talk much, do you?" she said, about 20 minutes in. Not unkindly, more like a naturalist observing a species she hadn't encountered before. "I talk when there's something to say." "What if there's always something to say?" He glanced at her. She was smiling, not the professional smile, not the bright one she used when she was working a room, something looser, amused. She was teasing him, and the realization that he was being teased gently, without malice, by a woman who moved through the world like a beam of light, made something shift in his chest that he immediately relocated to the category of mild annoyance. Source: insufficient coffee. "Then I'd never get anything done," he said. She laughed. The sound scattered through the trees like birdsong, bright and uncontained, and 2 things happened simultaneously. A blue jay startled off a branch overhead, and his hands, which were hanging at his sides, closed into loose fists and then opened again. He walked faster. She kept up. 40 minutes in, they reached the bend. He'd been walking this trail since he was 8 years old, and he still slowed at this spot, every single time. The canopy opened here, the pines giving way to a break in the trees where the trail curved along a low ridge, and the lake appeared below them, visible for the first time since the trailhead. This morning the water was catching the early sun at just the right angle, and the entire surface had gone gold. Not reflected gold. Not sunlight bouncing off water, but something deeper, as if the lake itself were producing light from somewhere underneath. The mist hadn't fully burned off, and it hung in wisps over the gold, and the sweet gum trees on the far bank were dark against the brightness, their silhouettes sharp and still. He'd seen this view 1,000 times. He slowed anyway. Some things were worth slowing for, no matter how well you knew them. Nyla stopped talking. The silence was so sudden and so complete that he thought, for one disoriented second, that something was wrong. He turned to look at her. She was standing at the edge of the trail, completely still. Her notebook was in one hand, her pen in the other, and both had dropped to her sides as if she'd forgotten she was holding them. She wasn't reaching for her camera. She wasn't taking notes. She was just standing there, looking at the lake, and the expression on her face was one he recognized because he'd felt it on his own face 1,000 times. The particular stillness of someone who was in the presence of something they knew they couldn't capture and had stopped trying. The morning light was on her. It caught the deep brown of her skin and turned it luminous, warm and golden, as if she were absorbing the same light the lake was producing. The line of her jaw, the curve of her throat where it met her collarbone, the way her lips had parted slightly, breathing in the view. He studied her profile without meaning to, the way he studied a piece of wood before the first cut, reading the grain, looking for the thing that made it singular. She said, quietly, almost to herself, "You can't put this on a brochure. It would be dishonest. It's too alive." Everything he thought he knew about her rearranged itself. That wasn't something a tourism consultant said. That wasn't someone cataloging assets for a presentation. That was someone who understood that some beautiful things were diminished by the attempt to share them. That the best you could do was stand in front of them and be honest about what they made you feel. He looked away before she could turn and catch him looking. He stared at the trail marker as if it were the most fascinating thing he'd ever seen. His pulse was doing something it had no business doing on a flat section of trail. "The light's best here in the morning," he said, and his voice came out rougher than he wanted. "About an hour after sunrise, depending on the season, the mist helps." She turned to him, and her eyes were bright, full of the kind of unguarded feeling that he associated with people who hadn't yet learned to protect themselves from the things they loved. "Do you come here often?" "Every day I can." "I can see why." They stood there for a moment at the bend, with the gold lake below them, and the mist dissolving in the warming air, and the silence between them was different from any silence they'd shared before. It wasn't the awkward silence of two people who didn't know what to say. It was the full silence of two people who were looking at the same thing and feeling the same thing and didn't need to name it. He didn't know how long they stood there. Long enough for the light to shift, the gold deepening as the sun climbed. Long enough for him to become aware that she was close enough that he could smell her, something clean and faintly sweet, like coconut, mixed with the trail dust and the pine air. Long enough for the quiet to become something that felt alarmingly like intimacy. He cleared his throat. "We should keep moving. Trail loops back in about a mile." She nodded, picked up her notebook, and they walked on. The walk back was different. She still asked questions, but fewer of them, and with more space between. She stopped to look at things more often, really look the way she'd looked at the lake. A cluster of wildflowers growing in a mossy patch between rocks, a woodpecker hole in a dead pine, perfectly round, the way the light came through the canopy in long, slanting shafts that made the air look solid. He found himself slowing to let her look, and then found himself looking at what she was looking at, and seeing it slightly different than he had before. Not better, just from a different angle. The angle of someone seeing it for the first time. She asked about his grandfather about 10 minutes from the trailhead. Not the way people usually asked, with the careful, sympathetic tone that made him want to close a door. Just casually, as if it were part of the same conversation they'd been having about the trail. "Rochelle mentioned you learned all this from your grandfather." He knew these woods better than anyone. "How long did he live here?" "His whole life. Built the workshop. Built the house I live in. Knew every tree on this trail by sight." He paused. He hadn't meant to say that much. The words had come out the way wood shavings came off a plane, pulled by a force he hadn't quite controlled. She didn't push. She didn't say she was sorry for his loss, or ask how long ago he'd passed, or do any of the things that people did when they learned you were carrying a dead man's name on your workshop sign. She just nodded, as if what he'd said was enough, and they walked the last 10 minutes in something approaching comfortable silence. It was the most comfortable silence he'd had with someone who wasn't Mr. Zhang in longer than he could remember. They were walking closer together than they had on the way out. He noticed this the way he noticed grain changes in a piece of wood, involuntarily, precisely, with an awareness that extended beyond his conscious attention. The space between their arms was maybe 4 inches. She hadn't moved closer. Neither had he. The distance had simply narrowed on its own, the way water finds its level, and he was aware of every inch of it. 4 inches of warm morning air between his arm and hers. He could close it by shifting his weight. He didn't. At the trailhead, she turned to face him. The sun was fully up now, angling through the pines, and her face was half in light and half in shadow, and every part of it was a problem he didn't know how to solve. "Thank you," she said. "I mean it. That was—" She searched for the word, and he watched her search for it, her eyes moving over the trees and the trail as if the right word might be hanging from a branch. Important. That felt important. She smiled at him. Not the bright professional smile, not the sunshine grin she'd turned on Nate or the council or half the town. Something softer, quieter, meant only for the space between the two of them. It did something to her face that he was completely unprepared for. It made her look like she was letting him see something she didn't show everyone. And the trust in it, the openness, hit him like a hand against his chest. He held the smile for 1 beat too long. He knew he was holding it too long. He couldn't look away. "I'll have the first section of my proposal ready by the council meeting next week," she said, and the professional Nyla was back, binder tucked under her arm, posture straightening. But the soft smile lingered at the corners of her mouth like a secret she'd left for him to find. "Same time Friday, I'd like to see the East Trail." "Friday works. I'll bring real boots." She said it with her chin lifted, daring him, and there was the teasing again, and his hands did the fist and open thing again, and he put them in his pockets before she could see. "You did all right today," he said. He hadn't planned to say it. It was, by his standards, a standing ovation. Her face lit up, and he had to turn away from it because the alternative was standing there indefinitely, memorizing the way her eyes changed when she was pleased, cataloging the way happiness moved across her features, the way morning light moved across the lake. "See you Friday, Ellis," she said. "Friday," he said to the trail marker, because he was not looking at her anymore. He heard her boots on the gravel, then the softer sound of her footsteps on the road heading back toward Main Street. He didn't watch her go. He stood at the trailhead with his hands in his pockets and looked at the trees, which had done nothing wrong and demanded nothing from him, and were exactly the same as they'd been an hour ago. Except they weren't. The light had shifted. The trail was the same trail, but it had a different quality now. The way a room has a different quality after someone has been in it. The way a piece of wood holds the warmth of the hand that worked it. She had noticed the bend. She had stopped at the bend. She had stood in the golden light and said the thing about it being too alive, the thing he had thought 100 times and never said to anyone, and she had said it like it was obvious, like anyone would feel it, and she had no idea that no one else did. No one else stopped there. Not like that. Not with their whole body. His pulse was elevated. It wasn't from the hike. He knew it wasn't from the hike. He walked back to the workshop and stood at his workbench and looked at the peachwood bookcase and the sweetgum table and all the familiar tools in their familiar places, and felt, for the first time in years, that the room was not quite enough to hold what he was feeling. He picked up the hand plane. He started working. He didn't think about the way the light had caught her skin. He didn't think about the 4 inches of air between their arms. He didn't think about the soft smile that was meant only for him, or the way she'd tilted her chin, or the sound of her laugh scattering through the trees like a bird startled into flight. He worked until his shoulders ached and the light through the windows had moved from east to west. And when he finally stopped, the bookcase panels were the smoothest things he'd ever made, and he couldn't remember planning a single one of them.
Chapter 5. Nyla had given 53 presentations in her professional career, and she had never once lost her place mid-sentence. She'd presented to resort boards in Atlanta with 7-figure budgets on the line. She'd pitched to skeptical town councils who'd already decided they didn't want what she was selling. She'd walked into rooms full of people who thought she was too young, too enthusiastic, too everything. And she'd won them over with preparation and clarity, and the kind of calm authority that you either had or you didn't. She had it. She'd always had it. It was one of the few things about herself she'd never doubted. So she could not explain why. In the middle of her recreation plan presentation to the Sweetgum Meadows Town Council, she glanced at Ellis Townsend and forgot what she was saying. The morning had started well. She'd been working on the presentation for 3 days, refining it at the dining table, his table, don't think about that, while Rochelle brought her tea and unsolicited commentary, and Benjamin passed through periodically with the quiet, steadying presence of a man who understood that some people needed space to think. The proposal was strong. She was proud of it. Guided hike schedules for 3 difficulty levels, a kayak rental program based at the lake with seasonal pricing, a trail map system with clear signage and difficulty ratings, and an activity calendar coordinated with Sweetgum's existing festivals. She'd incorporated real data from her trail walks with Ellis, elevation changes, trail widths, capacity estimates based on the terrain she'd actually walked, rather than the topographical surveys she'd studied on paper. She'd mapped the spots where the views were strongest, where the footing was trickiest, where beginners might need rest stops. She'd done the work, and it showed. Rochelle had peered at the final version over lunch, studying the trail map with the intensity of a woman who had opinions about everything and the confidence to share them. "This is good," Rochelle said, which from her was practically a medal of honor. "You've put real thought into this. I like the festival tie-ins." "Thank you." "Ellis is going to be at this meeting, you know." Nyla looked up from her notes. "I assumed he would be. Just making sure you're prepared." "I'm always prepared." Rochelle gave her a look that had nothing to do with the presentation and everything to do with the particular way Nyla's voice changed when she said the name Ellis, which Nyla refused to acknowledge was a thing that happened. "I mean prepared for your presentation," Rochelle clarified, with a smile that said she meant nothing of the sort. The council meeting was held at Town Hall, a brick building on the east side of town with high windows and the particular acoustic quality of a room that had hosted a century of arguments about zoning and festival budgets. The council members sat at a long table at the front, with rows of folding chairs for the public. Maybe 30 people had come, which in a town this size meant the whole community had an opinion. Nyla sat up at the front of the room with her laptop, her maps, and her handouts. She wore the navy blazer she'd packed for exactly this occasion, the one that said, "I'm professional but approachable. I take your town seriously, and I didn't come here to waste your time." She'd learned early in her career that the right blazer could do half the work of a good opening statement. She spotted Ellis as the room filled. He was standing against the back wall, arms crossed in a clean button-down shirt she hadn't seen before. He'd traded his workshop boots for something less dusty. And the effect of Ellis Townsend, dressed up, even slightly, was something she processed and then immediately set aside with the focus of a woman who was about to give a very important presentation. The button-down was dark blue. It fit him well across the shoulders. The sleeves were rolled to the forearm. She set all of this aside. She began. The presentation was good. She knew it was good because she'd built it to be good, and because the council members were leaning forward, nodding, asking the kinds of questions that meant they were engaged rather than merely polite. She walked them through the trail system, the difficulty ratings, the capacity estimates. She showed them the kayak rental model and the projected economic impact. She presented the festival tie-ins, how the recreation program could layer with Founders Day and the Juneteenth celebration and the July 4th activities to create a summer-long experience that drew visitors without overwhelming the town. She was hitting her stride, confident, clear, making eye contact with each council member in turn, when she made the mistake of making eye contact with Ellis. He was watching her from the back wall with the same focused, undivided attention he'd given her in his workshop. Arms still crossed, face still unreadable. But his eyes were locked on her, steady and dark and intent, and when her gaze met his, the contact was like touching a live wire. She lost her place. Just for a second. A half second, really. A tiny hitch in her rhythm, a single beat of silence where a word should have been, and then she recovered and kept going as if nothing had happened. No one in the room seemed to notice. But Ellis noticed. She saw it in the barely perceptible shift at the corner of his mouth. Not quite a smile, not quite satisfaction, but an awareness that something had just passed between them, and he'd been the cause of it. She was furious with herself for the rest of the presentation. She channeled the fury into precision, and the final 10 minutes were the sharpest, most polished work she'd ever delivered. She referenced the specific spots she'd seen on her trail walks: the bend where the canopy opened, the quiet cove on the lake, the ridge trail with its long views. She spoke about them with genuine feeling, because she had genuinely felt them. And she watched several council members sit up straighter when they heard her describe their home with the specificity of someone who had actually paid attention. She didn't look at Ellis again. She didn't need to. She could feel his gaze on her, like a hand on the back of her neck. When she finished, the council chair thanked her and opened the floor for comment. 3 council members asked logistical questions, which she handled easily. A local business owner asked about the economic timeline. A woman from the Historical Society asked how the program would interact with the town's heritage sites. Then Ellis spoke. He didn't raise his hand. He didn't step forward. He simply spoke from the back wall, his voice carrying through the room the way it carried through his workshop. Low, steady, impossible to ignore. The trails along the North Ridge are narrow, 12 feet at the widest, some sections less than 6. You're proposing guided groups of 8 to 10. That's erosion waiting to happen. He paused. The East Trail runs along the nesting area for the great blue herons. Guided hikes during breeding season would disturb them. The kayak launch point you've mapped is adjacent to the quietest section of the lake. Motorized rentals would change the sound profile of the entire North Shore. Every point was specific. Every point was valid. Every point was delivered with the quiet, controlled authority of a man who knew exactly what he was talking about because he'd spent his whole life learning it. Nyla stood at the front of the room and felt 2 things simultaneously: irritation that he was poking holes in her work, and a deep, reluctant respect for the precision of his objections. He wasn't being hostile. He wasn't dismissing the program. He was being a man who loved a place and wanted to make sure the person proposing to change it understood what was at stake. She'd encountered resistance before. In the Carolinas, it had been territorial and vague. In the mountains, it had been personal and suspicious. This was neither. This was a man who had specific, evidence-based concerns delivered without ego or malice. And it was, irritatingly, the most attractive thing she'd ever seen in a public meeting. She responded to each point with care. She acknowledged the erosion risk and proposed trail width assessments before any guided hikes launched. She thanked him for the heron nesting information and said she'd adjust the East Trail schedule. She clarified that the kayak rentals would be non-motorized, paddle only, which she'd intended from the beginning but hadn't made explicit in the presentation. "I appreciate the feedback," she said, looking directly at him for the first time since the live wire moment. "These are exactly the kinds of local insights the program needs." He held her gaze. Something moved behind his eyes, something that might have been surprised that she'd listened rather than defended. He gave a single nod. The meeting adjourned. People milled, chatted, approached Nyla with compliments and questions. She answered them all with warmth and patience, while tracking in her peripheral vision the precise location of a man in a dark blue button-down who was making his way toward the door. She caught him on the sidewalk outside Town Hall. The evening had cooled, the sky going soft and purple over the rooftops, and the streetlights along the adjacent block were beginning to flicker on. He was walking toward Main Street with the unhurried stride of a man who had said what he needed to say and was finished with the social portion of the evening. Ellis? He stopped, turned. They were standing about 5 feet apart on the sidewalk, and the evening air between them felt like it had weight. Your points in there were valid, she said. All of them. I know. She almost laughed. I was going to follow that with but. I figured. But sustainable tourism and preservation aren't mutually exclusive. They can't be, not for a town like this. Sweetgum's natural assets. She caught herself. The trails and the lake, they're the reason people would come here. If we don't protect them, there's nothing to build a program around. I get that. I'm not trying to turn this place into a theme park. People always say that. His voice was quiet, not angry, but carrying the weight of a man who had watched the world make promises it didn't keep. Until the revenue starts coming in and the numbers look good and someone suggests just one more trail, just one more launch point, just one more guided group, and then the quiet is gone and you can't get it back. They were closer together than they'd been a moment ago. She didn't remember either of them stepping forward, but the 5 feet had become 3, and she could smell the sawdust and linseed oil that clung to him even in a button-down, and underneath it something clean and warm that was just his skin. The evening air moved between them like something tangible. I hear you, she said. I do. And I promise you that if this program moves forward, it will have safeguards built in, capacity limits, seasonal closures, protected zones. I'm not going to let this town's character get swallowed by its own success. He studied her face. The streetlight had come on above them, casting everything in warm amber, and his eyes in that light were not quite as guarded as they'd been in the meeting room. She was close enough to see the fine grain of his beard, the set of his jaw, the way a muscle moved in his cheek when he was processing something he hadn't expected. You actually believe that, he said. Not a question. I actually do. The silence stretched. She was aware of her own breathing, of his, of the space between them that felt charged and specific. She stepped back. Not because she wanted to, because the alternative was standing on a sidewalk in the May evening, 3 feet from a man who smelled like his workshop, and admitting that the tightness in her chest had nothing to do with professional disagreement. He noticed her step back. She saw him notice it, the way his gaze tracked the movement, the way his expression closed by one precise degree. I'll have a revised draft by Friday, she said, with your feedback incorporated. You don't have to do that. I know, but you were right, and I'd rather build the program with your concerns addressed than fight about them later. Something crossed his face that she was beginning to recognize. The door opening, just barely, just for a moment, before the lock engaged. All right, he said. Good night, Ellis. Good night. She turned and walked toward the B&B, and she could feel his gaze on her back for half a block before it lifted. She didn't turn around. She thought about turning around. She kept walking. That night, she sat at the dining table, his table, stop it, with her laptop open and revised the entire recreation plan. She adjusted the North Ridge Trail capacity from 10 to 6. She moved the East Trail guided hikes to late summer after nesting season. She added a protected zones section with specific areas marked for limited or no access. She built in quarterly environmental impact assessments. She created a community feedback mechanism so residents could flag concerns in real time. The revisions took 3 hours. They made the plan better, significantly better, and she knew they would, because every one of his concerns had been the concern of someone who understood the terrain at a level she was only beginning to approach. She didn't tell him she'd done this. He'd see it in the next draft. But as she closed her laptop and sat in the quiet of the B&B dining room, running her fingers absently along the grain of the table he'd built, she caught herself wondering what his face would look like when he read the changes. Whether the door would open, just a fraction. Whether he'd nod, the way he did when something surprised him. Whether she'd get to see the shift in his expression, the one that changed his face from guarded to something warm and startled and human. She told herself this was professional curiosity. She told herself she wanted his approval because his knowledge of the terrain was invaluable and his buy-in would strengthen the program. She told herself a lot of things, sitting at his table in the dark. She believed approximately none of them.
Chapter 6. Rochelle arrived at the workshop at 9 in the morning with a basket of blueberry muffins and the expression of a woman who had already won an argument that hadn't started yet. Ellis saw her coming up the gravel from the road, her braids wrapped in a bright yellow head wrap, her stride purposeful, and he knew, with the certainty of a man who had been outmaneuvered by Rochelle Walters many times before, that whatever she wanted, he was going to end up doing it. "Morning, baby," she said, breezing into the workshop and setting the basket on his workbench as if she owned the surface. "I brought muffins. Don't worry, I didn't use that new recipe. These are the good ones." "Thank you." He eyed the basket. When Rochelle brought baked goods to the workshop, it meant she needed something built, fixed, or carried. When she brought the good muffins, it meant she needed something he wasn't going to want to do. So, she leaned against the workbench, arms folded, surveying the workshop with the satisfied air of a woman taking inventory of someone else's kingdom. "How's the recreation program going?" "Fine." How's Nyla doing? She settling in okay?" "She seems competent." "Competent." Rochelle repeated the word as if she'd bitten into something sour. "The girl is brilliant, Ellis. She revised that whole proposal after the council meeting, incorporated every one of your comments. Did she tell you that?" She hadn't, actually. He'd received the updated draft by email 2 days ago and had read it at his kitchen table with his coffee going cold, turning pages with a feeling he couldn't quite name. Every concern he'd raised was addressed. Not dismissed, not argued around, but genuinely integrated into the plan. Trail capacity reduced on the narrow sections. Heron nesting season protected. The kayak program redesigned as paddle-only, with a launch point relocated away from the quiet coves. She'd listened. She'd actually listened. He'd been turning that fact over in his mind for 2 days, examining it from every angle the way he'd examine a piece of wood for hidden flaws, looking for the catch. He hadn't found one yet. "She mentioned it," he said, which was a lie, but a small one. "Good, so here's the thing." Rochelle picked up a muffin and handed it to him in a way that made refusing it feel like a diplomatic incident. "Nyla needs to understand the lake for the kayak rental section of the program. Not just the main shore, the coves, the depth changes, the current patterns. She needs someone who knows that water to take her out in a proper boat." He saw where this was going. "Rochelle, you have the only boat on that lake that can access the quieter coves. That little rental thing at the marina wouldn't make it past the first point. She can rent a kayak. In a kayak, she can't take notes and paddle at the same time. She needs a boat, and she needs someone who knows the water. That's you." Rochelle fixed him with a look that combined the warmth of a woman who loved him like a nephew with the immovability of a woman who was not going to leave this workshop without a yes. "Saturday morning, take her out on the lake. Show her the coves. That's all I'm asking." "That's all. That is all. You're not matchmaking. I am providing logistical support for a town-sponsored recreation initiative." She picked up a second muffin and took a bite with the serenity of a saint. "Saturday, Ellis." He ate the muffin. It was excellent. He agreed to Saturday because Rochelle was right about the boat and because arguing with her was a war that had no veterans, only casualties. She left humming, and he went back to work with blueberry on his fingers and the unsettling awareness that the town's most determined matchmaker was now actively coordinating his schedule with Nyla Simmons. 2 days later, Mrs. Zhang called. She needed someone to pick up supplies for Founders Day from a vendor in Peachwood. The decorations, the banner material, the lights for the gazebo. Ellis's truck was the largest in town, and the vendor had everything ready for a 2 o'clock pickup. He drove to Peachwood with the windows down and the radio off, enjoying the quiet the way he always enjoyed the quiet, completely, and with the faint, private guilt of a man who suspected he enjoyed it too much. He pulled into the vendor's lot at 1:55 and saw a rental car already parked there. He knew whose it was before he saw her. Nyla was standing at the loading dock with a clipboard, checking off boxes of supplies against a list. She looked up when his truck pulled in, and her face did the thing that her face did, the thing he was trying very hard not to catalog. Surprise first, then warmth, then a brightness that was aimed at him specifically and not at the world in general, and the distinction between those two things was becoming a problem. "Let me guess," she said. "Mrs. Zhang told you to come at 2 o'clock?" 2:15, actually. They looked at each other. He felt the corner of his mouth move before he could stop it, and she caught it, and the amusement that passed between them was the first thing they'd shared that had nothing to do with trails or proposals or the town council. It was just two people recognizing the same absurdity at the same time. "They're not subtle," she said. "They've never been subtle. Mrs. Zhang told me she needed these supplies urgently, and I was the only person available. She told me my truck was the only one big enough." Both of those things might technically be true. Technically. He got out of the truck. "I'll load the heavy stuff." They worked together in the vendor's lot for 20 minutes, sorting boxes, loading his truck bed, cross-referencing her list against his. She was organized and efficient, and she didn't try to carry boxes that were too heavy for her, but she also didn't wait to be told what to do. She just assessed, adapted, and moved, and the parallel rhythm of their work, her stacking, him lifting, both of them adjusting without discussion, reminded him of Founders Day prep. The ease of it, the way their bodies seemed to understand a shared project before their minds agreed to one. "Your rental won't fit all of this," he said when the truck was loaded. "I know. I was planning to make 2 trips. Or you ride back with me and come get your car later." The offer came out before he'd thought it through, which was not how he operated. He was a man who measured twice. He did not make impulsive offers to women who smelled like coconut, and whose presence in his truck cab would constitute, by any reasonable standard, a terrible idea. She looked at him, considering. That would save time. It would. Okay, thank you. She climbed into the passenger side of his truck, and the cab, which had always been a perfectly adequate size, became significantly smaller. She settled into the seat with her elbow on the armrest, her clipboard on her lap, and the window down so the warm afternoon air moved through her twists. The scent of her hit him before they'd left the lot. Coconut and something citrus and the clean smell of sunscreen, and underneath all of it, the particular warmth of skin that had been in the sun. He gripped the steering wheel with both hands and pulled onto the road. She talked. She told him about her job at the resort company, the one she'd left 18 months ago. How she'd spent 5 years designing outdoor programs for wealthy guests who wanted nature as a backdrop rather than an experience. How the work had paid well but felt hollow. How she'd quit without a backup plan because she couldn't spend one more day packaging a sunset for someone who'd post it and never look at it again. He listened. He was supposed to be listening to the words, and he genuinely was, because the story was interesting, and the way she told it, with self-awareness and humor and an honesty that cost her something, made him want to hear more. But he also kept catching the scent of her hair when the wind shifted, and losing the thread of the conversation for 2 or 3 seconds at a time, and having to reconstruct what she'd said from the fragments that made it through. "That's when I decided to go independent," she was saying. "Help small towns build their own programs on their own terms. No corporate overlay, no Instagram packages." He should have said something. He was looking at the road, but his attention kept drifting right, pulled toward the passenger seat by a gravity he had not consented to. She was talking with her hands now, the way she always did, and her fingers caught the sunlight coming through the windshield, and the ring on her right hand flashed, and he tracked that flash of light the way a fish tracked a lure, and was equally helpless about it. They hit a stop sign at the Sweetgum town line. He braked. In the stillness of the stopped truck, with the engine idling and the afternoon heat pressing through the open windows, he turned his head and looked at her. He didn't mean to, or maybe he did. Either way, he turned his head fully and looked at her the way he hadn't let himself look since the bend on the trail. She was mid-sentence, something about her first contract in the Carolinas, and the words slowed and then stopped because his full attention had landed on her, and she felt it. He could see her feel it. Her lips parted slightly. Her eyes, dark and wide and full of every question she'd ever asked, held his. 3 heartbeats. He counted them in his chest, a horn tapped behind them, short, polite, a local who knew him. He turned back to the road and drove. Neither of them mentioned it. She picked up her story a few sentences further along, and the thread that had stretched between them in the stopped truck remained intact beneath the words, humming, present, ignored. At one point, she reached across to adjust the radio. Her arm brushed his. The contact was brief, incidental, the kind of touch that happened in truck cabs and meant nothing, and it burned along the length of his forearm like a line drawn in heat. The radio found a station. A song played. Neither of them spoke for a full minute, and the silence was so full of everything they weren't saying that the truck cab felt pressurized. He dropped her at the B&B with the Founder's Day supplies and a nod that served as goodbye, and drove back to the workshop with the passenger seat empty and the scent of coconut still in the air and the ghost of her arm against his burning like a brand. That evening, he went to the diner. He ate alone, as he usually did. A booth by the window, the evening special, a glass of sweet tea. The diner was busy for a Tuesday, a few families, a couple of older men at the counter arguing about fishing lures, the teenagers from the high school taking up the back corner. Nyla came in about 20 minutes after he sat down. She was with 2 council members, laughing at something one of them had said, and the sound of her laugh in the diner, warm and full and carrying, made him set his fork down without realizing he'd done it. She slid into a booth across the room, and he watched her without meaning to. She remembered the server's name, the teenage girl who'd started last month. She asked about the specials with genuine interest, not politeness. She touched the council member's arm when she made a point, a brief, warm contact that said, "I'm listening. I see you. You matter." She leaned forward when people spoke, her whole body oriented toward whoever had her attention, and the quality of that attention, generous, specific, undivided, was the same quality she'd brought to his workshop and the trail and the truck cab. She wasn't performing. She was just like this. She gave her full self to every room she walked into, and the room gave back, and she didn't seem to know how rare that was. Or maybe she did know, and that was why she was afraid of it. Afraid of giving too much to a place that would let her leave. He wondered what her hand would feel like on his arm. The thought arrived without permission and settled in like it intended to stay. He picked up his fork and stared at his plate as if it contained something that required intense concentration. Amy appeared and slid into the seat across from him, wiping her hands on her apron. She had the satisfied expression of a woman who had just plated something exceptional and wanted everyone to know it. "She asked about you today," Amy said. Casual, conversational, as if she were commenting on the weather. Ellis took a bite of his food. "Who?" Amy didn't dignify that with a response. "Wanted to know what kind of wood you use for the furniture." She said the grain on the B&B table was the most beautiful thing she'd ever seen in someone's dining room. He chewed, he swallowed, he took a drink of his sweet tea. "She's got good taste," Amy observed. "In furniture, I mean." He looked at her. She smiled. It was the smile of a woman who was married to a man she'd once pretended not to notice and who recognized the symptoms. "Don't you have a kitchen to run?" he said. "I do." She stood, smoothed her apron, and headed back. Over her shoulder she added, just loud enough for him to hear, "The Sweetgum, Ellis. Tell her about the Sweetgum." He did not tell her about the Sweetgum. He finished his dinner, paid his bill, and walked home along the lake road in the May twilight, and he did not think about the scent of coconut, or the flash of her ring in the sunlight, or the 3 heartbeats at the stop sign, or the way she said "oh" when the world surprised her. He thought about dovetail joints. That was all. That was absolutely, categorically all. He didn't believe himself either.
Chapter 7. The rowboat was beautiful, because of course it was. It was pulled up on the small, sandy strip beside the dock, its hull a deep, oiled wood that gleamed in the Saturday morning sun. Not fiberglass, not aluminum, not any of the practical materials a practical person would use to build a boat. Wood. Hand-built, hand-finished, the same quality of craftsmanship she'd seen in his dining tables and his bookshelves, and everything else his hands had touched. Even the oars were shaped, the handles worn smooth by use. "You built this," she said. Not a question. "Yes." He was standing at the water's edge, holding the bowline, waiting for her to get in. He was wearing an old t-shirt, darker than the gray one from the workshop, and shorts she'd never seen him in before, and the additional visibility of his legs, which were built like the rest of him, strong and solid and completely unhelpful to her concentration, was something she was going to handle with the maturity and professionalism of a woman who was here to assess kayak launch points and nothing else. She put on her sunglasses. Armor. "Getting in," she announced, because it seemed like the kind of thing you should narrate so the man holding your boat could brace for it. She stepped from the dock into the rowboat. The boat rocked. She rocked with it, her center of gravity lurching, her arms going wide for balance, and then his hand was on her arm. His grip was firm and warm and exactly as calloused as she remembered from the handshake, and he held on for 1 second, maybe 2, steadying her until the boat settled. Then he let go. Precisely, deliberately, the way he set down a tool when he was finished with it. She sat down on the bench seat and felt the press of each of his fingers on her arm for the next 5 minutes. He pushed the boat off the sand, stepped in with an ease that said he'd done this 10,000 times, and settled onto the rowing bench facing her. Facing her. In a rowboat, the rower faced the passenger. She'd known this. She'd understood the physics. What she had not adequately prepared for was the reality of sitting 3 feet from Ellis Townsend while he rowed, which meant 3 feet from his chest and arms and hands while they did the thing they were designed to do. He pulled the oars back and the boat moved, and the motion was everything she should have expected and nothing she was ready for. The draw of his arms was long and smooth, the same controlled rhythm he used with the hand plane, the same patience, the same refusal to rush. His t-shirt shifted across his chest with each stroke. The muscles in his forearms, the ones she'd been pretending not to catalog since the workshop, moved beneath his skin in a way that was frankly unreasonable for a Saturday morning on a lake. The dark brown of his arms caught the morning light, and the sawdust that usually dusted them was gone, replaced by a faint sheen of effort that she was staring at through her sunglasses and thanking God for the tinted lenses. She tried to look at the water. She saw his arms. She tried to look at the sky. She saw his arms. She looked at her notebook. His arms were not in her notebook. She opened it and began writing down observations about the lake's north shore, the depth of the water near the dock, the condition of the shoreline vegetation, and absolutely nothing about the way his shoulders moved when he rowed. "The north shore is the calmest section," he said, and even his voice was different out here, looser. The clipped, minimal quality that defined him on land had softened, as if the water gave him permission to take up more space in a conversation. "Current runs south to north, so this side stays sheltered. Best for beginners. That's useful for the kayak program." She wrote it down. She was a professional. She was taking professional notes on a professional boat tour of a professional lake. "What about the south shore? Choppier, more wind exposure, experienced paddlers only." He adjusted his stroke, angling them away from the dock and toward the far side of the lake. "There's a couple coves on the west side you should see. They're not on any of the public maps." "You're going to show me the secret coves?" "They're not secret. They're just not advertised." "That's what secret means." He gave her a look. She couldn't read it behind the shadow of his brow, but something in the set of his mouth suggested he was deciding whether to be annoyed or amused. And the decision was landing closer to amused than she'd expected. "Hold on," he said, and put his back into the oars. The boat surged forward, smooth and fast, and the lake opened up around them. The cove was another world. He rowed them past the main body of the lake, around a wooded point where the trees came down to the waterline, and into a sheltered inlet that felt like stepping behind a curtain. Willow branches swept the surface of the water, their trailing leaves creating a green canopy that filtered the light into something dappled and soft. The water was clear enough to see the bottom, sand and smooth stones, and the occasional dark shape of a fish moving through the shallows. The only sounds were birds and the quiet lap of water against the hull and their own breathing. He shipped the oars and let the boat drift. The world shrank to just the two of them. The cove was maybe 40 feet across, enclosed by willows and oaks, and the silence was the kind that felt intentional, as if the place had been designed for it. The boat rocked gently, a slow, rhythmic motion that she felt in her whole body. Their knees were close, not touching, but close enough that she was aware of the distance, the way she'd been aware of the 4 inches on the trail, with a precision that bordered on obsessive. This is... She stopped. The words she wanted didn't exist in her professional vocabulary. Stunning was too generic. Peaceful was too passive. What the cove was actually was sacred. It had the quality of a place that had been left alone long enough to become itself, undisturbed by anything louder than birdsong and wind. "I know," he said. She looked at him. He was leaning forward, forearms on his knees, looking over the side of the boat into the water. The tension that lived in his shoulders on land, the constant, low-grade vigilance of a man who held the world at arm's length, was gone. His breathing was slow and even. The line of his jaw was softer. He looked, for the first time since she'd met him, like a man who was not working at being anything other than exactly what he was. "Look," he said, and pointed into the water. She leaned forward. Below the surface, 3 bass hung motionless in the clear water, their bodies dark and sleek, suspended in the column of light that came through the willow canopy. They were beautiful, perfect, oblivious to the 2 people watching them from above. He leaned forward too, pointing deeper, and his face came close to hers. Close enough that she could see, for the first time at this distance, the exact shade of his eyes. Not just dark. Mahogany, with depth, the way his wood had depth, layers of tone that changed depending on the light. She could see the fine lines at the corners, the ones that would deepen when he was old. She could feel his breath on her cheek. She held her own breath without meaning to. "Smallmouth," he said, his voice low, close. "They come into the coves in spring to spawn. By July, they'll be in the deep water." He pointed to a rocky outcrop on the far side. "My grandfather taught me to swim right there, that flat rock. I was 5. He held on to the back of my shirt until I told him to let go." His voice had changed. Not the workshop voice, controlled and minimal. Not the trail voice, informational and clipped. Something underneath both of those, soft and unguarded. The voice of a man talking about something he loved to someone he'd decided, consciously or not, could be trusted with it. She watched his mouth while he talked, and the words blurred together because the shape of his lips was doing something to her ability to process language. She forced herself to look at the water. The water reflected his face. That didn't help. "He sounds like he was a wonderful man," she said. "He was the best man I ever knew." The boat rocked. The willows swayed. The fish drifted deeper and disappeared. She was sitting in a handmade boat in a hidden cove with a man whose voice had gone soft and private. And the intimacy of it, the smallness of the world they were sharing, the feeling of being let behind a door she hadn't known existed, made something in her chest crack open like a seed. She wanted to touch him. The want was sudden and specific, and she felt it in her hands, an ache to reach across the 3 feet of boat between them and put her hand on his forearm, the way she touched everyone, the way she touched people's arms when she talked to them at the diner and at the festival and everywhere else in her life. But she knew, with a certainty that lived in her body rather than her mind, that touching Ellis Townsend would not be the same as touching anyone else. It would not be casual. It would not be friendly. It would mean something to both of them, and she wasn't ready for what it would mean. She kept her hands in her lap. "Thank you for showing me this," she said. He nodded. He picked up the oars. She noticed, because she noticed everything about his hands now, that his grip on the handles was slightly tighter than it had been on the way out. The row back was quiet. The sun had climbed while they were in the cove, and the lake was bright now, the surface glittering with light that made her squint even behind her sunglasses. He rowed with the same steady rhythm, but slower than before, as if he were in no hurry to reach the shore. She trailed her hand in the water. She didn't plan it. Her fingers just drifted over the side of the boat and into the lake, which was warmer than she expected, silky against her skin. and the sensation of the water flowing between her fingers was so pleasant that she closed her eyes and let her hand drag. When she opened her eyes, he was almost smiling. Not the quarter smile from the workshop, not the corner of the mouth twitch she'd caught at Peachwood. Something more than that. Something that reached the skin around his eyes and softened the hard line of his brow and changed his entire face from guarded to open in a way that made her chest do something it had never done before, a kind of slow, heavy fall like a stone dropping into deep water. She wanted to reach across the boat and touch the corner of his mouth where the smile was hiding. She wanted to press her thumb to the place where his seriousness cracked and feel the warmth underneath. The want was so sharp it startled her, and she pulled her hand from the water and sat up straighter and said something about the depth readings she needed for the kayak report that neither of them cared about. The almost smile faded. He rowed. She watched it go and stored it in a place inside her chest that was becoming increasingly crowded with things she'd noticed about Ellis Townsend and had nowhere to put. They reached the dock. He climbed out first and held the bowline while she stepped onto the wooden planks. And this time, she didn't wobble, but he extended his hand anyway, an offering she didn't need but took because some offers aren't about need. His hand closed around hers, warm and rough and steady, and he helped her onto the dock and let go. And the letting go was a sound she heard in her body, even though it was perfectly silent. "Saturday after next?" she asked. "I'd like to see the South Shore. Saturday works." They stood on the dock for a moment, the lake behind them, the morning bright and full around them, and the silence between them was nothing like the silence they'd started with. That silence had been empty, the absence of conversation between two people who didn't know each other. This one was full. It was the silence of two people who had shared a cove and a fish and a story about a grandfather and the particular dangerous intimacy of a small boat on quiet water, and who were both pretending they didn't know what it meant. "Goodbye, Ellis," she said. "Goodbye, Nyla." It was the first time he'd said her name since the workshop. She hadn't noticed he'd been not saying it until he said it, and the sound of her name in his voice, low and careful, as if he were handling something fragile, traveled through her the way his gaze traveled through her. Everywhere, all at once, with nowhere to hide. She walked back to the B&B in the late morning heat, and the feeling she was carrying was not professional curiosity, and it was not project enthusiasm, and it was not the generic warmth of making a new friend in a small town. It was the quiet, terrified fascination of a woman who was falling for someone she had no business falling for, in a place she had no business staying, and who was not yet ready to pull back from the edge. Not yet. But soon, she told herself. She'd pull back soon. She didn't believe it, and the part of her that didn't believe it was the same part that had stopped talking at the bend in the trail. The part that recognized beauty when she saw it and knew in her bones that some things were too alive to put on a brochure.
Chapter 8. Ellis had been hauling tables since 7 in the morning, and his body was grateful for the work. Tables were good. Tables were simple. You picked them up, you carried them, you set them down where someone pointed. There was no ambiguity in a table. No charged silences, no almost smiles, no long rows across quiet coves with a woman whose hand in the water had undone something in his chest that he couldn't get redone. He'd spent the week since the boat trip in his workshop, working longer hours than the bookcase required, sanding surfaces that were already smooth, checking joints he'd already checked. The work was his reset. It had always been his reset. When Corinne left, he'd built an entire dining set in 3 weeks. When Arthur died, he'd rebuilt the workshop shelves from scratch. When the world became too much, his hands found wood, and the world became manageable again. The world was not currently manageable. The world currently contained Nyla Simmons, who was everywhere he turned, and who had said his name on the dock in a way that he heard every night before he fell asleep, and who he was going to see today because the whole town was setting up for Founders Day, and there was no way to avoid someone in a town this size. He'd tried. Mr. Zhang had given him a look that suggested he knew Ellis was trying, which was worse than the trying itself. So, tables. The town square was a controlled chaos of activity. Vendor booth frames going up along the perimeter, the gazebo being strung with lights and bunting, a stage platform being assembled near the east side for the school performances, banner poles being erected along the walkways. Half the town seemed to be here, carrying things, hammering things, arguing about where things should go. Ellis worked the way he always worked, quietly, efficiently, solving structural problems before anyone knew they existed. A booth frame that wobbled got a shim. A banner pole that leaned got a brace. The stage platform that was slightly off level got a careful adjustment with a mallet and a block of wood, which he happened to have in his truck because he always had wood in his truck. He didn't announce these fixes. He just made them and moved on. He was repositioning a vendor booth when he saw Nyla arrive. She came from the direction of Main Street, walking with her usual purposeful stride, her twists loose around her shoulders today, a clipboard in one hand and a coffee in the other. She was wearing a tank top and jeans and boots, and she looked like she'd come to work, which she had. Because within 30 seconds of arriving, she was talking to the festival committee chair and pointing at the stage and making a suggestion that involved moving the food vendor section 20 feet south. "The smoke from the grills will drift right into the performance area," she said, loud enough for him to hear across the square. "If we shift the food vendors down here, the stage stays clear and the audience won't be eating barbecue in a cloud of hickory smoke." The committee chair, who had been doing this for 15 years and didn't love being told where to put the food, opened his mouth to object. Then he looked at the wind direction, looked at the stage, and closed his mouth. "That's a good point," he said. Ellis, who had noticed the same smoke issue 2 years ago and fixed it by suffering in silence, watched Nyla reorganize the vendor layout in 10 minutes flat and felt something he could only describe as grudging admiration wrapped in mild irritation, wrapped in a layer of something warmer that he was refusing to unwrap. The vendor crisis hit around noon. One of the activity vendors, a face-painting artist from Peachwood, called to cancel. Car trouble. Couldn't make it. This left a gap in the festival layout and a hole in the children's activity schedule, and the committee chair's face went the particular shade of gray that meant he was about to start making phone calls he didn't have time to make. Nyla stepped in before the gray reached his hairline. "I've got this," she said, and pulled out her phone. In the next 10 minutes, Ellis watched her make 3 calls. The first was to a local potter she'd met on her Main Street walk, who agreed to set up a wheel and do demonstrations. The second was to a woman in Peachwood who did henna designs and could be there by 9 on Saturday. The third was to the Nature Center, where she arranged a guided nature walk for kids that she offered to lead herself using the lake trail. 3 calls, 10 minutes, problem solved. She hung up, wrote the new names on the vendor sheet, and handed the clipboard back to the committee chair, who was looking at her the way Ellis had looked at her at the bend in the trail, like someone seeing something they hadn't expected. Ellis stood across the square holding a support beam, watching, and the thought arrived with the clarity of a clean joint fitting into place. She's not just energy and ideas, she's actually good at this. He'd known she was competent. He'd seen it in the proposal, in the trail walks, in the way she'd handled his objections at the council meeting. But competence under pressure was different from competence on paper. Competence under pressure was someone making 3 phone calls in 10 minutes and filling a gap without raising her voice or breaking her stride. And it was the thing he respected most in the world because it was the thing his grandfather had taught him first. When something breaks, fix it. Don't talk about fixing it. Fix it. She'd fixed it. And she hadn't even looked proud of herself afterward. She'd just moved on to the next thing, the way he moved on to the next joint in a bookcase, because the work was what mattered, not the recognition. He went back to his support beam and drove a nail with more force than was structurally necessary. By late afternoon, the setup was nearly done, and most of the volunteers had drifted home. Ellis was still there, so was Nyla. They'd been orbiting each other all day, working on separate tasks in the same space, and as the crowd thinned, the orbit tightened. She was testing string lights along the walkway. He was adjusting the last of the banner poles. They worked in a parallel rhythm that felt natural in a way that should have bothered him and didn't. She needed a hammer. He had one. She held out her hand without looking at him, the way you did with someone whose position you knew without checking, and he placed it in her palm. Their fingers overlapped on the handle. Both of them held on for a beat, the wood of the handle warm between their hands, and then she pulled the hammer away and he heard her drive a nail into a light post with a competence that did absolutely nothing to help his situation. He was hanging a banner when she called to him from 2 poles down. "Ellis, can you get this one? I can't reach the top hook." He walked over. She was stretching on her toes, arm extended, the banner's grommet in her hand, about 4 inches short of the hook at the top of the pole. She was close to the pole, her body a long, reaching line, and he could have just taken the banner from her and done it himself. That would have been the sensible thing. The thing that maintained appropriate distance between 2 people who were not anything to each other except professional colleagues working on a town recreation program. Instead, he stepped up behind her and reached over her. His left hand braced the pole near her shoulder. His right hand took the grommet from her fingers and hooked it in one smooth motion. For 3 seconds, she was inside the circle of his arms without being held. He could feel the warmth coming off her body, the heat of a long day's work radiating through her tank top. He could smell the sunscreen and the dust, and beneath them the coconut he'd been trying not to smell since the truck ride, the scent that had colonized some essential corner of his memory and refused to leave. His chest was inches from her back. Her hair was close enough that if he dipped his head, the twists would brush his jaw. He didn't dip his head. He hooked the banner. He stepped back. She stepped forward. They both moved too fast, and the speed said everything the silence didn't. "Thanks," she said. Her voice was slightly higher than usual. "Sure," he said. His voice was slightly lower. They went back to their separate tasks. He drove 4 nails in rapid succession without checking his measurements, which was a violation of every principle Arthur had ever taught him. He checked them after. They were fine. He didn't know how. The sun was getting low when they finished. The square looked good. Banners up, lights strung, booths assembled, stage level. The committee chair had gone home. The last of the volunteers had waved goodbye 20 minutes ago. It was just the 2 of them, gathering tools and stacking leftover supplies, moving through the quiet of a shared task with the ease of people who had spent the day learning each other's rhythm. She was stacking folding chairs when he noticed the smudge. Dirt, or dust, or some combination of both, across her left cheekbone. A dark streak against the deep brown of her skin. She didn't know it was there. She was talking about the festival schedule, something about the timing of the school performance, and the smudge moved when she talked because it was on the part of her face that moved when she smiled. He reached toward it without thinking. His hand was halfway to her face before his brain caught up with his body, and he stopped, fingers suspended in the air between them, suddenly aware of what he'd almost done. She'd stopped talking. She was looking at his hand. "You've got..." He dropped his hand, gestured vaguely at his own cheek. "Dirt." She wiped at her cheek with the back of her wrist. Wrong side. "Gone?" Almost. The word came out rough. She wiped again. Still there. She was wiping the right cheek. The smudge was on the left. She looked at him with a question on her face, and her chin was tilted up, and she was close, too close. The distance between them had shrunk again the way it kept shrinking, as if the air itself were conspiring against him. He reached again. This time he didn't stop. One thumb across her cheekbone, light and quick. The pad of his thumb against her skin, which was warm and smooth and softer than any surface he'd ever worked with. And the contact, which lasted less than a second, less than half a second, traveled from his thumb through his hand, through his arm, and into the center of his chest where it detonated like a silent, catastrophic event. "There," he said. His voice sounded like it belonged to someone else. She was looking up at him. Her eyes were wide and dark and completely unguarded, and his thumb was still near her face, and neither of them was breathing in any way that could be described as normal. The eye contact was direct and unbroken, and he could feel his own heartbeat in his throat and in his hands and in the place where his thumb had touched her skin. The moment stretched. He could count the variations of brown in her eyes. He could see the tiny, involuntary movement of her lips parting. He could feel the warmth between them like a third presence, something alive and patient and waiting. "Well, isn't this a sight?" Rochelle's voice came from across the square, bright and carrying and perfectly timed to destroy the most charged 3 seconds of Ellis's adult life. She was walking toward them from the direction of Main Street, carrying a casserole dish, with the expression of a woman who had seen exactly what she'd hoped to see. They stepped apart. The distance that had shrunk all day snapped back to professional, and the cool evening air that rushed into the gap felt like a loss. "Brought you both dinner," Rochelle said, arriving with the casserole and a smile that could have powered the string lights. "You've been working all day. Benjamin's got sweet tea at the house if you want to come sit on the porch." "Thank you, Rochelle," Nyla said. Her voice was steady. Her hands, Ellis noticed, were not. "I should head back," Ellis said. "Got an early morning." "On a Sunday?" Rochelle's skepticism was architectural. "Wood doesn't take weekends." He gathered his tools, said good night with a nod that included them both, and walked back toward the workshop. The evening air was cool on his face, and the lake was silver in the fading light, and his thumb was still tingling with the memory of her skin. And somewhere behind him, Rochelle was probably telling Nyla that Ellis was a good man who just needed the right person, and she wasn't wrong, and that was the most terrifying part. He went into the workshop and stood in the dark for a long time, pressing his thumb against the workbench, trying to replace the feeling of her cheekbone with the feeling of wood. It didn't work.
Chapter 9. Nyla wore the yellow sundress because it was Founder's Day, and because yellow was her armor, the way sunglasses were her armor, a way of being bright on the outside while the inside did whatever it wanted. The inside, currently, wanted Ellis Townsend, and the yellow sundress was not going to help with that, but it was going to make her feel like herself. And that was enough. The morning was warm and cloudless. The kind of May day that Georgia did better than anywhere else. The air soft, the light generous, the whole town smelling like cut grass and barbecue smoke, and the particular festive energy of a community about to celebrate itself. The town square had been transformed by the work they'd all done. Banners hung from every pole, string lights crisscrossed above the walkways, waiting for dusk. Vendor booths lined the perimeter, bright with displays, and the gazebo was dressed in bunting and flowers, its white wood gleaming against the green of the surrounding oaks. Nyla arrived early and stayed in motion. She helped the committee chair finalize the vendor layout. She carried boxes of programs to the information table. She tested the sound system at the stage and adjusted the mic levels until the feedback stopped squealing. She talked to everyone, because that was what she did. And because Founder's Day in Sweetgum Meadows felt like the kind of event that wanted everyone's participation, not just their attendance. The elementary school performance started at 10. The children filed onto the stage in homemade costumes, playing the parts of Rebecca Johnson and Eleanor Thompson, the two freed black women who had founded the town in 1866. The play was earnest and slightly chaotic and deeply moving in the way that only children telling a story about courage can be. A girl of maybe 8, playing Rebecca, delivered a line about wanting a place where we can just be ourselves, with a sincerity that made Nyla's eyes sting. She clapped until her palms hurt. The middle school band followed with the town anthem, and the crowd sang along, and Nyla didn't know the words, but she hummed, because the melody was the kind that invited you in whether you knew it or not. By noon, the festival was in full bloom. The farmers' market was bustling. Vendor booths were doing steady business. The food section, correctly positioned 20 feet south of the stage, her suggestion, she allowed herself a moment of private satisfaction, was producing smells that could make a person weep. Amy had a booth selling her barbecue sauce in mason jars. Mrs. Zhang was handing out samples of dumplings with a generosity that bordered on aggressive. Rashad from Scoop, there it is, had his ice cream cart set up near the gazebo, and the line of children stretched halfway across the square. Nyla was standing near the information table, directing a family of visitors toward the Historical Society displays, when her body found him before her eyes did. It was a pull, low, directional, like a compass needle swinging north. She felt it in her sternum, a tightening awareness that meant he was nearby. And then she looked up, and there he was, standing at the edge of the Historical Society's tent, studying a display of old photographs with his arms at his sides and his face open in a way she'd only seen on the trail and in the cove. He was wearing a white button-down today, untucked, sleeves cuffed at the forearms. He looked, against the backdrop of the festival crowd and the bright May light, like the kind of man you'd notice across any room in any town, the kind of man whose stillness drew your eye precisely because everything else was moving. He looked up. Their eyes met across the crowded square. 1 beat, 2 beats, 3. His gaze held, steady and warm and completely focused, and she felt it on her skin the way she'd felt the sun when she'd stepped out of the B&B that morning. Everywhere, all at once, with a heat that had nothing to do with the weather. He looked away first. She felt the withdrawal of his eyes like a cloud passing over the sun. She spent the rest of the afternoon feeling that gaze on her skin. The matchmakers didn't even have to try. Nyla and Ellis ended up walking the festival together the way rivers ended up in the ocean, through the accumulation of small, inevitable movements toward a destination that had always been there. She stopped at the Historical Society tent to look at the displays. He was already there. They fell into step beside each other, and neither suggested they separate, and the afternoon shaped itself around their parallel movement through the crowd. He showed her the historical displays with a quiet, specific knowledge that she hadn't heard from him before. Not the tour guide version, the real version. He told her about the first buildings on Main Street, pointing to a photograph of a general store that was now the bakery. He told her about the town's agricultural roots, the way the farms had fed the community for generations before tourism became a factor. He told her about the founding families, not just Rebecca and Eleanor, but the people who'd followed, the travelers who stopped and stayed, the immigrants who'd built homes and businesses and woven themselves into the town's fabric. He spoke about Sweetgum's history, the way he'd spoken about the sweetgum tree in his workshop, with a private tenderness, a soft, specific love that transformed his face from guarded to luminous. She watched him point to a photograph of the original town square, his finger tracing the outline of a building that no longer existed, and she saw in his face the same thing she'd seen at the bend on the trail and in the cove, a man who loved something so deeply that the love lived in his body. They burned for the same things, she realized. She burned hot and bright and public, and he burned low and steady and private, but the heat was the same. Their shoulders kept brushing as they walked. Every time they stopped to look at a display, they stood closer than two colleagues should. At the quilting exhibit, their arms pressed together for a full 30 seconds while they both leaned in to read a placard, and neither pulled away. An older woman from the Historical Society watched them from behind her table with the particular smile of someone who remembered being young and pretending she wasn't falling. The gazebo was quieter than the rest of the festival. The sun was getting low, the light going gold and long, and most of the crowd had migrated toward the food vendors and the music stage. Nyla and Ellis ended up at the gazebo almost by accident, drawn there by the path of their walking. And when they climbed the 3 wooden steps and stood inside, the festival noise dropped to a murmur, and the world felt briefly, specifically theirs. He touched the railing. His hand rested on the white-painted wood with the same reverence he showed his own work, the careful, knowing touch of someone who understood what the wood had been through and respected it. "I rebuilt this after the storm 3 years ago," he said. "Replaced about half the boards, all the railing on the east side, the roof supports." She watched his hand on the railing. She thought about that hand on the oars, steady and sure. On the hammer, driving nails with controlled force. On the banner pole yesterday, bracing it near her shoulder while she stood inside the circle of his arms. On her cheek, one thumb, light and quick, a touch that had lasted less than a second and kept her awake half the night. She thought about that hand in her hair. The thought arrived uninvited, hot and specific, and she forced it away, but it left a warm print on the inside of her chest like a brand. "My grandfather helped build the original," Ellis said. He was looking out at the square, the festival, the town. His voice had the quality it got when he talked about Arthur, low, careful, as if he were carrying something fragile. He said the gazebo was the heart of the town, not because anything happens here. It doesn't do anything. It just holds space for people to come together. The words settled over her like a blanket. It doesn't do anything. It just holds space for people to come together. That was what she'd been trying to build her whole career. Not attractions, not programs, not brochure-ready experiences, just space. The kind of space where people could find each other and be found. That's what the best things do, she said. He turned from the railing and looked at her. The festival was loud and bright beyond the gazebo, laughter and music and the smell of barbecue, but inside the white wooden frame, it was quiet and golden. And the way he was looking at her made her feel like she was the only thing he could see. Like he was memorizing her. Like he was reading her the way he read wood, with patience and attention, and the willingness to find what was singular. She held his gaze and let him look. She didn't deflect, didn't brighten, didn't fill the silence with words. She just stood in the gold light and let him see her. And something in her chest, something deeper than attraction, something closer to recognition said stay. Not the town, him. Stay with him. The moment held. The light caught the angles of his face and softened them. His eyes in this light were warm and deep and full of something that looked like wonder or hope or the particular cautious opening of a man who had been closed for a very long time. Then he blinked, looked away. The connection broke gently, like a soap bubble touching a surface, and she watched the loss of his eyes like watching a light go out. "We should get back," he said. "Fireworks start at dark." "Right," she said. "Fireworks." They walked back to the festival side by side, and the space between them was charged and careful and full of everything that had just happened in the gazebo that neither of them was going to name. The fireworks were launched from the north shore of the lake, and the whole town gathered along the south bank and the ridge trail to watch. In the shifting crowd, Nyla and Ellis ended up beside each other. Not by matchmaker design, not by accident, by the gravity that had been pulling them together all day, the same gravity that narrowed the distance on the trail and in the truck cab and on the festival walkway. They stood at the water's edge, the lake dark and still in front of them, the sky going deep blue above. The first rocket went up with a whistle and a crack, and the sky exploded in gold. She watched the fireworks reflected in the lake, doubled, the sky above and the water below both full of color, and she was aware of his shoulder next to hers, almost touching. The gap was less than an inch. She could feel the warmth of him through that inch of air. Then his shoulder touched hers. Not a bump, not an accident, a settling. His body leaning into the space between them by the smallest increment, closing the last of the distance, and the contact shoulder to shoulder was steady and warm and deliberate. She didn't move away. She leaned 1 degree into him. The fireworks bloomed overhead, red, white, blue, then gold again. The crowd oohed, and the children screamed, and the colors reflected in the dark water in shattered, beautiful patterns. His pinky finger found hers. The touch was so small it barely existed, the outside edge of his finger against the outside edge of hers, the lightest possible contact, a question asked with 1 knuckle. She answered by not pulling away, by letting her finger rest against his, by breathing. They stood like that through the entire fireworks display, connected by 1 finger, shoulder to shoulder, faces turned to the sky, and it was the most electric thing Nyla had ever felt. Every burst of color overhead sent a corresponding pulse through the point where their fingers touched, as if the fireworks were traveling through them, as if the explosions were happening in the inch of skin where his hand met hers. She didn't look at him. She didn't need to. She could feel him, the solidity of his shoulder, the rough edge of his finger, the careful, measured quality of his breathing, the kind of breathing you did when you were trying not to move, because moving might break something. The grand finale was a cascade of gold and white that turned the lake into a mirror of falling light. The crowd erupted. The echoes bounced off the water and the hills and faded into the warm night. The fireworks ended. The crowd began to disperse. His finger lifted from hers, and the loss of contact was louder than the finale. louder than the applause, louder than anything she'd heard all day. They walked back toward the B&B in silence, side by side, the festival lights dimming behind them. "You did good work on the setup," he said. From anyone else, it would have been small talk. From him, it was a sonnet. She understood, with a fluency she hadn't known she possessed, that this was how Ellis Townsend said what he couldn't say, through quiet, specific recognition of what someone had done. Through the acknowledgement that the work mattered and the person who did it mattered, and both things were worth saying out loud, even if saying things out loud was the hardest thing he did. She smiled at him, not the sunshine smile, the other one, the one she'd given him at the trailhead. "You too," she said. They parted at the road that led to the B&B. She watched him walk toward his workshop in the dark, his figure receding into the shadows of the trees that lined the road north, and she pressed her right hand against her left, her pinky against her palm, holding the ghost of the contact the way you'd hold a firefly, gently, in the dark, afraid of crushing it, unable to let it go.
Chapter 10. He found it on a Tuesday evening, sitting at his kitchen table with the updated recreation plan and a cup of coffee that went cold while he read. The plan was good. He'd been reading it with the grudging attentiveness of a man who'd expected to find problems and kept finding solutions instead. She'd reduced the North Ridge Trail capacity to 6, which was the number he'd suggested. She'd added seasonal closures for the heron nesting areas. She'd built in quarterly environmental assessments and a community feedback mechanism that would let residents flag concerns before they became damage. Every objection he'd raised at the council meeting had been addressed, not with token gestures, but with the specific, thoughtful care of someone who had listened and meant it. He'd turned pages with something that might have been admiration if he'd let himself name it. He'd thought about her sitting at the B&B dining table, his table, revising this plan in the quiet hours after the meeting, and the image had produced a warmth in his chest that he'd attributed to the coffee. Then he turned to page 34. Proposed Trail Extension. Sunrise Loop. The northern section of the lake trail presents an opportunity for a short spur trail connecting the main path to a stunning lakeside clearing approximately 0.3 miles off the primary route. The clearing offers unobstructed eastward views ideal for guided sunrise meditation sessions or early morning birdwatching groups. Natural seating, existing bench, condition, weathered but sound provides a rest point. Recommended capacity, 8 to 10 participants per session. He read it twice. Then he set the plan down and put both hands flat on the table and breathed. She'd found the clearing, his clearing, Arthur's clearing, the place that was not on any map, not on any trail guide, not in any public record, because it had never belonged to the public. It belonged to him and to the ghost of the man who'd built the bench that sat there, hand-hewn from local sweetgum, weathered to silver, positioned to face the sunrise through a natural frame of trees that Arthur had trimmed himself, year after year, so the view would never be obscured. She must have found it during one of her solo scouting walks. She must have pushed through the underbrush at the spot where the main trail bent north, followed the faint footpath that only existed because Ellis walked it every week, and emerged into the clearing and seen what Arthur had seen 60 years ago. The lake, the trees, the light. And she'd looked at it and thought, program asset, natural seating, existing bench, condition, weathered but sound. The bench, Arthur's bench, reduced to a condition report in a recreation plan. Something in his chest, the warm thing that had been growing there for weeks, the thing that softened when she laughed and tightened when she was close and ached when she looked at him with those dark, questioning eyes, went cold. He pushed back from the table. The coffee was untouched. The kitchen was quiet. Outside, the lake was doing what the lake always did, reflecting the sky without asking permission. And somewhere in that lake's watershed was a clearing with a bench that his grandfather had built with his own hands, and a woman from Savannah was planning to fill it with strangers. He found her at Roasted Beans the next morning. She was at a corner table with her laptop open and a half-eaten muffin beside it, her twists pulled back from her face, her fingers moving over the keyboard with the quick, purposeful rhythm he'd learned to recognize. She looked up when the door chimed, and her face did the thing, the bright, specific warmth that was aimed at him and not at the world. And for one terrible second, he wanted to sit down across from her and say nothing about the clearing and let the warm thing in his chest keep growing. He didn't sit down. "The Sunrise Trail extension," he said. His voice was quiet. He knew it was quiet because Joanne glanced up from behind the counter and then quickly looked away, which meant the quiet had an edge to it that carried. "Page 34, the lakeside clearing." Her expression shifted, not alarmed, not defensive, curious. "Yes, I found that spot on a scouting walk last week. It's incredible, Ellis. The eastward exposure is perfect, and the existing trail connection would only need minor clearing to make it accessible. It could be one of the signature features of the program." "Have you been there?" The question came out sharper than he intended. "To the clearing. Have you been there?" "I spent about an hour there. I sat on the bench and watched the sunrise." She smiled, the genuine smile, the one without performance. It was one of the most beautiful mornings I've ever had. She'd sat on the bench, she'd sat on Arthur's bench and watched the sunrise, and it had been beautiful, and she had no idea at all what that bench held, what it meant, what it had cost him to keep it. "That clearing is not a program feature." His voice cracked on the word feature in a way that exposed more than he wanted. His hands were at his sides, fists, the way they'd been at the trailhead when she laughed. But this time the closing wasn't involuntary warmth. It was the instinct to hold on to something before it was taken. "That bench was built by my grandfather. He built it 50 years ago, and he maintained it every spring, and he sat on it every morning he was able, including the last mornings of his life, and it is not a rest point for guided meditation groups." The smile was gone. Her face had changed, the brightness draining out of it, replaced by something he hadn't seen before. Not defensiveness, not the professional composure she used in council meetings. Something rawer. She was looking at him the way she'd looked at the bend on the trail, with the full attention of someone witnessing something too real to respond too quickly. "Ellis," she said, "I didn't know. I know you didn't know." The anger was there, real and justified, but underneath it was something worse. The hurt of a private space made public by someone he'd been letting in. He'd shown her the cove. He'd shown her the trails. He'd told her about Arthur's swimming lessons, and Arthur's woodworking, and Arthur's love for this town. He'd been opening doors, one by one, because she'd earned them by being the kind of person who stopped at the bend and went quiet at the beauty. And now she'd found the one door he hadn't opened, and walked through it anyway. "You put it in the plan," he said. "You described it as a stunning lakeside clearing. You assessed the bench's condition. You didn't think to ask who built it, or why it was there, or whether it was yours to share." Her eyes were filling. Not with hurt, not with the sting of being told off, with something he recognized because he'd felt it when she'd touched his dining table and said the right thing about the grain. Comprehension. She was seeing, in real time, the things she'd missed. The human territory beneath the map. The tears undid something in him. The anger, which had been holding him together the way a clamp held a joint while the glue set, lost its grip. He looked at her wet eyes and felt the terrible, disorienting pull of wanting to reach across the table and wipe the tear the way he'd wiped the dirt from her cheek. Wanting to touch her, wanting to comfort the person who had hurt him. The contradiction made his chest feel like a piece of wood with the grain running two directions at once, impossible to plane without tearing. He stepped back from the table. "I need to go. Ellis, please, can we talk about this?" "Not right now." He left. The door chimed behind him. Joanne didn't look up this time. Main Street was bright and ordinary, people walking, shops open, the town going about its Tuesday as if the ground hadn't just shifted, and he walked north, past the shops, past the diner, past his workshop, and into the trees. The clearing was exactly as it always was. The bench sat in its spot, silver-weathered, facing east through the frame of sweetgum trees. The lake beyond was calm, late morning light playing across the surface in gentle ripples. A heron stood in the shallows to the south, motionless, patient. The air smelled like water and warm wood and the faintest trace of wildflowers from the meadow on the far shore. Ellis sat down on the bench. He sat the way he always sat, forward, forearms on his knees, looking at the water. The wood beneath him was warm from the sun, smooth from decades of weather and use, shaped by the same hands that had shaped his own. He could feel the grain through his jeans, the slight curve Arthur had worked into the seat so it held you rather than just supported you. Even the bench was built with care. Even the bench was made to last. He was angry. He was angry at Nyla for finding this place, which wasn't fair because she didn't know what it was. He was angry at himself for not telling her, which was his right, because some things were private and didn't need to be shared just because someone asked. He was angry at the plan, at the careful, professional language that had turned his grief and his love into a line item. But underneath the anger, in the place where he kept the things he couldn't plane smooth, there was something more complicated. He was angry because she'd found it, and she'd found it beautiful. And she'd sat on the bench and watched the sunrise and called it one of the most beautiful mornings she'd ever had. Which meant she saw this place the way he saw it. Which meant she saw the world the way he saw it. Again, the same way she'd seen the bend on the trail, the same way she'd understood the grain on his table, the same way she'd said, "That's what the best things do" in the gazebo, while the gold light held them both. She kept seeing the things he loved. She kept seeing them exactly right. And the fact that she'd seen this place exactly right, that she'd recognized its beauty with the same immediate, whole-body response she brought to everything, made the violation feel both worse and more forgivable. And he didn't know what to do with a feeling that cut in two directions at once. And underneath even that, in the deepest place, the place where he kept the things he wouldn't look at directly. He was angry because the person threatening the thing he loved most was also becoming someone he didn't want to lose. And he'd just walked away from her with tears in her eyes, and the image of those tears was going to sit beside the image of Arthur's bench in his memory, and neither one was going to leave him alone. The heron lifted from the shallows and flew low across the water, its wings slow and enormous, its reflection moving beneath it like a shadow. Ellis watched it until it disappeared behind the far tree line. Then he sat on his grandfather's bench and looked at the lake and felt the full, heavy weight of a man who was falling in love with someone and furious about the falling and unable to tell the difference between the fury and the fear. He stayed until the light changed. Then he walked home and didn't eat dinner and lay in bed listening to the lake and didn't sleep until after midnight. And when he slept, he dreamed about a clearing full of strangers and a bench that was empty and a woman with tears in her dark eyes who kept saying his name in a voice that sounded like an apology and a question at the same time.
Chapter 11. She pulled the clearing from the plan before she pulled the tears from her face. Sitting at the B&B dining table, his table, always his table, everything in this town had his fingerprints on it, Nyla opened the recreation plan document and deleted the Sunrise Loop section. She didn't revise it. She didn't soften it. She didn't move the trail extension to a different clearing or adjust the capacity or add a note about historical sensitivity. She deleted it. Completely, as if it had never been there. Then she closed the laptop and sat in the quiet and replayed the conversation and felt something she hadn't felt since the mountain contract fell apart. The sick, specific shame of having missed the thing that mattered most. She was good at this work. She knew she was good at it. She'd built her career on the ability to see a community's assets and help them share those assets with the world. She researched. She listened. She walked the trails and ate at the diners and talked to the shopkeepers and did the careful, attentive work of understanding a place before proposing to change it. But she'd walked into a clearing that wasn't hers, sat on a bench that held a dead man's mornings, called it a program feature, and assessed its condition in a report. Natural seating, existing bench, condition, weathered but sound. She'd written those words. She'd typed them into a document and moved on to the next section without a single question about who had built that bench or why it was there or what it meant. She'd been so focused on the map that she'd missed the human territory underneath. The worst part was, she'd done this before. Not with benches and clearings, but with people, with places, with the relationships she'd built in the Carolinas and the mountains and every contract town before this one. She'd arrived bright and enthusiastic and full of plans, and she'd poured herself into the work, and she'd been so busy building something beautiful that she hadn't always seen what she was building over. Other people's quiet places, their sacred things. The parts of a community that weren't assets and weren't features and didn't belong on any map because they belonged to the people who held them. She'd done it to Ellis. She'd done it to the only spot in this town that was entirely his, the one place where he kept his grief and his love in the same cupped hands, and she'd walked in with a clipboard and turned it into a line item. The dining room was dark. The B&B was quiet. She could hear the wind chime on the porch and the distant mechanical hum of the house settling, and she pressed her palms flat against the table, against his wood, and felt the smoothness of it, and thought about his face at roasted beans, the crack in his voice when he said the word feature, the way his hands had been fists at his sides. She thought about his eyes filling with something that wasn't anger, something worse, something she'd recognized because she'd seen it in the mirror after the mountain contract. The look of a person who'd started to trust someone and then watched that trust collide with reality. Rochelle found her in the dining room at 10:30. "Baby, you're sitting in the dark." Rochelle turned on the hall light, and the warm glow reached the dining room just enough to catch the edge of Nyla's face. Rochelle stopped. "What happened?" "I made a mistake." Nyla's voice was steady, but the steadiness was manufactured. The professional composure she'd spent years perfecting turned inward as a survival tool. "A bad one." Rochelle sat down across from her. She didn't ask what the mistake was. She waited, with the patience of a woman who had been listening to people's troubles for longer than Nyla had been alive, and the waiting was better than any question. "Rochelle, can I ask you something about Ellis's grandfather?" Rochelle's face softened. The matchmaking energy, the knowing smiles, the pointed comments about Ellis's relationship status, all of it fell away, and what remained was the woman underneath. Warm, wise, and carrying her own grief for a man who'd clearly mattered to her too. "Arthur Townsend," Rochelle said, "was the finest man I ever knew, besides my Benjamin. He built half this town with his hands. Not just the buildings, the trust. The sense that if something needed doing, someone would do it, and that someone would do it right." She paused. "Ellis hasn't been the same since he passed. He was always quiet, but after Arthur, the quiet got deeper, like a lake that loses its source. Still there, still beautiful, but not moving the way it used to." Nyla pressed her palms harder against the table. He loved Arthur very much. Arthur was his whole world. His parents moved to Macon, and Ellis stayed because Arthur was here, and the workshop was here, and the land was here. Everything Ellis is, Arthur built. Not just taught. Built. The way Ellis builds things, with patience and time, and the belief that the work matters more than the recognition. They sat together in the low light for a while, the old house breathing around them. Rochelle reached across the table and put her hand over Nyla's. "Whatever you did," Rochelle said, "fix it with honesty, not with cleverness. Ellis doesn't need someone to be right. He needs someone to be real." She went to the workshop the next morning. The walk felt different this time. Longer, heavier, each step carrying the weight of what she'd done and what she was about to do. The morning was overcast, the sky a flat, pearly gray that muted the colors of Main Street and turned the lake, when she finally glimpsed it through the trees at the north end of the road, into something dull and closed. The barn door was open. She could hear the sound of a hand plane before she saw him. The rhythmic draw and release, the quiet fall of wood curls, the sound that meant he was working, which meant he was alive. Which meant he hadn't left the country or boarded up the shop or any of the other catastrophic scenarios she'd constructed at 3 a.m, when she should have been sleeping. She stepped into the doorway. He was at the far workbench, the same spot where she'd first seen him, his back to her. Planning walnut with the steady, controlled motion that she now understood was not just craftsmanship, but coping. He worked when the world was too much. He put his hands on wood, and the world became manageable again. He knew she was there. She could tell by the tiny change in the rhythm of his stroke, a half-beat pause, the plane lifting slightly before settling back. He didn't turn around. I took the clearing out of the plan, she said. The plane stopped. Completely. It's gone. The trail extension, the capacity recommendation, all of it. It won't be in any future draft. He still didn't turn. She watched his back, the set of his shoulders, the stillness of his hands on the plane. She'd never seen his hands still before. They were always moving, always working, always shaping something. The stillness was louder than any words he could have said. But I don't want to just fix the document, she said. Fixing the document is the easy part. Anyone can delete a section from a plan. She took a breath. This was the part that cost her something. I want to understand why it mattered. Not because it's relevant to the program. Not because I need the information for the plan. Because I missed something that was important to you, and I don't want to miss it anymore. She paused. Will you show me? He turned. His face was closed, guarded, the shuttered expression she'd seen at their first meeting, and for a terrible moment, she thought she'd lost everything they'd built over the past 3 weeks. The trail walks and the festival and the cove and the pinky and the cheek, all of it, gone, collapsed back to the polite, minimal stranger who'd said, I know who you are, and not extended his hand. He looked at her. She held still and let him look. It was the most naked she'd ever felt in front of another person, standing in a workshop, fully clothed, holding nothing but herself, asking to be let into a place she'd already trespassed. She wasn't armed with a binder or a plan or a professional pitch. She was just Nyla, the woman who always fell too hard for places she had to leave, standing in front of a man she was falling too hard for and asking him to trust her again. He searched her face. She could feel him searching, the way she'd felt his attention in the workshop that first day, thorough, undivided, looking for the thing underneath the surface. He was looking for the performance, the pity, the professional diplomacy, the apology speech she'd rehearsed, the strategic empathy of a consultant managing a stakeholder. She didn't have any of that. She had tears she wasn't going to cry in front of him, and a knot in her chest, and the honest, terrified desire to understand the man who'd wiped dirt from her cheek with a thumb so gentle it had kept her awake all night. Whatever he found in her face, it was enough. He nodded. Once. Tomorrow, he said. His voice was rough. The low register scraped raw. Early. Sunrise. I'll be there. The silence between them was not the full silence of the cove or the gazebo. It was the fragile silence of two people standing on either side of something broken, deciding whether to pick up the pieces. She wanted to touch him. She wanted to cross the workshop floor and put her hand on his arm and say something that would make the closed expression on his face open again. She wanted it with a force that made her fingers ache. She didn't touch him. She'd lost that right, for now. She'd have to earn it back. Tomorrow, she said, I'll bring real boots. The faintest flicker crossed his face. Not a smile, not even close, but the ghost of the place where a smile had once lived, and the promise, thin as a wood shaving, that it might live there again. She turned and walked out of the workshop and didn't let herself cry until she was halfway down Main Street, and then she stopped outside the flower shop and pressed her hand against the brick wall and let 3 tears fall before she wiped them away and straightened her shoulders and kept walking. She was going to the clearing tomorrow. She was going to sit on Arthur's bench and listen. And she was going to earn back every inch of ground she'd lost. Not with cleverness, the way she'd built her career, but with honesty. The way Rochelle had told her. The way Ellis deserved. The way the bench itself had been built. With patience and time and the belief that the work mattered more than the recognition.
Chapter 12. He was waiting at the trailhead when she arrived, the way he always arrived, early, quiet, uncertain about everything except the route. The sky was still dark at the edges, the east just beginning to lighten from black to gray to the first pale suggestion of color. The air was cool and damp, the kind of early morning air that smelled like lake water and pine needles and the earth waking up. He'd been standing here for 10 minutes, his hands in his pockets, asking himself what he was doing. He was taking her to the bench. He was taking a woman he'd known for 3 weeks to the place he'd never taken anyone. Not Corinne, who'd been in his life for 2 years and had never asked. Not Justin, who was the closest thing he had to a friend outside of Mr. Zhang. Not Rochelle, who loved him and would have understood. No one. She arrived at the edge of the trail, walking up from the road in the gray half-light, and the sight of her did the thing it always did, a tightening, low and warm, a pull in his chest that he no longer bothered trying to name. She was wearing her trail boots, real boots, broken in, he noticed, and the noticing was no longer grudging, it was something else, and a light jacket, and her twists were pulled back, and her face, in the early morning dimness, was serious and open and careful. She didn't greet him with her usual brightness. She said, "Good morning, Ellis," and her voice was quiet, and her eyes were asking a question she wasn't saying out loud. "Are we okay? Can I be here? Will you still let me in?" "Morning," he said. "This way." They walked. The trail to the clearing was not the main trail. It branched off about 20 minutes in, at a spot where the path bent north, and a narrow footpath, barely visible unless you knew to look, cut west through the underbrush toward the lake. He'd walked this route hundreds of times. He knew every root, every stone, every spot where the canopy thinned and the light came through. He could walk it in the dark, and nearly had, many times, in the months after Arthur died. Having her beside him made it feel different. He was aware of her in a way that went beyond sight or sound. He could feel her presence like a change in air pressure, a warmth at his left side, a quality of attention that was different from anyone else who'd ever walked beside him. She was quiet. That was the first thing he noticed. The woman who talked the way birds sang, constantly, joyfully, as if silence were a gap to be filled, was silent. She moved through the woods with a care he hadn't seen from her before, placing her feet deliberately, avoiding branches, slowing her natural pace to match his, as if she knew she was walking on sacred ground. She did know. That was why he was taking her. The footpath narrowed. Branches brushed their shoulders. He held one back for her, and she ducked under his arm, and the proximity, his arm above her body passing beneath it, was a different kind of closeness from the banner at the festival. That had been accidental. This was an offering. They walked for another 5 minutes without speaking. He could hear her breathing. He could hear the rhythm of her footsteps, lighter than his, and the way they fell into a pattern with his own, not matching exactly, but harmonizing. The way two instruments playing different parts could produce something neither could produce alone. Then the trees opened, and they were there. The clearing was small, maybe 30 feet across, a natural opening in the forest where the sweetgum trees pulled back and the sky came through, and the lake appeared, suddenly, enormously, filling the eastern horizon. The grass was thick and soft, dotted with early wildflowers. The sweetgum trees that framed the edges had been trimmed, years ago, their lower branches removed to preserve the sightline to the water. Arthur had done that trimming every spring. Ellis did it now. The bench sat at the center, facing east. It was a simple thing. 2 slabs of sweetgum for the seat, a back made from 3 vertical boards with a gentle curve shaped into the top edge, legs that were solid and slightly wider than necessary because Arthur believed furniture should be built to hold the weight of more than one body, even if only one body would ever use it. The wood had weathered to silver, the grain raised by decades of rain and sun, and the surface was smooth from use, from the countless mornings someone had sat here and watched the light come up over the water. Ellis sat down. The bench held him the way it always held him, firmly, warmly, with the particular embrace of something that had been built for exactly this purpose. Nyla stood at the edge of the clearing. She looked at the bench, at the lake, at the view. She didn't reach for her camera. She didn't take notes. She stood very still, the way she'd stood at the bend on the trail that first morning. And he watched her face and saw the same thing he'd seen then. Recognition. The immediate, full-body understanding that she was in the presence of something that deserved her silence. "Sit," he said. She sat beside him. She left space. The sky was changing. The gray was giving way to color, pale pink at the horizon, deepening to rose, the first edge of gold appearing at the line where the water met the sky. The lake was absolutely still, a mirror of the sky, and the colors above were doubled below, and the whole world was slowly, quietly catching fire. He started talking. He didn't plan it. He didn't rehearse it. He just opened his mouth, and the words came out the way wood shavings came off a plane, pulled by a force he'd stopped trying to control. He told her about Arthur, about learning to hold a hammer at 5, hitting his own thumb, and Arthur not laughing but showing him again, patiently, until the nail went in straight. About the first birdhouse they built together, a crooked, oversized box that Arthur hung in the sweetgum tree outside the workshop, as if it were the finest piece he'd ever produced. About the Saturday mornings here, at this bench, Arthur with his coffee and Ellis with his juice, watching the herons wade in the shallows. Arthur naming the trees the way you'd name old friends. That's Margaret, she leans too far east. That's Harold, been here since before I was born. That big one there, that's Ruth. She drops more leaves than any tree in the county and doesn't apologize for it. He told her about learning to read wood grain by feel, Arthur guiding his small fingers along a board, saying, "Close your eyes. What do you feel? The wood will tell you what it wants to be. You just have to listen." About the first piece of furniture Ellis made on his own, a small table, slightly uneven, and how Arthur had put it in the kitchen and used it every day for years, never mentioning the wobble. He told her about the day Arthur told him that the best things a man can build are the things that outlast him. They'd been sitting on this bench, finishing a sunrise. Ellis was maybe 17. Arthur had said it simply, the way he said everything, without weight or ceremony, and Ellis had nodded without understanding. He understood now. The bench was one of those things. The workshop was one of those things. The knowledge in Ellis's hands was one of those things. He told her about Arthur's last spring. The mornings getting slower, the walks getting shorter, the coffee going cold because Arthur sat so long watching the water that he forgot to drink it. The last morning Arthur made it to the bench under his own power, Ellis walking beside him, one hand on his grandfather's arm, terrified of the frailty of the body that had taught his own body everything it knew. They'd watched the sunrise. Arthur had said, "This is a good one," and Ellis had said, "They're all good ones," and Arthur had smiled, and that was the last time they came here together. He told her about sitting on this bench after the funeral, alone, watching the sun go down because he'd missed the sunrise, because the funeral had been in the morning and he hadn't been able to get here in time. Sitting until the stars came out and the lake went dark and the only sound was the water, and the only company was the bench holding him the way Arthur had held him when he was small. He didn't cry. He'd done his crying a long time ago, alone, in the workshop, holding a chisel Arthur had given him. He just talked, quietly, steadily, the most words he'd spoken to another person in years, possibly ever, and his voice carried the grief the way the bench carried his weight, as something it was built to hold. While he talked, the space between them shrank. She leaned toward him, not consciously, he didn't think, her body drawn toward the gravity of his grief the way water was drawn toward low ground. By the time he finished, her knee was touching his. He didn't know when it had started. He knew the contact, through denim, through cotton, was warm and steady, and the only thing anchoring him to the present moment. The sunrise was fully underway now. The gold light poured across the lake, and through the sweetgum frame and into the clearing and across the bench and across the two of them, sitting together, her knee against his, the silence between them as full as anything he'd ever heard. She didn't say, "I'm sorry for your loss." She didn't say, "I understand." She didn't offer comfort or perspective or any of the well-meaning phrases people used to put a frame around someone else's grief. She said, "Thank you for showing me." Then she was quiet. She sat beside him and looked at the water and let the silence hold them both. He didn't know how long they sat there. Long enough for the gold to deepen and the mist to burn off the lake and the heron to appear, wading into the shallows on the far side the way herons always did, arriving without announcement, as if they'd always been there and you just hadn't noticed. He turned to look at her. She turned to look at him. The distance between their faces was less than a foot. The morning light was on her skin, the deep brown of it luminous in the gold, and her eyes were dark and wide and completely unguarded, and he could see things he'd never been close enough to see before. A small scar near her left eyebrow, crescent-shaped, probably childhood. A freckle below her right ear, nearly invisible, a secret detail that made his chest ache. The exact pattern of her eyelashes, which were long and dark and casting faint shadows on her cheekbones in the angled light. She was looking at him with everything she had. No brightness, no professional warmth, no sunshine armor. Just her face, open and serious and full of something that looked like tenderness and felt like being seen. She was looking at him the way she looked at the bend on the trail and the cove on the lake and the grain on his tables. With her whole body, with the full, consuming attention of a woman who recognized beauty when she saw it and had stopped trying to pretend she didn't. He could feel her breath on his skin. He could count the shades of brown in her eyes. He could see the slight tremor in her lower lip, not from cold, from the effort of holding still when every part of her wanted to move. He thought, this is dangerous. He thought, I don't care. He thought, I want to kiss her so badly my hands are shaking. He looked down. His hands were on his thighs, close to hers on the bench, and they were shaking, a fine tremor that had nothing to do with the morning chill and everything to do with the woman sitting less than a foot away from him on his grandfather's bench, looking at him as if he were the only thing in the world worth seeing. He pressed his palms flat against the bench wood, felt the grain, felt Arthur's work beneath his hands, breathed. Neither of them moved. Neither closed the distance. Neither looked away. The moment held the way the bench held, firmly, patiently, built to bear the weight of something that would outlast the morning. The water lapped at the shore. The heron called from across the lake, a single, low note that hung in the air like a held breath. The wildflowers in the clearing swayed in a breeze so slight he felt it only because his skin was alive with attention, every nerve ending tuned to the woman beside him, to the warmth of her knee against his, to the sound of her breathing, to the extraordinary, unbearable sweetness of being this close to something that could change everything. They sat in the wanting and the not having, and the gold light poured over them both, and the bench held, the way it had always held, the way Arthur had built it to hold, more than one body, more than one love, more than one morning that mattered.
Chapter 13. The town smelled like smoke and joy. The Juneteenth cookout had transformed the town square into a landscape of grills and music and people. The whole community gathered in the warm June evening to celebrate with the kind of full-bodied enthusiasm that Nyla had learned was Sweetgum's default setting. Barbecue smoke rose from a dozen stations. The high school marching band was warming up near the gazebo. Vendor booths lined the walkways, selling everything from handmade jewelry to Mrs. Zhang's dumplings, which she was pressing into every hand that passed within reach, whether the hand wanted them or not. Nyla had been here since morning, helping with setup, carrying tables, stringing lights that she now knew how to hang because Ellis had shown her the technique at Founders Day. She'd moved through the preparations with the ease of someone who was no longer learning the rhythm of this town, but living inside it. She knew where the extension cords were stored. She knew which vendor needed the shaded spot because of a sun sensitivity. She knew that the sound system had a loose connection on the left speaker and that Malachi had a tool in the diner that could fix it. People called her by name, not the consultant, not the tourism girl, Nyla. They called her Nyla, and they said it the way you said the name of someone you expected to see again tomorrow. Rochelle introduced her to a group of older women from the church who were setting up the dessert table, and the introduction landed in Nyla's chest like a warm fist. "This is our Nyla," Rochelle said. "She's the one making all those trail maps." Our Nyla, the possessive pronoun, the casual, unquestioned claim. As if Nyla were not a consultant on a 3-month contract but a permanent fixture, a known quantity, someone who belonged to the fabric of this place, the way the gazebo belonged to the square and the lake belonged to the land. She smiled and shook hands and answered questions about the recreation program. And underneath the conversation, underneath the professional warmth, something cracked open in her chest. A door she'd been keeping closed, a room she'd been afraid to enter. She wanted to belong here, not as a visitor, not as a professional, as our Nyla, as the woman who knew where the extension cords were and how the speaker wire needed jiggling and which vendor needed the shade. The wanting was so fierce it frightened her. The talent show started at 5, the marching band at 6, and by 7 the square was full of music and dancing and the particular joyful chaos of a community that celebrated its freedom with its whole body. Nyla danced with Rochelle to an old Motown number, both of them laughing and out of breath. She danced with Benjamin, who was surprisingly graceful for a man of his size. She danced with one of the church women, who taught her a step she'd never seen before, and then critiqued her execution with cheerful severity. She found Ellis at the edge of the crowd, standing where he always stood, at the margins, observing with the half-smile of a man who loved the scene but didn't need to be in the center of it. He was holding a plate of food someone's grandmother had pressed into his hands, and he was wearing a white t-shirt and dark jeans, and he looked, in the warm light of the string lights and the fading evening sun, like something she wanted to walk toward for the rest of her life. She walked toward him. "Dance with me," she said. "No. One song. I don't dance. Everyone dances, you just haven't found the right song yet." She held out her hand. The gesture was an echo of every handshake she'd ever offered, the same openness, the same invitation, but this time her hand was trembling slightly, and both of them could see it. He looked at her hand. He looked at her face. The music changed, something slow and bass-heavy, a song about coming home, and the people around them swayed in pairs, and the evening light caught the angles of his face and softened them, and she waited. He set down his plate on the nearest table. He took her hand. His palm was rough and warm, and she knew it now, knew the texture of every callus and the strength of every finger. And when he pulled her toward him and his other hand settled on her waist, the contact burned through the thin cotton of her dress like a brand. She could feel each finger, distinct and deliberate, resting against the curve of her waist with the care he gave everything he touched. He held her the way he held his tools, precisely with the full awareness that what he was holding mattered. They swayed more than they danced. He wasn't a dancer. He'd told her the truth about that. But he was steady, and steadiness turned out to be better than skill. She moved with him, and his hand on her waist guided without leading. And when she stepped close enough that her cheek grazed the collar of his t-shirt, the scratch of the fabric against her skin sent a current through her body that made her grateful for the music, because otherwise he would have heard the change in her breathing. One song. The bass line vibrated through both of them. The singer's voice was rich and low, singing about finding your way back to the place where you started, and the words layered over the warmth of Ellis's hand on her waist and the solid wall of his chest near her cheek and the scent of him, clean cotton and wood shavings, always wood shavings, as if the workshop lived in his skin. Mrs. Zhang, standing nearby with her phone, took a photo. Nyla saw the flash from the corner of her eye. She didn't care. Let the whole town see. Let them photograph this. Let Rochelle plan whatever she wanted to plan. She was dancing with Ellis Townsend, and his hand was on her waist, and the evening was gold, and she was not going to pretend, for one single second, that this wasn't exactly where she wanted to be. The song ended. They stepped apart. The distance between them felt like a wound. "Thank you," she said. He nodded. His hand, the one that had been on her waist, hung at his side, and his fingers moved once, curling and uncurling, as if they were trying to hold on to the shape of what they'd been holding. The evening went on. The carnival games filled the square with laughter. The pie-eating contest drew a crowd near the gazebo. Contestants lined up at a long table with their hands behind their backs, faces already smeared with blueberry before the timer hit 30 seconds. Nyla and Ellis orbited each other through the celebration. Not always together, not always apart. She handed him a cup of lemonade, and their fingers brushed on the cup and stayed. 2 seconds of shared contact over a paper cup, and the look they exchanged over the rim was a conversation in a language they were inventing together. He pulled a leaf from her hair. She'd been standing under the oak tree near the dessert table, and she didn't know the leaf was there until his hand appeared at the side of her head and his fingertips grazed the back of her neck as he lifted the leaf away. And she forgot how to swallow. She stood perfectly still while his hand was near her hair, near her neck, near the most vulnerable part of her. and the crowd moved around them, and the music played, and neither of them acknowledged that the leaf removal had taken 3 times longer than necessary. Rochelle watched from the dessert table, with her arms folded and her smile so wide it could have held the entire town. He walked her back to the B&B. They took the long way, without discussing it, the route that wound through the quieter streets south of the square, past houses where porch lights glowed and the distant sound of the festival faded to a murmur. The B&B porch was waiting for them, the way it always was. Rocking chairs, wind chime, the faint light from the hallway falling through the screen door. They sat down. Neither of them said, "I should go." Neither of them checked the time. They talked. She told him about Savannah, about growing up the youngest of 3 sisters in a house where everyone talked over each other, and the dinner table was a contact sport. About her father, the track coach, who had built bookshelves in their living room with his own hands and taught her that a person's craft was a form of love. About her mother, who ran the community center and believed that connection was the most important thing in the world, and raised 3 daughters to believe it too. He told her about his parents moving to Macon, about being 16 and choosing to stay with Arthur because the workshop was here and the lake was here, and everything that mattered was here. About the community college courses in business and design that his mother insisted on, the way she'd called every Sunday to make sure he was eating, the guilt she carried about leaving him that he'd never been able to ease because he'd never regretted staying, not once. She asked, "Do you ever regret it? Staying?" He was quiet for a long time. The rocking chair creaked. The wind chime sent out its silver notes. The night was thick with jasmine and warm air and the sound of crickets and the distant, dying murmur of the celebration. "Every place I'd want to be is already here," he said. She held the sentence like a warm stone. She turned it over in her mind, feeling its weight, its heat, the way it sat in her palm. And she understood that he was not just talking about the town. He was talking about the bench and the lake and the workshop and the mornings and the wood and the quiet and the life he'd built in the shape of his grandfather's love. He was talking about everything he was, offered simply, without apology, the way he offered everything, as the whole of what he had. And she thought, "You are enough. You have always been enough. Whoever told you otherwise was wrong." She didn't say it. Not yet. The words were too big for tonight. But she held them in the same place she held the sentence, the warm stone, the weight of everything he'd given her without knowing he was giving it. They talked until the stars were thick overhead, and the porch light had attracted a constellation of moths, and the festival was long over and the town was asleep, and neither of them had any reason to still be sitting here, except the one reason neither of them had named. He stood up. She looked up at him from the rocking chair, and the porch light was behind him, and his face was half lit and half shadow, and his eyes were dark and serious and looking at her the way he'd looked at her on the bench, as if she were the only thing worth seeing. He paused. The standing and the pausing were 2 separate actions, and the space between them held the weight of every moment that had led to this one. The handshake, the trail, the bend, the cove, the pinky in the dark, the cheek, the bench, the silence, the wanting. All of it, stacked in the air between them like wood waiting to be built into something that would last. He reached out and tucked a twist behind her ear. His fingers were gentle, careful, the same fingers that carved sweet gum leaves into shelf edges and planed walnut until it was silk, and they trailed along the curve of her jaw as they fell, a touch so light it was almost imaginary, and the effect was seismic. Her skin lit up along the path his fingers had taken. Her breath stopped. Her hands gripped the arms of the rocking chair. "Tonight was good," he said. His voice was rougher than usual. The low register scraped down to something raw. "It was," she said. She was barely breathing. The words used all the air she had. Neither of them moved. Neither of them spoke. The porch light hummed. A moth circled. The wind chime was still. The space between them, which had been shrinking for weeks, for all the weeks since she'd walked into his workshop and laid her hand on his wood and felt the warmth of someone else's devotion in the grain, that space closed. He didn't kiss her. She didn't kiss him. They met somewhere in the middle, the way they'd been meeting all summer without admitting it, and the kiss, when it came, was the softest thing she'd ever felt. His lips on hers. Warm, unhurried, intentional, the way he did everything that mattered. He kissed her the way he worked wood, with patience, with attention, with the steady, certain knowledge that some things could not be rushed without being ruined. His hands slid from her jaw to the back of her neck, his fingers in her twists, cradling her head, and the gentleness of it, the care, the way he held her as if she were something he'd spent his whole life building toward, made her eyes burn behind her closed lids. Her fingers curled into the front of his shirt. She pulled gently, not to bring him closer because he was already close as a person could be, but because she needed to hold on to something solid while the world rearranged itself around her. The kiss deepened. Not faster, not harder. Deeper, the way a lake deepened the further you went from shore, the surface giving way to something more still, more full, more entirely itself. She felt it in her whole body, in the palms of her hands and the soles of her feet and the place behind her ribs where she kept the things she was most afraid of losing. They pulled apart just enough to breathe, foreheads close, eyes open. The space between their faces was inches, and in that space, breathing the same air, she looked at him and he looked at her. And the look was the most intimate, more intimate than the kiss, because the look said everything the kiss had been trying to say. I see you, all of you, and I'm staying. He smiled. Not the almost smile, not the quarter lift at the corner of his mouth. A real smile, full and warm and entirely for her, and it broke across his face like sunrise over the lake. And she understood, finally, why she'd been chasing that smile since the day she walked into his workshop. Because it was this. Because underneath the quiet and the guard and the serious brow, this was who he was. A man capable of tremendous warmth who had been saving it for someone who earned it. She laughed, softly, surprised and happy and terrified in equal measure, and he caught the laugh with his mouth and kissed her again, shorter this time, lighter, a kiss that said good night and come back and I'll be here. Good night, Nyla, he said against her mouth. Good night, Ellis, she said against his. He stepped back. She let him go. He walked down the porch steps and into the dark, toward the road that led north to his workshop, and she sat in the rocking chair and pressed her fingers to her lips and felt the warmth of him still there, the shape of his mouth against hers, the ghost of his fingers in her hair. The wind chime moved. The moths circled. The night smelled like jasmine and barbecue smoke and the fading warmth of a man who had just kissed her, as if she were something worth keeping. She stayed on the porch for a long time, rocking slowly in the dark, touching her lips, holding the warm stone of his sentence in her chest. Every place I'd want to be is already here. She wanted that to be true for her, too. She wanted this porch and this town and this man and the bench and the lake and the mornings and the quiet, specific love that lived in everything he built. She wanted to stay. The thought didn't frighten her the way it had on her first night. It didn't arrive as a warning or a pattern to be broken. It arrived as a truth, simple and solid, the way his furniture was simple and solid, built to hold weight, built to last. She went inside and climbed the stairs and lay in bed and did not sleep for a very long time. And when she finally did, she dreamed of a bench in a clearing holding two.
Chapter 14. She brought coffee to the workshop on a Tuesday morning, and it ruined him for solitude forever. She didn't announce herself. She just appeared in the doorway with 2 cups, her twists down around her shoulders, her sundress swapped for hiking pants and a tank top because they were walking the East Trail that afternoon. And she handed him a cup and hopped up onto the workbench beside his active project and crossed her legs and opened her laptop and started reviewing kayak rental pricing as if sitting on his workbench were something she'd always done. He stood there holding the coffee, watching her settle into his space, and something tectonic shifted in his chest. Not the tightening he'd been living with for weeks, the hot, complicated pull of wanting someone he wasn't supposed to want. Something different, something that felt alarmingly like ease. She fit. She fit in his workshop the way a well-cut joint fit its socket, precisely, completely, as if the space had been waiting for exactly her shape. He went back to work on the peachwood bookcase. She worked on her laptop. Neither of them talked much. He was aware of her in the way he was always aware of her now, a constant, low-frequency hum of attention that had become the background music of his days. But the awareness had changed. It wasn't anxious anymore. It wasn't a thing he was fighting. It was just there, like the sound of the lake or the smell of sawdust, a fact of his environment that he no longer questioned. Then her knee bumped the workbench, and he felt it in his chest, and he misread a measurement for the first time in 6 years. She was swinging her legs, gently, absently, the way you swung your legs when you were comfortable and not thinking about where your body was in space. Every third swing, her knee grazed the bench, and the vibration traveled through the wood and up through his hands and into the place behind his ribs where he kept her, and his pencil line went crooked. He erased it, remeasured. Her knee bumped again. He stared at the measurement and couldn't remember what it was for. "You okay?" she asked, looking up from her laptop. "Fine. You've measured that board 3 times. It's a complicated board." She smiled at him, the private one, the one that was just for the space between them, and he turned back to the workbench and breathed and reminded himself that he was a professional craftsman with 20 years of experience, and he was not going to be defeated by a woman swinging her legs. He measured the board again. Her knee bumped 4 times. He built the shelf in the evenings, after his paid commissions, in the hours that used to belong to silence. It was a small piece, a wall shelf, maybe 18 inches wide, designed for the stack of books and trail maps she'd mentioned were overtaking her room at the B&B. He used sweetgum wood, locally sourced from the same stand of trees that had given him the dining table. The grain was fine and even, and when he oiled it, the surface glowed with a warmth that reminded him of her skin in morning light, which was a thought he had while sanding and did not examine further. He worked on it the way he worked on everything, carefully, patiently, with the full attention that Arthur had taught him was the difference between furniture and craft. He shaped the brackets. He routed a shallow lip along the front edge so books wouldn't slide off. He sanded the surface smoother than it strictly needed to be, pass after pass, because the motion was soothing, and he needed soothing, and because somewhere in the back of his mind, beneath the sound of the sandpaper and the smell of the oil, he was thinking about her hands, her long, graceful fingers tracing the grain on his dining table. The way she'd laid her palm flat against the wood and felt the warmth of his work without knowing it was his. He wanted her hands on this shelf. He wanted her hands on everything he built. He wanted his hands on her. He sanded harder. When the surface was glass smooth, he took a small carving chisel and cut a detail into the front edge, a single sweetgum leaf, stylized, its 5 points rendered in clean, shallow relief. The same leaf he'd carved into the town sign and a dozen other pieces around Sweetgum. But this one was smaller, more refined. This one was not for the town. This one was for her. He finished the shelf on a Thursday night, oiled it one last time, and held it up in the workshop light. It glowed. The leaf detail caught the light and cast a tiny shadow. The grain was perfect. He set it on the workbench and looked at it for a long time, and the feeling in his chest was one he hadn't felt since the first piece of furniture he'd built for someone other than Arthur. The private, fierce satisfaction of having made something that said what he couldn't say. Something that translated the inexpressible into wood and oil and care. I'm thinking about you during the hours that used to be mine alone, and I don't want them back. He left the shelf outside her door at the B&B at 5:30 in the morning before she was awake. No note. He considered a note. He stood in the hallway holding the shelf and a small piece of paper and a pencil, and could not think of a single word that wouldn't be either too much or not enough. The shelf was the note. The shelf said everything he could say and several things he couldn't. He set it down, leaning against her door, and drove back to the workshop. An hour later, his phone buzzed. A photo. The shelf, mounted on her wall, books neatly arranged on one side, a small vase of wildflowers on the other. The morning light from her window was hitting the sweetgum grain and turning it gold, and the carved leaf detail was visible at the edge, delicate and precise. One word beneath the photo, perfect. He stared at the text for 3 minutes. He saved the photo. He set the phone down. He picked it up. He typed, "Glad it fits." He put the phone in his pocket and went back to the bookcase and didn't check for a reply for 20 minutes, which was the longest 20 minutes of his life. And when he checked, she'd sent a second photo, a close-up of the carved leaf, her fingertip touching one of the points, and the sight of her finger on his carving did something to his pulse that he was choosing not to investigate. She came to the workshop that evening. He heard her boots on the gravel, and the sound was already familiar, already something his body responded to before his mind caught up, a lifting, an opening, the particular alertness of a man who had spent years in comfortable solitude and was discovering, with equal parts wonder and terror, that solitude was no longer what he wanted. She appeared in the doorway. She was holding the vase of wildflowers from the shelf photo, as if she'd brought evidence. "You," she said, "are a dangerous man, Ellis Townsend." He set down his chisel. "Dangerous. You leave things outside people's doors that make them cry before breakfast. That's dangerous." She set the vase on the workbench and walked toward him, and her face was doing the thing that wrecked him every time, the brightness that was aimed at him and not at the world, the specific warmth that said, "You, only you, this is yours. The leaf, you carved a leaf. Sweetgum leaf. I know what it is." She was close now, close enough that he could smell the wildflowers and the coffee and the coconut, close enough that the air between them had become the charged, specific air that existed only in the space they shared. "Nobody has ever built me something before. Not something like that. Not something with a leaf carved into the edge because they know I'd notice. You notice everything." "I do." She put her hands on his chest, palms flat, fingers spread over the worn cotton of his t-shirt, and he felt each finger like a point of light. "Thank you." She kissed him. It was different from the porch. The porch kiss had been tentative, a question posed in the dark with jasmine in the air and the whole weight of the summer behind it. This kiss was certain. This kiss knew what it wanted and was not interested in hesitation. She tasted like coffee, and her hands on his chest were warm and firm, and she pulled back, laughing, a bright sound that scattered through the workshop and made the sawdust dance, and he chased the laugh with his mouth because the laugh was the best thing he'd ever heard, and he wanted to hold it between his lips. Her back found the workbench. His hands found her waist, the same spot they'd found during the dance, the curve above her hip that his palms had memorized through the cotton of her dress and were now relearning through the cotton of her tank top. Her fingers curled into the front of his shirt. She pulled, gently, and he stepped closer, and the workbench was solid behind her, and he was solid in front of her, and the space between them was gone, finally, completely, not an inch of air remaining. And the feeling of her body against his was the answer to a question he'd been asking with his hands every time he touched wood. Time stopped, or time became irrelevant, which was the same thing. The workshop was warm, and the light was gold, and the sawdust settled slowly around them like snow, and he kissed her the way he'd kissed her on the porch, but deeper, slower, more sure, because the porch had been the question, and this was the answer. And the answer was yes, and stay, and I will build you anything you want for the rest of my life if you keep making that sound when I do this. She pulled back. Her eyes were bright, her lips were swollen, and her hands were still on his chest, and his hands were still on her waist, and they stood there in the sawdust and the gold light, breathing hard, grinning like idiots. "I should build you things more often," he said. She laughed again, and this time he let the laugh exist in the air without catching it, and it was enough. She was enough. The workshop was enough. The evening light and the smell of wood and the woman with her hands on his chest were enough. He decided privately to build her something every week. Justin came by on Friday to pick up a clock base. Justin Clark was the closest thing Ellis had to a friend who wasn't Mr. Zhang, which meant they talked about work and wood, and occasionally, when the planets aligned, something approaching personal. Justin made clocks the way Ellis made furniture, with obsessive attention to detail and the belief that a handmade thing was worth more than its price. They understood each other the way craftsmen did, through shared vocabulary and mutual respect for the act of making something with your hands. Justin inspected the clock base, a turned walnut piece with a recess for the movement, and nodded with professional approval. They talked about a joint commission they'd been considering, a grandfather clock with a custom case. They argued mildly about the merits of shellac versus lacquer. It was comfortable, the kind of conversation that didn't require effort. Then Justin looked at him and said, "You seem different lately." Ellis picked up a chisel and examined it as if it held the secrets of the universe. "Different how?" "Lighter, like you're not carrying as much." Justin leaned against the door frame. "I don't know. Something shifted." "Nothing shifted. Okay." Justin was a man who respected a closed door. He picked up the clock base and turned to go. At the threshold, he stopped. "Whatever it is, don't overthink it. Some things are just good." He left. The workshop was quiet. Ellis stood at his workbench and thought about that for the rest of the day. Some things are just good. Not complicated, not dangerous, not a threat to the careful architecture of a life built for one. Just good. She was good. The workshop with her in it was good. The shelf on her wall was good. The kiss against the workbench was good. He picked up the chisel and started carving, and for the first time in longer than he could remember, the solitude of the workshop didn't feel like protection. It felt like a room waiting for someone to come back.
Chapter 15. The trouble with happiness, Nyla was discovering, was that it made you want to keep it. She hadn't planned on this. She'd planned on 3 months, a recreation program, a clean departure, and the same hollow ache she always carried on the drive home. She hadn't planned on Ellis Townsend sitting on the B&B porch with her feet in his lap, his thumb tracing absent circles on her ankle while she pretended to read trail reviews and retained nothing. Because each circle sent warmth up her leg and into her chest, and the trail reviews simply could not compete. She hadn't planned on any of this. She was in it anyway, up to her neck, and the water was warm and getting warmer. Their days had developed a rhythm, the kind that happened not through discussion, but through the accumulation of small, repeated choices to be near each other. Mornings, she worked at the B&B or walked the trails solo, refining the recreation plan. While he was in the workshop with the peachwood bookcase and whatever new commission had come in. Some mornings, she brought coffee and sat on his workbench and worked alongside him in a silence that felt more intimate than conversation. She'd learned the sounds of his workshop the way you learned the sounds of a house you lived in. The draw of the plane, the tap of the mallet, the quiet breathing of a man who was content. Afternoons, they walked the trails together. Sometimes it was work, scouting new sections for the program, discussing trail markers and capacity limits. Sometimes it was just walking, her hand in his, the forest thick and green and full of the particular June intensity that turned every trail into a tunnel of life. He reached for her hand on the steep sections and didn't let go on the flat ones, and the feeling of his palm against hers, calloused and warm and completely sure, was becoming the feeling she measured all other feelings against. Evenings, the porch or the diner, or his place near the lake where the kitchen table, the one he'd built for one person who occasionally had two, was starting to accumulate her things. A jacket she'd left on a chair, a book on the counter, a hair tie on the bathroom sink. Small migrations, territorial claims made in objects rather than words. He hadn't said anything about the hair tie. He hadn't said anything about any of it, but she'd opened the bathroom cabinet one morning looking for toothpaste and found that he'd cleared a drawer. Empty, clean-lined, waiting. She'd stood in front of that drawer for a full minute, touching the empty space, and the gesture, this silent, practical act of making room for her in his home, was the most romantic thing anyone had ever done for her. Not flowers, not speeches. A drawer. An absence that was an invitation. She filled it. Book club was on a Wednesday evening in the back room of the Sweetgum bookstore. Nyla had been invited by a woman she'd met at Juneteenth, and she'd shown up expecting a casual discussion of whatever novel was on the list. What she got was a room full of women who were reading a romance novel about a grumpy loner who fell for a newcomer and who were looking at Nyla as if she were the live-action adaptation. "The hero in this book reminds me of someone," said Mrs. Dolores from the church, turning her reading glasses to look at Nyla with theatrical innocence. "Can't quite put my finger on who." He's a woodworker, said another woman. Quiet, keeps to himself, handy. Very handy, a third added, and the group dissolved into laughter that Nyla suspected was not entirely about the book. She laughed with them. She couldn't help it. The warmth of being included, being teased, being known well enough to be the subject of gentle, affectionate ribbing was intoxicating. These women had folded her into their circle with a speed and ease that would have seemed suspicious anywhere else, but felt in Sweetgum like the town's natural gravity at work. You showed up, you participated, you belonged. That was the deal. They discussed the book with the seriousness of literary critics and the enthusiasm of fans, arguing about whether the hero should have made his move sooner. Chapter 17, that man wasted 5 months of everyone's time. Whether the heroine was too patient or not patient enough. Whether a grumpy man who expressed love through acts of service was the most romantic kind of man or merely the most infuriating. The most romantic, Nyla said before she could stop herself, and the room went very quiet and then very loud. And she buried her face in her copy of the book while 6 women talked over each other about what Ellis had built for her lately and whether Rochelle had been right from the beginning. Consensus, Rochelle was always right from the beginning. Walking home afterward, her cheeks still warm, she felt something she hadn't felt since Savannah, the particular, specific happiness of having a circle. Not colleagues, not professional contacts. Friends. Women who knew her name and teased her about her love life and argued about fictional heroes with the passion of people who believed in love, actually and specifically believed in it. Not as a concept, but as a practice. She belonged here. She could feel it in her body, in the way her feet knew the sidewalk and her lungs knew the air, and her hand reached for her phone to text Ellis about the book club's hero comparison without thinking about whether it was too much. He replied in 4 words, "I'm not that grumpy." She laughed on the sidewalk in the dark, alone and happy. And the happiness was so big and so specific that it frightened her, because big, specific happiness was exactly the kind she'd always had to leave behind. Keisha called on a Saturday morning. Nyla was on the porch with her laptop, reviewing the final trail map designs, and the sound of her sister's ringtone pulled her out of a section on difficulty ratings that she'd been staring at without seeing because she'd been thinking about the drawer. The empty drawer, now full, the way he'd made space without being asked. "So," Keisha said, "are you staying?" The question was casual, the way Keisha could make anything sound casual while detonating it directly into the center of your chest. "I'm here through August," Nyla said. "That's the contract." "That's not what I asked." Nyla looked at the porch railing, at the garden beyond it, at the willow pond where the morning light made the surface look like hammered silver. She thought about the recreation program, which was strong, nearly ready for its soft launch. She thought about the trails she'd mapped and the kayak program she'd designed and the festival calendar she'd coordinated and all the work she'd done that was good, genuinely good, the kind of work she'd left the corporate world to do. She thought about Ellis, about the workshop and the bench and the cleared drawer and the way he said her name as if he were holding something fragile. "I don't know," she said. "I haven't thought about it." "Nye, I haven't. You've been there 2 months. Your contract ends in August. Have you looked at other contracts? Have you lined up your next town?" Nyla pressed her lips together. She hadn't looked. She hadn't opened the consulting job boards or returned the inquiry from a town in Tennessee or updated her portfolio. She'd been too busy, too happy, too embedded in a life that fit her the way the shelf fit her wall, precisely, as if it had been built for exactly her shape. "I'll figure it out," she said. "Will you?" "Keisha, I'm not pushing. I'm asking." Keisha's voice was gentle, the way it got when she was navigating the space between sisterly love and sisterly concern. "Because the last 2 times you didn't figure it out until the car was packed and you were crying on the interstate, and this time there's a man involved, which makes it harder." "I know. Do you want to stay?" The question sat between them like a living thing. Nyla looked at the pond and thought about the word stay and how it had evolved since her first night on this porch. Then it had been a warning. Now it was a wish. a wish she was afraid to make because making it would mean admitting that leaving would break something she didn't know how to fix. "I want to do good work," she said, which was true but wasn't the answer. Keisha said, which meant she knew. They talked about easier things after that. Their mother's retirement party planning. Their father's insistence on grilling his own birthday dinner despite a history of charcoal disasters. The ongoing family group text about which cousin's wedding was going to be the most chaotic. Normal things, steady things, the things that reminded Nyla she had roots somewhere, even if they weren't here. After they hung up, she sat on the porch for a long time. The shelf was upstairs on her wall, holding her books and her wildflowers and the weight of a man's unspoken feelings. The drawer in his bathroom held her things, folded neatly into a space he'd emptied without being asked. The trail maps on her laptop held months of shared walks, shared silence, shared mornings in a workshop that smelled like wood and patience, and the beginning of something she was terrified to name. Her contract ended in August, 6 weeks away. The recreation program was on track to launch on time. Once it was running, her work here was done. There was no professional reason to stay. There was every other reason to stay, and none of them fit in a binder. She closed her laptop. She went inside. She walked past the dining table, his table, and trailed her fingers along the grain the way she'd done on her first day, and the warmth of the wood under her hand felt like a question she wasn't ready to answer. Chapter 16. Her mother called on a Monday afternoon, and the conversation was a grenade wrapped in love. "Baby, how are you? Tell me everything. How's the town? How's the program? Are you eating enough? Rochelle's feeding you, right? That woman could feed an army." Nyla was sitting on the B&B porch with her laptop, reviewing the final kayak rental pricing model, and her mother's voice was warm and familiar, and carried the particular frequency of a woman who had raised 3 daughters and could detect a shift in emotional weather from 200 miles away. "I'm good, Mama. Really good. The program is almost ready to launch. The trail maps are done, the kayak rentals are set up, the festival calendar is coordinated. It's coming together." "That's wonderful, baby. I'm proud of you." A pause. The kind of pause that meant her mother was selecting her next words with the precision of a surgeon. "And you're settling in okay? You sound settled." "I am settled. The town is amazing. The people are incredible. I've joined the book club. I volunteer at the festivals. I know all the shopkeepers by name." She was listing evidence, she realized, building a case, for whom she wasn't sure. Another pause. "And the man, Rochelle mentioned a man." Nyla closed her eyes. Of course, Rochelle had mentioned Ellis. Rochelle had probably described the entire romance arc with chapter headings and a projected timeline. "His name is Ellis. He's the local guide the council assigned to help with the recreation program. He's a woodworker. She searched for words that were professional and measured, and found instead the ones that were true. "He's wonderful, Mama." The silence on the phone was longer this time. When her mother spoke again, the warmth was still there, but it had an edge underneath, the way a blanket could be both soft and heavy. "You're not getting attached again, are you?" The words landed on the bruise that never fully healed. The same bruise Keisha had pressed on her first night in Sweetgum, sitting on the B&B porch under the stars. The same bruise Nyla pressed herself every night, when she lay in bed and counted the weeks until August and tried to imagine what driving away from this town would feel like. "Mama, I don't mean it ugly, baby. You know I don't. I just know how you are. You've got the biggest heart of anyone I've ever known, and you pour it into these places, every drop, and then the contract ends and you're standing there with an empty cup wondering why it hurts so much." Her mother's voice was thick with the particular anguish of a parent watching a child repeat a pattern she couldn't break. "You did it in the Carolinas. You did it in the mountains. And those were just towns. This one has a man in it. That makes it harder." "I know." "Do you?" "Because I hear it in your voice, Nye. The same voice you had in the Carolinas. The same one you had in the mountains. The falling voice. You're falling again, and I don't want to pick up the pieces again when August comes and you have to drive away." Nyla pressed her hand against the porch railing. The wood was warm from the afternoon sun, smooth under her palm, and she thought about all the surfaces in this town that held warmth: his table, his shelf, his hands, and how every one of them was temporary. Because she was temporary. She had always been temporary, the woman who brightened a room and then left it. "I'm being careful," she said. "You're not." Her mother said it gently, the way she said everything that hurt. Careful people don't join book clubs in towns they're leaving in 6 weeks. Careful people don't know every shopkeeper by name. Careful people don't call their mother and say, "He's wonderful," in a voice that sounds like a prayer. Nyla didn't have an answer for that. Her mother was right. She wasn't being careful. She was being herself, which was the same thing as being too much, which was the same thing as giving everything to a place that wasn't hers, which was the same thing as the pattern she'd promised Keisha she'd break. "I love you, Mama. I'll be smart about it." "I love you too, baby. I just worry." After they hung up, Nyla sat on the porch for a long time, staring at the willow pond without seeing it. The conversation sat in her chest like a stone, pressing against the warmth that had been living there since the kiss on the porch, since the bench, since the dance, pressing until the warmth couldn't expand anymore and started, slowly, to contract. That evening, she went to the diner alone. She'd been planning to meet Ellis, but she texted him that she needed to work through dinner, which was technically true. She did have pricing models to finalize, and functionally a lie. She could have finalized them at his kitchen table while he cooked, the way they'd been doing for weeks. Their domesticity so easy and natural that it terrified her now in the way that only easy, natural things could terrify a woman who'd been told she was too much. The diner was half full. She sat in a booth near the back, ordered the evening special, and opened her laptop. Amy brought her food with a look that said she'd noticed Nyla was alone and was choosing not to comment, which was its own form of kindness. Nyla ate and worked, and didn't think about the empty chair across from her that Ellis usually sat in. She didn't think about the fact that his absence felt like a missing tooth, a gap she kept probing with her tongue. She was reviewing the environmental impact assessment when she heard it. 2 older women at a table near the front, their voices carrying in the half-empty diner the way voices did in rooms with tile floors and tin ceilings. They weren't being unkind. They probably didn't know she was there. "That consultant girl seems nice enough," one said to the other, stirring her sweet tea. "Capable. Done good work from what I hear." "She has," the other agreed. "Nice addition to the town, even if it's temporary. Wonder how long she'll stick around." "Oh, you know how these contractors work. They come in, do their thing, and move on. It's the nature of it." "Shame, though. She fits in well." "They always do, until they don't." The words were casual, conversational, the kind of thing you said about a good weather stretch you expected to end. They weren't about her, specifically. They were about the category she occupied, the temporary one. The person who comes and goes. The consultant, not the resident. The guest, not the family. Nyla stared at her laptop screen, and the pricing model blurred in the shelf on her wall, the one with the carved sweetgum leaf, the one that had made her cry before breakfast, suddenly felt like evidence of something she wasn't allowed to keep. A gift from a man who belonged here, given to a woman who didn't. A beautiful thing sitting on a temporary wall. She paid her bill. She walked back to the B&B in the cooling dark. She did not call Ellis to say goodnight. The retreat happened the way retreats always happened. Not all at once, but in increments, each one small enough to deny. She stopped sitting on the porch in the evenings, waiting for him to walk by on his way home from the workshop. She started bringing her laptop to the diner instead of working at his kitchen table. She was professional and warm during their trail walks, but the warmth had a new edge to it, a boundary that hadn't been there before. The smile bright, but the eyes careful. She stopped resting her feet in his lap. She sat across the table from him at the diner instead of beside him. When he reached for her hand on the trail, she let him take it, but she didn't squeeze back. And the absence of the squeeze, she knew, was a message she was sending without having the courage to send it in words. She threw herself into the recreation plan with a focus that looked like professionalism and felt like self-defense. She finalized the trail maps. She locked down the kayak vendor contracts. She built the launch event schedule with the meticulous attention of a woman constructing a bunker. If she could just finish the work, if she could just get the program launched and running and hand it off, then she could leave cleanly, the way she always left. With the work done, and the town better, and the hollow ache in her chest that she told herself was just the transition between projects. One night, alone in her room at the B&B, she sat on the bed and looked at the shelf on the wall and the wildflowers in the vase. She kept replacing them, fresh ones every few days, because the shelf deserved flowers the way it deserved books. And she opened her laptop and browsed job listings for the first time since arriving in Sweetgum. There were contracts available. A town in Tennessee looking for recreation planning, a coastal community in South Carolina, a mountain resort in Virginia. She clicked through them with the mechanical efficiency of a woman doing something responsible and the hollow dread of a woman doing something that felt like cutting off her own hand. She closed the laptop. She picked up her phone. "I think I did it again," she texted Keisha. The phone rang within 30 seconds. "Did what?" Keisha's voice was sharp with worry. "Fell in love with a town or a man?" "Both." Nyla's voice broke on the word. She pressed the heel of her hand against her eye. "Both, Keisha, and now I don't know how to leave either one." "Oh, Nee. I know. The pattern, the attachment, the falling. I did everything you told me not to do. I joined the book club. I know every shopkeeper. I filled his drawer." She laughed, and the laugh was wet. "He cleared a drawer for me, Keisha, in his bathroom. He didn't even tell me. He just made space." "Oh, honey." "And now I'm sitting here looking at job listings in Tennessee, and it feels like dying. It actually physically feels like dying. And I can't tell if that means I should stay or if it means I've done the thing again, the too much thing, and I need to cut the cord before it gets worse." Keisha was quiet for a long time. The line hummed between them, 200 miles of Georgia night. "Nye, can I say something you might not want to hear? You're going to anyway. The pattern isn't falling in love with places. The pattern is leaving before you find out if they'd choose you back." The words landed in the center of Nyla's chest and stayed there, lodged like an arrow. And she opened her mouth to argue and closed it again because she couldn't argue with something that was true. "I have to go," she whispered. "I love you. I love you too. Don't look at job listings at midnight. Nothing good happens at midnight." After they hung up, Nyla lay in bed and stared at the ceiling and listened to the wind chime on the porch and thought about Keisha's words. The pattern isn't falling in love with places. The pattern is leaving before you find out if they'd choose you back. She thought about Ellis, about the way he'd cleared the drawer without asking, the way he'd carved the leaf into the shelf, the way he said her name like he was holding something fragile, the way he'd kissed her on the porch, unhurried, certain, the way he did everything that mattered. He was choosing her. He was choosing her every day, in every cleared drawer and carved leaf and mornings spent in silence while she swung her legs on his workbench. He was choosing her in the only language he knew, the language of his hands. And she was pulling away, because pulling away was what she did, because being too much for the wrong person had taught her that being herself was a risk, and the safest thing to do with a risk was to leave before it left you. She turned off the light. She didn't sleep well. In the morning, she was professional and focused and bright, and if her smile didn't quite reach her eyes, she told herself no one would notice. She was wrong about that.
Chapter 17. He noticed on a Tuesday. Not the day itself, but the change. She came to the workshop that morning with coffee, the way she'd been coming for weeks, and she sat on the workbench, the way she always did, and she opened her laptop and worked while he planed. And everything about the scene was the same except for the single, devastating thing that was different. She didn't swing her legs. She sat still. Her feet hung over the edge of the bench, motionless, and the absence of the swinging, the gentle, absent rhythm that had become the pulse of his mornings, was louder than any sound she'd ever made. He said nothing. He planed. He watched from the corner of his eye while she worked with her chin down and her shoulders held at an angle that was not quite tension and not quite relaxation, but some new geometry in between. And the warmth that had been living in his chest since the Juneteenth kiss began, very slowly, to cool. It got worse over the next week. She was still warm, still present, still Nyla, but there was a new edge to her warmth, a boundary he could feel even when she smiled, and the smiles were bright, but her eyes were careful, and he'd spent enough time studying her face to know the difference between brightness that came from joy and brightness that came from effort. She stopped sitting beside him at the diner. She sat across the table, a full 3 feet of laminated surface between them, and the distance was a message he received without being told he was receiving it. She stopped resting her feet in his lap on the porch. She stopped leaving things at his house. The jacket was still on the chair. The book was still on the counter. The drawer was still full. But nothing new was arriving. He reached for her hand on the trail on Thursday. She let him take it. She didn't squeeze back. The absence of the squeeze was a sound he heard in every joint and tendon of his hand, and he held on for the rest of the walk, and she didn't pull away, and she didn't squeeze. And the contact, which had been the warmest thing in his life 3 weeks ago, felt like holding a hand that was already leaving. The old wound kicked in with the force of a door slamming in a quiet room. This was the pattern. This was always the pattern. She was going to leave. She'd decided, or she was deciding, and the withdrawal was the leading edge of the departure, the way the water pulled back from the shore before a storm. She was going to look at his life, his small town, his quiet workshop, his 2 still mornings, and she was going to decide it wasn't enough. The way Corinne had decided. The way everyone decided, eventually, when they measured what he was against what the world offered and found him wanting. He began, instinctively, to retreat. He worked later. He spoke less, which for him was a notable achievement. He stopped walking her back to the B&B after dinner. He told himself he was giving her space, which was true, and which was also the lie a man tells himself when he's building a wall against the thing he most wants and calling it generosity. He went fishing at dawn on Saturday, 3 days before the 4th of July. He arrived at the dock at 5:15 in the gray pre-dawn quiet, hoping the water would settle him the way it always settled him. The lake was flat and still, the mist hovering in silver layers, and the silence was the kind that usually seeped into his bones and smoothed the rough edges. Mr. Zhang was already there. He was always already there. Ellis had long since stopped wondering how. The man arrived at the dock the way the sun arrived in the sky, inevitably, without explanation, slightly before you expected it. He sat in his folding chair with his line in the water and his tangerine on the cooler beside him, and did not look up when Ellis sat down on the dock's edge. They fished in silence for 20 minutes. The mist thinned. A heron appeared on the far bank. The water remained still. Then Mr. Zhang, without preamble, without turning from the water, said, "The fish don't come to the bait because you pull the line. They come because you're patient enough to be still." Ellis looked at him. Mr. Zhang cast his line again, the motion smooth and practiced, and said nothing more. His face was calm, his posture unhurried, and his eyes were on the water as if he'd said nothing more remarkable than a comment about the weather. Ellis sat with the words. He turned them over the way he'd turn over a piece of wood, feeling the grain, looking for the meaning that lived beneath the surface. Be still. Be patient. Don't pull the line. His whole life, when someone withdrew, he'd withdrawn further. Corinne pulled away and he'd let her go without a fight, not because he didn't care, but because fighting felt like forcing, and his grandfather had taught him that you never forced wood, you waited for it to show you where it wanted to go. But Arthur had also said something else, something Ellis had been carrying for years without knowing what it was for. The best things a man can build are the things that outlast him. A relationship wasn't a piece of furniture, but maybe it was built the same way, with patience and presence and the willingness to stay at the bench when the work got hard. Mr. Zhang caught a fish, a largemouth bass, fat and shining. He lifted it, considered it, lowered it back into the water. It hung for a moment in his hand, glistening, and then it was gone. "Good one," Ellis said. Mr. Zhang nodded. Ellis stood. He thanked the old man for the company and the advice, and Mr. Zhang nodded again, as if both the company and the advice were simply things that had happened at the dock this morning, neither more nor less remarkable than the fish. He walked back to the workshop. He didn't retreat. Not this time. He was going to be still. He was going to be patient. And when the moment came, he was going to speak. Because some things couldn't be built in silence, no matter how fluent the silence was. The 4th of July celebration filled the town square with the smell of grilled burgers and the sound of children running and the bright, declarative energy of a town that took its summer holidays seriously. Ellis arrived mid-afternoon when the softball game was already in progress and the sack races were setting up near the gazebo. He helped carry tables for the food stations the way he always did, and he fixed a wobbly tent pole the way he always did, and he stood at the edge of things and watched the way he always did, except that this time he was watching for her. She was there. She was helping with setup, talking to committee members, coordinating the double Dutch contest with the kind of competent warmth that had become her signature. She was wearing white shorts and a blue top, and her twists were down, and she looked in the afternoon light like the best version of summer. But the glow was dimmer than it had been at Juneteenth. The brightness was effortful. The smile was bright, but her eyes were careful, and several people noticed. Rochelle appeared beside him, arms folded, following his gaze across the square. "Something's wrong with our girl," Rochelle said. "I know." "You gonna do something about it?" He didn't answer. Rochelle, who had known him since he was a boy and who understood that his silences were never empty, patted his arm once and walked away. The fireworks launched from the north shore of the lake at 9, and the whole town gathered along the south bank and the ridge trail to watch. Ellis found her at the water's edge, standing alone. She was slightly apart from the crowd, her arms wrapped around herself, even though the evening was warm, looking out at the dark water with an expression he recognized because he'd worn it himself for 5 years. The expression of someone bracing for a loss they believed was inevitable. The sight of her silhouette against the water, small and still and holding herself as if she might fall apart if she let go, hit him like a hand against his chest. He wanted to wrap himself around her and hold on until neither of them was afraid anymore. He wanted to build something around her, a shelter, a fortress, a bench wide enough for two. Instead, he walked to her side and stood there, close enough that she could feel him, not touching. "You're pulling away," he said. She didn't turn. "I'm not." "You are. You've been pulling away for 2 weeks. You don't sit next to me at the diner. You don't swing your legs on the workbench. You don't squeeze my hand on the trail." He paused. "I notice everything about you, Nyla. Don't pretend I don't." She was quiet for a long time. The crowd behind them murmured and shifted, waiting for the first rocket. The lake was dark and still. "Don't do that," he said. "Don't go quiet on me. Not with me." She turned to face him. Her eyes were bright with tears she was fighting, and the sight of them cracked something open in his chest that he'd been trying to keep sealed. "I'm scared," she said. The words came out small, the smallest he'd ever heard her speak. The woman who talked the way birds sang, who filled rooms with warmth and light and the generous force of her attention, was standing in front of him, making herself as small as she could. "I'm scared because this is the pattern, Ellis. I come to a town and I pour myself into it and I fall in love with the place and the people, and then the contract ends and I leave and it breaks me. Every time. And this time is worse because it's not just the town, it's you." A firework went up. The first one, a single white streak that bloomed into gold above the lake. The light fell across her face and her tears caught it. "My ex told me I was exhausting," she said. "That my energy, my enthusiasm, my constant desire to connect was too much, that he needed someone calmer. My mother tells me I get too attached. My sister worries. Everyone I've ever loved has told me, in one way or another, that the thing they like about me is also the thing that's too much." He listened. He listened the way he'd listened at the bench, with his whole body, with every part of himself that knew how to pay attention. She was giving him the most private thing she had, the wound she'd been carrying since before he met her, and he was going to hold it the way he held Arthur's memory, carefully with both hands. Another firework, red, splitting into streamers that fell toward the water and dissolved. The crowd cheered. Neither of them looked up. "You're not too much," he said. She shook her head. "You don't know that. I do. He reached out and caught a tear on his thumb, the pad of his thumb against her cheek, gentle, the same touch he'd given her at Founders Day prep, but this time he didn't pull away. He held the tear on his thumb and looked at it, the tiny point of light caught in the moisture, and then he looked at her. You're the first thing in a long time that feels like enough. The words hung between them, her too much, his not enough. The mirror that had been building since the workshop, since the trail, since the bench, since the dance, clicked into place with the quiet, precise sound of a joint fitting its socket. She broke, not dramatically, not loudly. She broke the way a dam breaks. The pressure that had been building for weeks finally exceeding the structure's capacity to hold, and the sound she made was small and raw, and it undid him completely. He caught her. His arms went around her, and her face pressed against his chest, and his hand was in her hair, and she was gripping the back of his shirt with both fists, and the fireworks were exploding above them, gold and red and white, and they were not watching, they were holding on. He held her against him and felt her whole body shake, and he pressed his lips to the top of her head and breathed. I'm not going to ask you to stay, he said into her hair. That's not mine to ask. But I need you to know that if you do, it won't be settling. Not for me. Not for this town. He pulled back just enough to see her face, tear-streaked and firelight painted, and his hands came up to frame her jaw the way they framed a piece of wood before the most important cut. You belong here, Nyla. You belong here in a way that has nothing to do with a contract. She looked up at him. The fireworks bloomed behind him, coloring his face in shifting light, and her eyes, wet and dark and completely open, were saying, I'm terrified, and his eyes were saying, I know, me too, but I'm here, I'm here, I'm here. I'm sorry I pulled away, she whispered. Don't be sorry. He wiped another tear with his thumb, gentle, sure. Just come back. She kissed him. It was different from the porch and different from the workshop. It tasted like salt and heat and relief, and her hands were still gripping his shirt, and his hands were still on her face, and the fireworks were painting the inside of his closed eyelids with color, and the kiss rebuilt something that the last 2 weeks had been quietly dismantling. It rebuilt the warmth. It rebuilt the ease. It rebuilt the thing they'd been building together since the morning she'd walked into his workshop and laid her hand on his wood and made him forget what the hand plane was for. The grand finale erupted above the lake, a cascade of gold and white and blue, and they pulled apart and stood forehead to forehead, breathing the same air, connected at the hands and the foreheads and the place behind the ribs where they kept each other. Come back, he said again, quietly. I'm here, she said. I'm right here. The fireworks faded. The crowd applauded. The echoes rolled across the water and disappeared. They stood at the lake's edge in the new dark, holding on, and the silence between them was not the fragile silence of the last 2 weeks. It was the full silence of 2 people who had said the hardest things and found that the hardest things didn't break them. It was the silence of the bench, the silence of the cove, the silence of 2 people who had learned to sit inside uncertainty together. Something had shifted, not from fragile to fixed, from fragile to resolute. The questions were still there. The contract still ended in August. The future was still unwritten, but they were facing it together now, and together Ellis was beginning to understand was the only way he wanted to face anything ever again. They walked home in the dark, hand in hand, and her grip was firm in his, and she squeezed. He felt the squeeze in every joint and tendon and in the center of his chest, and it was the best thing he'd felt all summer.
Chapter 18. The evening started with the lake. They'd walked the north trail after dinner, the one that looped above the water and came down to his property through the pines. And by the time they reached his porch, the sky was turning the deep, saturated blue that Georgia did in July, the kind of blue that made you want to sit down and watch it change. So they sat. His porch, his rocking chairs, the lake visible through the trees, holding the last of the light. They'd been different since July 4th. Not careful anymore. Not fragile. Something had settled between them in the aftermath of the fireworks conversation. The naming of the wounds, the choosing to stay open, and the settling had given them a new ease. She rested her feet in his lap again. She squeezed his hand on the trail. She swung her legs on his workbench and watched him lose his measurements and didn't pretend she didn't know why. The warmth was back. And underneath the warmth was something deeper, something that felt less like the beginning of a story and more like the middle of one. They sat on the porch in the blue dusk, and he told her about a commission he'd been offered, a custom dining set for a family in Atlanta who'd found his work through the Sweetgum bookstore's website. She told him about the kayak vendor contracts being finalized, about the launch event taking shape. Normal things, daily things. The things that made up a shared life when you stopped being afraid of sharing it. The conversation slowed. The sky darkened. The crickets started. His hand was on her ankle, his thumb tracing the circles that she felt everywhere. And the circles slowed too, became something deliberate, and the quality of the air on the porch changed the way the air in his workshop had changed the day she'd kissed him against the workbench. Thicker, warmer, charged with a current that had been building all evening and was done being patient. His thumb moved higher, not her ankle anymore, her calf, a slow, deliberate stroke along the muscle, and the touch, through the thin cotton of her pants, sent a line of heat up her leg that made her breath catch audibly in the quiet of the porch. She looked at him. He was already looking at her. In the near dark, his eyes were deep and serious and full of the particular, focused attention that she'd learned to read the way he read wood grain, as a language, as a form of devotion, as the way this man said the things his voice couldn't carry. But tonight, the language was different. Tonight, his eyes were saying something they'd been saying quietly for weeks and were done being quiet about. He was looking at her with his whole self, and the look said, "I see you and I want you," and the wanting was no longer patient. She took her feet out of his lap. She moved toward him. The rocking chair was a terrible piece of furniture for what she wanted to do, and she didn't care. She leaned across the space between them and put her hands on his jaw and kissed him. Not the porch kiss from Juneteenth, soft and questioning. Not the workshop kiss, certain and joyful. This kiss was heat. It was the taste of sweet tea and the scrape of his beard against her chin and his sharp intake of breath when her mouth opened against his. His hands came up to her waist, gripping, pulling, and she half fell out of her rocking chair and into his. And the chair protested with a groan that neither of them heard because his mouth was on hers and his hands were in her hair, and the careful, patient man who did everything with deliberate precision was kissing her like the patience had finally, thoroughly, beautifully run out. She pulled back just enough to breathe, and his mouth followed hers, chasing the contact, and the sound he made when the kiss broke, low and involuntary and rough, did something to the base of her spine that made her grip the front of his shirt with both fists. "Inside," she said. He stood up so fast, the rocking chair hit the porch railing behind him. She would have laughed if his mouth hadn't found hers again before she was fully upright. His hands on her waist, hauling her against him, and the full length of his body against the full length of hers, was everything she'd been imagining since the day she watched him work the hand plane and filed his forearms under irrelevant. There was nothing irrelevant about him now. Every inch of him was relevant. Every inch of him was pressed against her and warm and solid, and she could feel his heart slamming against her palms through his shirt. They made it through the screen door, barely. His back hit the kitchen doorframe, and she pressed him against it, her hands sliding up his chest. And he let her pin him there for 3 seconds before his hands found her hips and reversed the position, her back against the frame now, his body blocking the light from the porch, and he kissed her jaw, her neck, the spot below her ear where the freckle lived, and her knees went unreliable. Ellis. His name came out in a voice she didn't recognize, lower, breathless. The voice of a woman who had spent the entire summer trying to be professional about this man's forearms and had officially, catastrophically failed. He pulled back, his forehead against hers, both of them breathing hard in the dark kitchen, his hands braced on the doorframe on either side of her, his body close but not touching, and the inch of space between them was the most electric inch of air in the state of Georgia. "Are you sure?" he said. His voice was wrecked. The low register she'd been feeling behind her ribs since the workshop had dropped to something she felt everywhere else. Because if you want to stop, I don't want to stop. He looked at her. Even in the dark, she could feel the intensity of it, the full, consuming focus he gave everything that mattered. He was searching her face the way he searched a piece of wood before the first cut, reading her, making sure. I don't want to stop, she said again. I want you. I have wanted you since you caught me when I wobbled getting into your boat and held on 1 second longer than you needed to. I have wanted you since the bend on the trail and the cove and the dance and the bench and every single time you've touched me and pretended it was an accident. She put her hands on his face. It was never an accident, Ellis. None of this was an accident. Something broke open in his expression. The restraint that had defined him, the patience that she'd admired and been maddened by in equal measure, cracked like a dam. And what flooded through was not careful or measured or deliberate. It was a man who had been holding back for a very long time, reaching the end of what holding back could give him. He kissed her. Deep. Thorough. His hands left the doorframe and found her, one sliding to the small of her back, the other into her hair, and she was lifted slightly off her feet, and she wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him back with everything she had, every ounce of the brightness and the energy and the too muchness that she'd been told to dim. And he didn't flinch. He pulled her closer. He kissed her harder. He met her at her full volume and matched it with a quiet ferocity that she felt in her bones. She held out her hand. He took it. She led him down the short hallway to his bedroom, where the window was open and the sound of the lake came through, rhythmic and patient, even if they were no longer patient at all. At the threshold, she stopped and turned. The hallway was dark, the only light the faint glow from the porch behind them, and his face was in shadow, but she could feel the warmth of him. The rapid rise and fall of his chest, the way his thumb was moving in circles on her wrist, the way it had moved in circles on her ankle, except faster now, hungrier. She put her hands on his chest. His heart was hammering beneath her palms. Stay, she said, and the word which had been following her all summer, from Keisha's first warning to the midnight job listings to the July 4th conversation by the lake, landed here in this hallway with a different meaning. Not stay in Sweetgum, not stay for the contract, just stay. Here, with me, tonight. His hands came up to her face, cradling her jaw, and the gentleness was back, threading through the urgency like a grain pattern through heated wood. And when he kissed her this time, it was both. The slow reverence he gave his finest work and the raw, shaking want of a man who was done pretending he didn't need this. His hands moved to her shoulders, her waist, the hem of her shirt, and every point of contact left a trail of warmth that she felt long after his fingers moved on. She pulled him through the doorway. The door closed behind them. The lake breathed outside the open window. The night settled around them, and in the soft dark of his room, in the house his grandfather had built, Nyla let herself be known the way she had never let herself be known before, and was not, for 1 second, too much. Morning came through the window in gold. Nyla woke slowly, surfacing from the deepest sleep she'd had in months, and for a moment she didn't know where she was. Then she felt his arm across her waist, heavy and warm, and the cotton of his sheets against her skin, and the sound of the lake through the open window, and the particular, specific warmth of being held by someone who held on even in his sleep. She lay still and let it all arrive. The room, the light, the man beside her. His bedroom was simple and clean and exactly him. Photographs on the dresser, the framed one of Arthur she recognized from the workshop. Books on the nightstand. Wooden furniture that he'd built himself. She could tell by the joinery, by the hand-turned legs, by the care in every joint. The morning light came through the curtain and lay across the floor in long, warm bars, and the lake sound was a constant, gentle rhythm, and his arm was across her waist, and she was wearing his t-shirt, the gray one from the workshop that she'd pulled on at some point in the night, and it smelled like sawdust and linseed oil and him. She turned her head on the pillow. He was on his side, facing her, still asleep. His face in sleep was different from his face in waking. The guarded expression was gone, the careful neutrality dissolved, and what remained was a softness she'd only glimpsed in the cove and at the bench and in the moments when he forgot to hold the world at arm's length. The The strong brow relaxed, the jaw unclenched, the mouth slightly open. And she looked at that mouth and thought about the night before and felt a warmth move through her body that had nothing to do with the Georgia morning. She reached out and traced the line of his jaw with her fingertip, lightly, the way he'd traced the grain on the Sweetgum table. His eyes opened, not groggy, not confused, present, immediately, the way he was always present. And when his gaze found hers, the look on his face was one she would carry for the rest of her life. Wonder and gratitude, and the quiet, incredulous joy of a man who had woken up next to something he'd been afraid to hope for. "Morning," she said. "Morning." His voice was rough with sleep and soft with something else, and his arm tightened across her waist, pulling her closer, and she went willingly, tucking herself against his chest, fitting into the space he made for her, the way she fit everywhere he made space, perfectly, as if the space had been waiting. They lay like that for a while, breathing together, the lake murmuring outside. His hand moved slowly along her back, tracing patterns she couldn't identify but felt in every nerve. "Any regrets?" he asked, his mouth against her hair. She pulled back to look at him. "None? Not one." His smile, the real one, the full one, the one she'd been chasing since the workshop, broke across his face, and she kissed the corner of it, tasting the warmth underneath the seriousness. And he gathered her closer, and the morning stretched around them like honey, golden and slow and sweet. They made coffee together in his kitchen, moving around each other with the ease of two people who had crossed a threshold and found the other side peaceful. She sat at his kitchen table in his t-shirt with her feet tucked under her and her hands wrapped around the warm mug, and he cooked eggs with the quiet efficiency she'd come to love, and the domesticity of it. The simple, ordinary grace of a shared morning made her chest ache with how much she wanted this to be her life. She checked her phone while he cooked. 3 emails. 2 from the council about launch logistics. 1 from a name she hadn't seen in 2 years. Her stomach dropped. The email was from Marissa Lowe, a former colleague from the resort company, the one who'd understood when Nyla left and hadn't tried to talk her out of it. "Nye, hope you're doing well. I'm reaching out because something came across my desk that has your name all over it. Cascade Sustainable Tourism is expanding into the Southeast. They're building a regional initiative focused on small-town outdoor recreation, exactly what you've been doing independently. They want someone to lead it, multiple communities across the Blue Ridge, a full team, real salary and benefits, the whole platform, based in Asheville. I gave them your name. They're very interested. If you want to talk, their director is expecting your call." Nyla read the email 3 times. Then she set the phone face down on the table and looked at the kitchen and the eggs and the man standing at the stove and the morning light and the window that faced the lake and felt the floor shift beneath her. She didn't tell Ellis that morning. She kissed him goodbye, drove back to the B&B, and sat in her room with the email and the shelf and the wildflowers and the weight of a choice she wasn't ready to make. The offer was real. Cascade Sustainable Tourism was a respected firm, the kind of organization she'd dreamed about when she'd left the corporate world. Leading a regional initiative across the Blue Ridge would mean stability, visibility, a career platform that independent consulting couldn't provide, a team, benefits, the professional credibility she'd been building toward her entire career. It was, by any objective measure, an extraordinary opportunity. It was also in Asheville, not Sweetgum. She sat with the email for 2 days, turning it over the way Ellis turned over wood, looking for the grain, looking for the flaw, looking for the thing that would make the decision obvious. She walked the trails alone. She visited the shops on Main Street and talked to the people she'd come to know. Joanne with her brisk efficiency, Malachi leaning in the diner doorway, the flower shop woman who waved every time. She sat in the gazebo at the town square and thought about Arthur's words. It doesn't do anything. It just holds space for people to come together. She went to the clearing. She sat on the bench, alone, in the quiet of the morning, and pressed her palm against the wood where Ellis usually sat. The bench was sun-warm. She imagined his warmth there instead, the specific, steady heat of his body beside hers. and the imagining hurt in a way that told her everything she needed to know about what she would be leaving. The Asheville offer was the old dream: career visibility, professional respect, a bigger stage. It was the version of success she'd imagined when she'd left the resort company, the version that looked impressive on paper and sounded right when you described it to your mother. Sweetgum was the new dream: roots, community. A life built in one place with one person who carved sweetgum leaves into shelf edges and cleared drawers without being asked, and kissed her like she was something worth taking time with. The question wasn't which opportunity was better. The question was which version of herself she wanted to become. She told him on a Thursday evening on his porch, with the lake going silver in the fading light. She didn't frame it as a decision. She didn't present it as an ultimatum. She told him because she'd promised herself after July 4th that she wouldn't hide from him. And the email had been sitting in her chest for 2 days like a stone, and the weight of carrying it alone was heavier than the weight of sharing it. A former colleague reached out, she said. A sustainable tourism firm in Asheville is building a regional initiative, small-town outdoor recreation across the Blue Ridge. They want me to lead it. His face went very still. She watched the shift happen in real time, the openness of the evening, the ease of their shared quiet, closing down into something braced and careful. The muscle in his jaw worked. His hands, resting on his knees, didn't move, but she could see the effort of the not moving, the deliberate control of a man who was holding himself together the way he held a joint while the glue set. She wanted to touch his jaw. She wanted to smooth the tension out of it with her thumb, the way she'd traced his jawline that morning in bed. But this conversation needed words, not touch. It's a significant opportunity, she said. Real salary, a team, career visibility, the kind of platform I thought I was building toward when I went independent. He nodded. The nod was measured, precise, the nod of a man who was listening carefully while something inside him was preparing for the worst. It sounds like a good opportunity, he said. His voice was so carefully controlled that it broke her heart. She could hear what the control was costing him. She could hear the space between what he was saying and what he wanted to say, the way she'd learned to hear the space between his words and his silence all summer. It is, she said. The silence between them was different from the silence on the bench. That silence had been full. This one ached. It was the silence of two people sitting on either side of a question that had no easy answer, watching the lake go dark. I'm not asking you to tell me what to do, she said. I'm telling you because you deserve to know, and because I don't want there to be anything between us that isn't honest. He looked at her. His eyes, in the fading light, were dark and deep and full of everything he wasn't saying. Don't go. Please don't go. Stay here with me, in this house, on this porch, in this life that I didn't know I wanted, until you walked into my workshop and put your hand on my table and made me forget what a handplane was for. He didn't say any of it, because he was Ellis, and he would not be the man who made someone feel trapped in Sweetgum. He would not repeat Corinne's lesson in reverse, holding on so tight that the staying became a cage. Thank you for telling me, he said. She reached for his hand. He took it. The grip was firm and warm, and she could feel the calluses and the strength, and the tremor underneath that told her everything his voice wouldn't. They sat on the porch and watched the lake go dark, and neither of them said the things they wanted to say, and the silence held them the way the bench held them, firmly, patiently, waiting for them to be ready.
Chapter 19. The trail map was the most beautiful thing Ellis had ever seen that wasn't made of wood. He stood at the trailhead in the early morning light, holding a printed copy, studying the layout Nyla had designed. The map was clean and detailed and professionally produced, with elevation lines and difficulty ratings and a color-coded system that made the trail network legible at a glance. The main trails were marked in green, the lake route in blue, the ridge trails in amber. Rest stops, water stations, and scenic overlooks were noted with small, elegant icons she'd designed herself. But the thing that stopped his breathing was the quiet areas. Scattered across the map, in places he recognized instantly, were small shaded zones marked with a simple leaf icon and the words "Quiet Area." No guided groups, self-guided only. Please respect the silence. The North Ridge clearing where the old-growth sweetgum stood tallest. The cove where he'd rowed her on the lake. The stretch of East Trail where the herons nested. His grandfather's clearing was not on the map at all. No trail extension, no sunrise loop, no capacity recommendation. The clearing didn't exist in the program's geography. It existed only in his and Nyla's, a shared secret held in the white space between the printed trails. The quiet areas on the map were a love letter in cartographic form. She'd taken his protectiveness and turned it into policy, built his instinct to preserve into the program's architecture, made the thing he cared about most into a feature rather than a limitation. Every shaded zone said, "This place matters to someone who knows it. Walk softly here." He folded the map carefully and put it in his back pocket. The launch event gathered at the lake by 9. The town had turned out. Council members, business owners, families, the older residents who walked the trails every morning, and the younger ones who'd been waiting for the kayak rentals since Nyla first mentioned them at the council meeting in May. A ribbon had been strung across the main trailhead. Tables held stacks of maps and brochures and sign-up sheets for guided hikes. The kayak rental station was set up at the lake's edge, 6 paddle kayaks in a neat row on the sand, bright against the blue water. Nyla was everywhere. She moved through the crowd with the radiant, purposeful energy that he'd learned was not performance but simply who she was, greeting council members, directing volunteers, adjusting the placement of a sign that was catching the sun wrong. She was wearing a green dress that caught the light when she moved, and she looked, in the morning sun with the lake behind her, like someone who had built something she believed in and was watching it come alive. He stood at the edge of things, the way he always stood, and watched her, and the feeling in his chest was so full it hurt. Pride, love, terror. The Asheville offer sat between them like an unanswered letter, present in every silence, shaping every conversation they didn't have. She hadn't told him her decision. He hadn't asked. The program was launching. Her contract was fulfilled. After today, there was no professional reason for her to be in Sweetgum. He was proud of her. He was terrified of losing her. Both things occupied the same space in his chest, and neither left room for the other to breathe. Rochelle appeared beside him with 2 cups of coffee and handed him one without comment. She looked out at the crowd, at Nyla, at the kayaks gleaming on the sand. "She did good," Rochelle said. "She did. You going to tell her that?" He took a sip of coffee and didn't answer, because the answer was more complicated than Rochelle knew. Telling her she did good was easy. Telling her he wanted her to stay was the thing that stuck in his throat like a splinter he couldn't reach. Rochelle patted his arm. "You'll figure it out." She walked away toward Benjamin, who was helping set up folding chairs with the quiet competence of a man who ran a bed and breakfast and never minded the work. The council chair made opening remarks. She thanked the committee, the volunteers, the local businesses that had contributed. She thanked Nyla by name, and the crowd applauded, and Nyla stood near the ribbon with the particular combination of confidence and humility that was her signature, accepting the recognition while deflecting it toward the community. Then the council chair opened the floor. "Does anyone else want to say a few words before we cut this ribbon?" The silence stretched. People looked at each other. Someone coughed. The lake lapped against the shore. Ellis stepped forward. He didn't know he was going to until he did. His body moved before his mind consented, the way his hands sometimes moved on a piece of wood before he'd consciously decided where to cut. He stepped out of the margin where he always stood and into the open space in front of the crowd, and the faces that turned toward him registered varying degrees of surprise, because Ellis Townsend did not speak publicly. Ellis Townsend barely spoke privately. He found her in the crowd. Her eyes were wide, her lips parted, and the expression on her face was the one she'd worn at the bend on the trail the first morning, the full-body stillness of someone witnessing something they hadn't expected. He spoke. "My grandfather, Arthur Townsend, knew these trails better than anyone who's ever lived in Sweetgum." His voice was steady, lower than the council chairs, carrying over the crowd the way it carried through his workshop, with weight, without volume. He walked them his whole life. He knew where the herons nested and where the deer came to drink and which trees were old enough to have names. He loved this land, and he taught me to love it, and for a long time I thought loving it meant keeping it to myself. He paused. The crowd was quiet. Rochelle had her hand on Benjamin's arm. Mr. Zhang stood near the back, holding his fishing hat in both hands, his face calm and attentive. This summer, someone showed me that sharing a place you love doesn't have to mean losing it, that you can open a door without losing what's inside the room. He looked at Nyla. The crowd existed, but it didn't matter. What mattered was the woman in the green dress with tears running down her face who had walked into his workshop 3 months ago and put her hand on a piece of wood and made him forget what he was doing. This program was built with care. It was built by someone who understands that the best things don't do anything except hold space for people to come together. And I'm proud to be part of it. He stepped back. The crowd applauded. The sound washed over him like water, and he barely heard it, because Nyla was looking at him across the gathering with an expression that said everything he'd been afraid to say, and the conversation was public, but the meaning was private, and he understood, standing in the sun by the lake with the whole town watching, that he had just done the most difficult thing he'd ever done, and the most necessary. Rochelle squeezed Benjamin's hand hard enough to make him wince. Mrs. Zhang was dabbing her eyes with a napkin. Amy was elbowing Malachi, who was grinning. The ribbon was cut. The crowd cheered. The first guided hike set off along the lake trail, a group of 8 led by a volunteer Nyla had trained. The kayak station opened for rentals. The program was alive. That evening, after the crowds dispersed and the volunteers went home and the last of the kayaks was pulled up on the sand, Ellis and Nyla sat at the lake. Not on the dock. On the ground, on the grassy bank above the water, their shoes off, the lake turning gold and then copper and then silver as the sun moved through its last hour. She leaned against his shoulder, and he wrapped his arm around her and pressed his lips to her temple, breathing her in, the coconut and the sunscreen and the particular warmth that was just her. "I'm proud of you," she said. "I'm proud of you. You spoke, in front of the whole town. Ellis, you spoke. I had something to say." She pulled back to look at him, and her eyes were still bright from the tears she'd shed during his speech, and the look on her face was one he wanted to memorize the way he'd memorized every view of the lake, carefully, completely, as something he might need to carry if it was taken away. "You built this," he said. "The program, the maps, the whole thing. You built something that's going to last." "We built it. You built it. I just made sure you didn't ruin anything." She laughed. He almost smiled. The sound of her laugh by the lake in the evening light was the sound he wanted to hear for the rest of his life, and the thought arrived without the fear that usually accompanied it. Because today he'd stood in front of his whole town and said the words, and the world hadn't ended. The program was launched, her contract was fulfilled, the Asheville offer was still open. He had not asked her to stay. She had not told him her decision. The questions were all still there, unanswered, hovering in the air between them like the mist that would settle on the lake at dawn. But sitting beside her on the bank, with his arm around her shoulders and the water going quiet in the fading light, Ellis found that the unanswered questions didn't terrify him the way they had a week ago. He held on, not tightly, patiently, the way Mr. Zhang had taught him, the way Arthur had built the bench, wide enough for more than one, strong enough to hold whatever came. He breathed her in. He was still. He let her come to him in her own time, whenever she was ready, however she decided. Some things he was learning you couldn't build or plan or measure twice. Some things you could only hold space for the way the best things did, and trust that what arrived would be worth the waiting. Chapter 20. He'd been working on it for 2 weeks, in the early mornings and the late evenings, the hours that bookended the days he spent with her and belonged, still, to the quiet. The desk sat in the center of the workshop, finished, and Ellis stood in front of it at 6 a.m. with sawdust on his hands and the particular, full-bodied stillness of a man looking at the best thing he'd ever made. It was a writing desk, built from local sweetgum. The same stand of trees that had given him the shelf, the same wood that grew in the clearing where Arthur's bench sat, the same grain that ran through the roots of this town and every piece of furniture Ellis had ever cared about. The surface was wide enough for a laptop and a spread of maps and a cup of coffee, because he knew how she worked. He'd watched her work for 3 months, and she needed room. The legs were turned, tapered, elegant without being delicate. The single drawer pulled smooth and silent on hand-cut runners, and along the front edge, carved in shallow relief, a sweetgum leaf, the same leaf he'd carved into the shelf, the same leaf that was on the town sign and the workshop sign, and a dozen pieces scattered across Sweetgum. But this one was the finest he'd ever cut. 5 points, each one distinct. The veins rendered with a precision that had taken him 3 evenings to get right, because this leaf was not for a shelf or a sign or a town. This leaf was for a life. He ran his hand along the surface one more time. The wood was silk under his palm, oiled to a glow that caught the early light through the workshop windows and held it, the way Sweetgum held everything, patiently, warmly, without complaint. The joinery was tight, the finish was flawless. The proportions were balanced in a way that would make the desk feel inevitable in any room it occupied, as if the room had been waiting for it. He'd built it for wherever she ended up. That was the truth he'd pressed into every joint and sanded into every surface during those quiet hours. He was not building her a reason to stay. He was not building a cage or a chain or an obligation. He was building her a piece of furniture that she could take with her to Asheville or Savannah or Tennessee or any of the contract towns that were waiting for a woman with her talent and her light. He was building something that said, "Wherever you go, take this with you. Take the Sweetgum and the leaf and the hours I spent thinking about you while my hands moved over wood. Take the piece of me that I know how to give, the only language I've ever been fluent in, and put it in whatever room becomes your life." If she left, the desk would go with her, and he'd know that something he'd made was standing in a room she worked in, holding her books and her maps and her coffee, keeping his craftsmanship in her daily sight. It wouldn't be enough. Nothing would be enough if she left. But it would be something, and something was what he knew how to give. He loaded the desk into his truck. It fit perfectly in the bed, cushioned with moving blankets, secured with straps he'd tied carefully, because this piece of furniture was the most important delivery he'd ever made, and if it arrived with a scratch, he would never forgive the road. He drove south through Sweetgum, past the workshop, past the north end of Main Street, past the shops and the diner and the square, toward the B&B. The morning was warm and bright, August pressing in with its full, humid weight, and the town around him was the town it had always been. Small, green, full of people who knew his name and his grandfather's name, and the name of every table and shelf and gazebo his hands had built. He pulled into the B&B's gravel lot and killed the engine. She was on the porch, coffee in one hand, phone in the other, her twists down around her shoulders, barefoot, wearing a t-shirt he recognized as his own, the gray one from the workshop. She wore it to sleep in now, and the sight of her in it, every time, did something to his chest that 3 months of proximity had not dulled. She looked up when his truck pulled in. She smiled, the private one, the one that was just for the space between them, and he felt it the way he felt the sun on his skin, everywhere, all at once. Then she saw what was in the truck bed. The smile changed. It didn't disappear. It transformed, the way his face transformed when he almost smiled, but in reverse. The brightness intensifying, sharpening, becoming something too big for a smile to hold. Her hand, the one holding the phone, dropped to her side. Her lips parted. Her eyes went bright with something that was not quite tears and not quite joy, but the place where those two things met and became the same thing. He got out of the truck. He walked around to the bed and untied the straps and lifted the desk. It was heavy, solid, built to last, and he carried it up the porch steps the way he'd carried the shelf to her door all those weeks ago. Except this time she was watching. This time she could see him, and her eyes tracked his hands on the wood with an expression he'd never seen anyone wear while looking at something he'd built. He set the desk down in the B&B foyer. It fit the light there the way he'd known it would, the sweet gum grain catching the warm tones of the hardwood floor and the morning sun through the front windows. The carved leaf was visible along the front edge, casting its tiny shadow. "I made this for you," he said. His voice came out quieter than he intended, rougher. The low register scraped down to something that felt like the inside of his chest turned outward. "For wherever you end up." She was standing in front of the desk with her hand over her mouth, and her eyes were full, and she wasn't speaking, which was, for Nyla Simmons, the most eloquent thing she could have done. "You can take it with you," he said. "To Asheville, or wherever. It's yours. It'll go wherever you go." He meant it. He meant every word. The desk was an offering, not a demand. He would not be the man who asked her to stay. He would not put his need on her shoulders and call it love. He would build her something beautiful and let her decide what to do with it, the way he let the wood decide what it wanted to become. She lowered her hand from her mouth. She looked at the desk, at the leaf, at the grain. She ran her fingers along the surface the way she'd run them along the dining table on her first day. The same gesture, the same reverence, and the circle of it, her hand on his wood in this foyer where everything had started, made his throat close. "Ellis," she said. "Yeah. I turned down Asheville." The words entered the room and rearranged everything in it. He didn't move. He didn't breathe. He stood in the foyer with his hands at his sides, afraid that if he moved too quickly the moment would shatter, and looked at her, and she looked at him, and the silence between them was the loudest silence of the entire summer. "2 days ago," she said. Her voice was steady, but her eyes were not. "I called Marissa and told her I wasn't taking the position. I thanked her for thinking of me. And then I called the council and asked about an ongoing contract to manage and expand the recreation program. They said yes. Surrounding towns have been calling about similar work since the launch. There's enough to build a real practice here." She took a breath. She reached out and touched the carved leaf on the desk's edge, tracing the 5 points with her fingertip, the same way she'd traced the leaf on the shelf that morning after he'd left it at her door. "I've been looking at a small office space on Main Street, the empty storefront near the bookshop. It would need work, but it's the right size and the light is good." She looked up at him. "I want to base my consulting practice here, in Sweetgum, permanently," he exhaled. The breath came out of him like something he'd been holding since May. A single long exhale that emptied his lungs and his chest and the place behind his ribs where he'd been carrying the terror of losing her, and the exhale left a space, and into the space rushed something warm and enormous and steady. "I'm not staying because of you," she said, "though you're part of it, a big part." She smiled, and the smile was wet and bright and honest. "I'm staying because this place, this community, has become home in a way nowhere else has been since Savannah. I'm staying because I found a town that doesn't ask me to be less. I'm staying because Rochelle calls me our Nyla and means it. I'm staying because the book club needs someone to argue about Chapter 17. I'm staying because Amy's snapper makes me cry, and Mr. Zhang's fishing wisdom makes me think, and there's a bench by the lake that holds 2 people now, and I don't want to be anywhere else." He was quiet for a long moment. His hands hung at his sides. His vision was blurred, which hadn't happened since Arthur's funeral, and he didn't wipe his eyes because his hands were shaking the way they'd shaken on the bench that morning in June, and he needed them to be still before he could trust them to hold her. Then he pulled her close. His arms went around her, and her face pressed against his chest, and his face went into her hair, and he held on the way the bench held, the way the desk held, the way everything he'd ever built held, firmly, patiently, with the belief that the most important things were the things that lasted. "I'm glad you're staying," he said against the top of her head. The words were simple and insufficient, and the best he could do, because he was Ellis Townsend, and he would never be a man who spoke in long sentences when short ones carried the weight, and these 4 words carried everything he had. "I'm glad you let me in," she said against his chest. They stood in the foyer, holding on, the desk between them like a promise. The morning light came through the windows and fell across the sweetgum surface and the carved leaf, and their 2 bodies held together, and the silence was the fullest silence he'd ever known. He'd built the desk to last. He'd built it with the same care his grandfather had given every piece of furniture that left the workshop. The same patience, the same belief that the work mattered more than the recognition. He'd built it for wherever she ended up. She'd ended up here. The desk would stay. She would stay. The leaf he'd carved would sit on her desk in her office on Main Street, visible every day, a reminder of the man who'd built it and the summer they'd built together and the town that had held them both. Some things were worth keeping. Some things were built to last. Some people were yours to keep. He held her tighter. She held him back. The lake was out there somewhere, beyond the town, beyond the trees, patient and permanent, and the bench was in the clearing, holding space. And the workshop was waiting with sawdust on the floor and tools on the pegboard and a photograph of a boy and his grandfather grinning beside a rocking chair. Everything he'd ever needed was already here. It always had been. He just hadn't known until she walked into his workshop and put her hand on a piece of wood and made him forget what he was doing, that here had room for one more.
Epilogue. The sign above the door read Sweetgum Outdoor Recreation, and Ellis had carved it himself. Nyla stood in the doorway of her office on Main Street, a cup of Joanne's coffee in one hand, and let herself look. She did this most mornings, the standing and the looking. She'd been doing it since the office opened 3 weeks ago, and the feeling hadn't faded. She suspected it never would. The space was small, a single room in the storefront near the bookshop, with high ceilings and wide windows that let the morning light pour in. She'd painted the walls a soft white and hung a large framed trail map of the Sweetgum Recreation System on the wall behind her chair, the same map she'd designed for the launch, with its quiet areas marked by leaf icons and its colors running from green to blue to amber. The shelves held binders and reference books, and a growing collection of proposals from surrounding towns who'd heard about Sweetgum's program and wanted something similar. The desk sat by the window, Ellis's desk, the Sweetgum desk with the carved leaf along the front edge. It caught the morning light the way it had caught the light in the B&B foyer the day he'd carried it up the steps, and the glow of the oiled grain made the whole room feel warm and alive. She'd placed it facing the window so she could look up from her work and see Main Street, the bakery's striped awning, the flower shop's sidewalk buckets, people walking, people waving, the ordinary, ongoing life of a town that had decided she was theirs. Her laptop was open. Her phone was buzzing with a message from a town in South Carolina that wanted to discuss a recreation partnership. 3 contracts were active. 2 more were in negotiation. She was building something, not just a career but a practice, rooted in one place, reaching outward from it the way the trails reached outward from the lake. She could do this work from anywhere, and she was doing it from here, because here was where she'd put her desk and her books and her wildflowers and her heart. She joined the book club. She volunteered at the festivals. She knew every shopkeeper on Main Street by name, and they knew hers. And when she walked to work in the morning, the flower shop woman, Layla, who had opinions about everything and shared them with the generosity of someone who believed her opinions were gifts, called out to her the way you called out to a neighbor, not a visitor. She belonged here. The thought no longer frightened her. It had frightened her on that first night, sitting on the B&B porch, pressing the word "stay away" like a dangerous thing. It had frightened her in July, when Keisha asked the question and the midnight job listings glowed on her screen. It didn't frighten her now. The word had changed. It had been a warning, then a wish, then a choice, and now it was simply a fact. She stayed. She was staying. She was home. She sat down at her desk and ran her hand along the surface, the way she'd been running her hand along Ellis Townsend's wood since the day she arrived. The grain was warm under her palm. The carved leaf caught her fingertip. She opened her laptop and got to work. Rochelle and Benjamin. The B&B porch was golden in the early evening light. Rochelle sat in her rocking chair with a glass of sweet tea and the particular satisfaction of a woman who had been right about everything and saw no reason to be modest about it. Benjamin sat beside her, reading the paper with the calm, unhurried patience that had made her fall in love with him, and that still, on evenings like this, made her heart do a small, private flip that she would never, under any circumstances, admit to. "There they go," Rochelle said. Benjamin looked up. Down the road, walking toward the lake, were two figures. The taller one moved with the deliberate, unhurried stride of a man who had nowhere to be except exactly where he was. The shorter one moved beside him with the kind of purposeful energy that made you tired and charmed in equal measure. Their hands were linked between them, their fingers laced, the easy grip of two people who had stopped thinking about whether to hold on and simply held. Nyla's laugh carried back to the porch, bright and scattering, and Ellis's low voice followed it, the words indistinct at this distance, but the tone unmistakable, warm, private, amused. They were heading toward the lake, the way they did most evenings now, walking the path through the trees to the clearing that held the bench, their bench, the one that had always been built for two. Rochelle watched them go with a smile that could have powered the town square's string lights for a week. "I knew it," she said. "I knew it from the day she walked in." Benjamin set the paper on his knee and looked at his wife with the fond, faintly exasperated expression of a man who had heard this claim approximately 47 times. "You always do." "I do." Rochelle sipped her tea. "I took one look at that girl standing in our foyer with her binder and her sunshine, and I thought, that's the one. She's going to fix our boy." "She didn't fix him," Benjamin said quietly. "She just gave him room to be who he already was." Rochelle considered this. It was, she had to admit, more accurate than her version. Benjamin had a way of saying the truest thing in the fewest words, which was one of approximately 900 reasons she'd married him. "Well," she said, recovering her composure, "either way, I was right." "You were right." She rocked for a moment, savoring the victory. Then her eyes took on a gleam that Benjamin had learned to recognize as the earliest stage of a campaign. "Now," she said, "about that new veterinarian who just moved to town." Benjamin closed his eyes. "Rochelle. His name is James. He bought the Peterson place out on Maple Street. He's handsome, he's single, he's got a dog." "Rochelle, no. And do you know who else is single? Layla from the flower shop. She brought him a welcome arrangement on his first day, and apparently he blushed so hard she thought he was having a medical event." "You are incorrigible. I am a community resource." Rochelle drained her sweet tea and set the glass on the porch railing with the definitive clink of a woman who had already decided. "Mrs. Zhang and I are having lunch tomorrow. We have plans to discuss." Benjamin shook his head, picked up his paper, and smiled the smile of a man who had long since surrendered to the storm and found the weather beautiful. "Ellis, the bench held two now. Sunset. The lake was still, a mirror for the sky, and the sky was putting on the kind of show that Arthur would have called a good one. Shades of gold deepening to rose, then to a violet so rich it looked like something you could touch. The sweetgum trees that framed the clearing were dark against the brightness, their star-shaped leaves motionless in the warm, still air. A heron stood in the shallows on the far side, patient and ancient, and the only sound was the water and the evening and the quiet breathing of the woman leaning against his shoulder. Her twists caught the last of the light. The deep brown of her skin glowed in the gold, the way it had glowed that first morning on the trail, when she'd stopped at the bend and gone still and said the thing about it being too alive, and he'd looked at her and felt the ground shift under his feet. 3 months ago, a lifetime ago, yesterday, he thought about Arthur. He thought about the mornings on this bench, the coffee growing cold, the herons waiting, the trees that Arthur had named like friends. He thought about the day Arthur told him the best things a man could build were the things that outlasted him, and how he'd nodded at 17 without understanding. He understood now. The bench was one of those things. The workshop was one of those things. The knowledge in his hands was one of those things. And the woman beside him, the life they were building, the way she'd taken his silent, patient love and answered it with her own bright, generous, too much love, until the two kinds met in the middle and became something neither could have made alone. That was one of those things, too. She shifted against his shoulder, her arm wrapped around his, her fingers finding the inside of his wrist, resting against his pulse. He wondered if she could feel the steady, certain rhythm of it, And whether she knew that the rhythm had changed since she'd arrived, not faster, not slower, just fuller, as if his heart had learned a second beat that existed only when she was near. Ellis? I love it here. I know. No, I mean, she pulled back just enough to look at him, and her face in the sunset light was the face he wanted to see every evening for the rest of his life. I love it here. On this bench, in this clearing, with you. I love that you showed me this place when you didn't have to. I love that you trusted me with it. He looked at her. The gold light was in her eyes, and the eyes were full of everything she always carried. Warmth, curiosity, the generous, specific attention that she gave to every person and place she loved. She was looking at him the way she'd looked at the bend on the trail, the way she'd looked at his dining table, the way she'd looked at the cove from the rowboat. With her whole body, with the full, consuming recognition of someone who was in the presence of something too alive to put on a brochure. He kissed the top of her head. Her hair was warm from the sun and smelled like coconut, and the scent that had once undone him on a truck ride to Peachwood was now simply the smell of home. Arthur would have loved you, he said. She squeezed his arm. Tell me about him. Tell me another one. So he did. He told her about the time Arthur tried to teach a stray cat to stay off the workbench and lost the argument so completely that the cat lived in the workshop for 11 years. He told her about the rocking chair in the photograph, the one they'd built together when Ellis was 8, and how it still sat on Arthur's porch, and how Ellis had sat in it the morning after the funeral and rocked and rocked and rocked until the sun came up. She listened the way she always listened, with her whole body, leaning into him, her fingers on his pulse, her breathing slow and matched to his. She laughed at the cat story, that bright, scattering laugh that had startled a blue jay on the trail 3 months ago, and the sound of it in the clearing, in the place where Arthur had sat every morning of his last years, felt not like an intrusion, but like a gift. Like the clearing had been waiting for a sound like that. Like the bench had been waiting for someone who laughed like the world deserved her joy. The light deepened. The gold became amber, became rose, became violet. The heron lifted from the shallows and flew low across the water, its wings slow and enormous, its reflection moving beneath it, and they watched it go in silence. He wrapped his arm around her. She leaned into him. His lips found her temple, the spot where the warmth of her skin was strongest, and he breathed her in and held on. Not tightly, not desperately. The way Mr. Zhang had taught him, the way Arthur had built the bench, with patience, with presence, with the faith that what he was holding was worth every quiet hour he'd spent learning how to hold it. The lake reflected the sky. The sky poured its color down. The bench held them both. The same bench Arthur had built 50 years ago, with legs wider than necessary, because a good man builds for more than what he knows. A good man builds for what he hopes. Nyla pressed closer against his side. His arm tightened. The quiet between them was full, fuller than any words either of them had ever spoken. Full of trail walks and festival dances and fireworks and truck rides and a cleared drawer and a carved leaf and a morning in a kitchen wearing his shirt and a night she'd said stay and meant it in every sense of the word. Ellis? Yeah, this is a good one. He smiled. The real one, the full one. The one she'd been chasing since the workshop and had caught, finally, irreversibly, the way she caught everything, with her whole heart open and unafraid. They're all good ones, he said. The last of the light settled over the water. The first star appeared above the tree line. The bench held, the way it had always held, the way Arthur had built it to hold, with patience, with love, with more room than one man needed. Because some things were worth keeping and some people were yours to keep, and the best things a man could build were the things that outlasted him. The heron called from across the lake. The wind chime on a distant porch answered in silver. And in a clearing at the edge of the water, on a bench built by careful hands, 2 people sat together in the gathering dark and let the quiet hold everything that mattered. This concludes Yours to Keep, an African-American sweet romance novel written by Imani Price, narrated by Shatrice Williams and Michael Evans. Thank you so much for listening. To keep up with Imani's upcoming books, please subscribe to this YouTube channel and join her mailing list at imaniprice.com. Note from the author: if you especially enjoy my stories, please consider purchasing my books, which are available at all major retailers. You can also support my work here on YouTube by becoming a channel member through the Join button or by sending a super thanks by clicking on Thanks. Your support helps me continue offering these stories for free. Thank you again, and I truly hope you enjoyed this story.